Taste the sweet science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Okay. Okay, here we go. What's going on, everybody? Good afternoon, good morning, good time zone to you. Here we go. So, if you didn't watch the Flame Trench last week, you should probably go do that. Dots and I got a little bit into it back and forth, and he bet me that if he had a Starliner in KSP that had the exact same problems as the CFT, the crew flight test mission, a 6 degrees of freedom loss of control during rendezvous proximity operations, if he had the exact same problems, he would be able to get it to dock to the space station. Okay? So I was like, all right, cool. I'll take that bet. Let's go. I don't think so. I don't think you could. So what we're going to try to do over the next couple of days, and I have to get this done by Thursday. So problem is I'm not going to be here on Thursday except for Space News in the for Special Flame Trench in the afternoon on Thursday. So we have basically today and tomorrow to get this done. So we might be burning the midnight oil a little bit today. So we're going to try to build a Starliner capsule, and then after that, try to get it into space in Kerbal, get it to a space station, and we are going to basically put it in a scenario for DOS to play where we simulate the exact loss of control that happened. This is going to be a little bit of a tall order for 2 days.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But I think we can do it. Flame Trench not on Friday? Oh no, Flame Trench is on Friday. It's just DOS couldn't be there on Friday, Vargon, so you're going to get 2 Flame Trenches kind of this week. One Flame Trench is a follow-up to last week's Flame Trench, and then on Thursday, and then Friday's Flame Trench is yeah, the regular Flame Trench, which I also will be on. So we basically have until Thursday at 6. But the problem is I need to drive Bree to the airport because Bree's going somewhere. Can't say where. None of your business. She's going to Nanya. And I basically Thursday's stream, early hours Thursday is a wash. So that means we have today and tomorrow to build a Starliner out, replicate the Starliner, make it work exactly like the real one, as close of an analog as we possibly can in KSP. And I think I already have an Atlas rocket lying around in one of my Kerbal saves. I'm pretty sure we could find one, or just find a way to get it into space, and then fly the thing, make sure it flies right, and then somehow figure out through testimony and through watching the stream where the exact thrusters, watching the prior streams, where the exact thruster failure was, which thrusters it was, and then get the scenario up and running basically by Wednesday night. Couldn't you use Jebstone? Yeah, sure. I heard Nanya, this is nice this type of year. Oh, you heard Nanya is nice this type of year as well. People said that in both chats. That's okay. So I have today and tomorrow to get this done. We might have to go all the way through. We might not space news today. Tomorrow, oh yeah, because Jared Isaacman's confirmation is tomorrow, and then we also have the Project Kuiper launch tomorrow. So you're gonna get a lot of Kerbal over the next 2 days here from your boy. Lots of KSP. Oh no. Does that mean that NSF are also streaming it? Streaming what? What do you mean? Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Oh no.
I just bought 50 chicks from the farm. They were going cheap, cheap, cheap.
Hi, Geeson. Oh, it's been a while. Oh, wait. Oh, that felt right. That felt right. Name of the song? This is just background AI music, Flip, that we use just to throw off so nobody claims the videos. And no, because I said I want to actually make it and have it work, and then make it not work. Actually, KSP2 might be a good idea. No. So how long until someone comes in to talk about KSP? Yeah, Tess. Yeah, Hillness, I mean, would we expect anything less from Tessa? All right. Here we go. Yeah, no, we don't KSP2 in this stream. I said this in chat at the very end of last night's stream. I am never playing that game ever again. Ever. I don't care if they fix it. I don't care if somebody takes it, like makes it. I'm never playing that game ever again.
Discovery,
Ever.
go at throttle up.
Oh. Oh. Never say never. Yeah, no, I'm never touching that crock of crap ever again. Whoa. This feels strange, dude. All right. Starliner capsule. All right. Let me go searching through my craft files, see if we have anything even remotely like this. I never built Starliner. To be fair, I never really... I mean, yeah, we did make a dragon capsule. I made a dragon capsule because I wanted to see if I could make like a Super Draco landing capsule. But if you guys know me from KSP, like I don't do capsules. We don't do capsules here. Capsules are lame, all right? You know, capsules be all like, well, here am I sitting in a tin can. No, not tin can. Tin brick, okay? We fly bricks here, sir, all right? Not gumdrops, all right? It's not a candy. I love that thing. We should use it. All right, anyway. So yeah, I don't really make capsules. I haven't made one in a long time, dudes. Kitten Space Agency. I'd play that. Sure, absolutely. Whenever Dean and the boys get it done. What's this? Oh. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, nope. That is a capsule, but it's not the capsule we're looking for. You never stop flying it, that's right. On a scale from 1 to 10, how many rules are we using today? What do you mean, someone? Maybe that is that? Oh no, this is... Yeah, this is something a little different. And Nader, you're here. I know you're here. I'm sorry I never gave this to you. I should probably do that. But also, look at that thing. It's got a party hat. Isn't that nice? Didn't you have a capsule for non-retrieval mission mode? Oh no. You probably should. Yeah. Yeah. VTOL demo? Oh, look at us. Look at that thing. Ah. We did get that to work, didn't we? I don't know how I did that, but whatever. Would a space plane smaller than the shuttle like Dream Chaser experience more or less heating? Thinking like square cube law. It depends on the... Well, size and mass is going to determine your impulse of heat, dude. Yeah, size and mass is going to really determine that. If you have something that's the size of Dream Chaser that's as heavy as the shuttle, you're going to get a lot of heating. You're going to get more heating. Well, not more heating. It's so with re-entry Sea Kraken, you're always going to absorb a total impulse of heat. The reason why is because the total impulse. Okay. Oh man, I got to remember now. The total impulse of heat really doesn't change. It's just the mass and the shape determines your peak heating and how long your period of heating is. That's what's the most important. So a Dream Chaser that had the mass for some reason of the space shuttle, like I don't know what you made it out of. Oh, Rigel capsule. What is this? Yeah. A Dream Chaser that had the mass of the space shuttle is going to get a lot. I gotta go watch the atmospherics video again. It's been too long. That's going to experience higher heating. Your peak heating is going to be a lot higher, but your period of heating will be a lot. No. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, we gotta watch the atmospherics video again. I gotta watch the atmospheric video again. All right, so hey Dons. So this is the Rigel capsule. The Rigel is, we made this a little while back. This, I mean, I made a lot of things a little while back. Let me put it that way. The Rigel capsule is supposed to be somewhat analogous to Orion. That's not what we want here. That's not what, this is not, this has a SPS. Starliner does not have an SPS. Yeah, we're gonna have to start over. That's a good capsule though. The Rigel is great. That's a great vehicle. I'm forgetting the atmospheric re-entries, Sea Kraken, and I'm a little ashamed that I'm forgetting it, dude. Your total impulsive heat is right. You're always going to absorb the same amount of energy because you're most things can. I mean, it really is dependent on terminal velocity, but more or less it's the same. It's your peak heating temperature and your period of heating. So let me just go back to your question because I just confused the frick out of myself. Would a spaceplane smaller than the shuttle like Dream Chaser experience more or less heating? So it's going to be a lower you have less surface area, right? But you also have way less mass. More or less stock Splash Twist. I have some visual mods. Something like Dream Chaser. So something like Dream Chaser is designed to have low peak heating, longer period of heating. The period of heating would be longer, but I think your peak heating would be a lot lower with something like Dream Chaser, just because it's such low mass. Most of Dream Chaser is empty space because it's got such a big cargo hold, like the space shuttle. Similar. A lot of the space shuttle is just hollow space. You know, so I would say lower peak heating, but the period of heating would be longer. So I would say lower, but I wasn't expecting this question this early, but yeah, I think that's right. That's why the X-37 can do insane re-entries. The X-37 can do insane re-entries because of its tiles. It's using Tough Rock, the unifibrous tile. This. It's using this. Something like this. This is a Starship tile. But it's the same idea. The unifibrous tiles are very good at absorbing a crazy amount of heat. This can absorb frankly insane amount of heat. You see where I burned it with a blowtorch right there? I burned that with a blowtorch and I had my thumb right there. Now, I don't know if you guys can tell. That's maybe a ½ inch between the edges there. I had a blowtorch right here and my thumb right there. I didn't even feel any heat. That is ridiculous. A blowtorch. Not map gas. It was just regular blue can torch. But yeah, the Tough Rock tiles are insane at absorbing heat. It's actually nuts. What is the density of that stuff? It's got the density of like very thick styrofoam. What flight is that from? 1. Flight 1, I think. All right. So, let's get back to work. Good questions, though. Quick question. What was your reaction to IFT 7 and 8? The IFT 7, Smart Freddy, you can see that on NSF's IFT 7, the Flight Test 7 video. I'm there. They had a behind-the-scenes thing, and dude, honestly, Starship ruined rockets for me. Like, I don't think I could, like, it ruined rockets for me, dude. Like, that's the truth. We got to start new. Yeah, the freaking thing ruined rockets completely. Yeah, I can't freaking. My reaction, dude, I went full tilt. Like, dude, I like having a good time, especially when a rocket launch. Rockets get me fired up. I'm like, yeah, let's go, baby, that's awesome. When I saw Flight 7 go, I was just like, that's doing the. Like, my expectations were exceeded so much, dude. I was just like, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Oh, there it goes. Oh, look, it came back and they caught it. All right. That's all right. You know, Freddie, I was just like, that's pretty cool. The catch is insane. And then what Flight 8, I kind of understood what was going on more. I have the footage of Flight 8, and I'm just like, that's so freaking cool, man. Like, anyway. Okay. Let's do this right. Last modified 4825. The Jebliner JST 100. Let's go. All right. I haven't done this in a little while. So, just like everything else, let's get some Remember when they said way back, yes, we were going to catch it, and everyone was saying there's no way. Peter, when I first heard them like catching the booster, I was like, really? You're gonna? All right. But the more I thought about it, especially after, well, kind of prototyping Starship and stuff in KSP, I was like, okay, I see how they're gonna do this. I made chopsticks. In fact, that was the last thing we did in KSP. So, this is a 2.5 stock capsule, Robert. This should be good enough for our simulations because it has thrusters in the same positions as Starliner. I'll get more into that in a second. So check this out, dudes. We built the chopsticks. No, that's not the right one. The more I prototyped it and tried it in KSP, the more I was like, dude, this is absolutely doable. Like, it's absolutely doable. And it's actually a pretty dang safe bet, which that's what gets me. It's when we saw Flight 5 catch, right? And I just kept looking at it. You know, I've watched that footage a bajillion times. Like, I was just sitting there. I'm like, you know, all said and done, this is not the stupidest idea. Like, in fact, catching a booster looks right. That looks right to me. It, as weird as that sounds, but yeah, that was my thing. Like, that looks like it should do that. You know, I guess if that's the right way to explain it. Do you remember when your last rocket launch in KSP was? It was a Starship test. That was it, man. Like, they made it look so ridiculously effortless, like landing Falcon 9. They make it look so ridiculously effortless. You know, like, I asked myself, like, you know, when, you know, we were reviewing the Flight 5 footage, I'm like, why doesn't everyone do this? Why doesn't everybody land their first stages? Like, why doesn't everybody catch the booster? Like, that looks like that's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing. That's what we should have been doing this the whole time. Like, imagine like a space shuttle with like 4 Falcon 9s on the side or something, or like a space shuttle with a super heavy underneath the external tank, like old school Saturn shuttle style. Like, it's super heavy, shoots off the external tank in the shuttle up into space, right? And then it turns around, comes back down, and gets caught. Like, and then you use the chopsticks to pick up the shuttle by the external tank. I was afraid this was
Discovery,
going to
go
happen.
and throttle up.
I'm just going to log this idea back here for another day. We'll just log that idea back here, okay? We got to build a Starliner. I have 2 days. Okay. We're just logging that one back here. We're just gonna put that back in the files. What is 6-staff LOC, and why are you testing it? 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control, B-Dean. I need to build a Starliner because I bet DOS on the Flame Trench last week that he couldn't get a broken Starliner capsule with 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control to the space station. So the first thing we got to do is build a Starliner analog. It doesn't necessarily have to look like it, but I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it look like it. Did you get enough rest? Yeah, Jens, I'm fine. Is that a stock shuttle? They said it couldn't be done. The centers of mass are too fiddly. Okay. All right, guys. Splash. That is a fully reusable space shuttle. Fully reusable. I designed that space shuttle to work exactly like the real one. Exactly like the real one. And when I say fully reusable, I mean fully reusable. You could drag it right back to the pad. You could put payload. You could put new payloads in it if you really want to. It has the Longeron pin connection system. You could put payloads in it. You can move the arm out of the way. If you want to put more stuff in, heck, you could take the arm off if you really want to. You could fly with 2 robotic arms. I have the mounting point over there, just like the real one. This works. This is a stock KSP shuttle that is analogous in function to the real thing. It works exactly like the real one. As real as you can get in stock KSP. Oh, this is a shuttle. Oh, she flies. She flies good. Dude, when I say reusable, I mean reusable. My external tank attachment points are using RCS balls as pilot bearings to hold this thing in place. And then a Kerbal can come in and construct and strut the aft attachment points. The forward bipod strut is your master control point, master point of connection to the external tank, and it's on a docking port. How does that work? Well, how does that work during re-entry? I attach the docking port to something that you can sink a lot of heat in. The Mark III cockpit can take a lot of heat, so the docking port conducts heat into the Mark III cockpit during entry, using the cockpit as a heat sink. And, well, these tiles as well. These panels aren't there just for show. They are, in fact, its thermal protection system. The way this is set up uses the tiles like a gigantic heat sink, which is basically what the tiles are. They are a heat sink. You sink insane amounts of heat into them, and they get warm and they go from there. This has worked I have this set up and built actually like a
Discovery,
heatsink.
go at throttle up.
Every row of tiles is on a different strip, so they work hierarchically to disperse the heat correctly. Yeah, that was hard to do. That took a long time to make. Making that shape right there was one of the hardest things I've ever done in KSP, but we did. I had to make my own tooling in KSP because the editor did not have the fidelity. The editor didn't have the right fidelity to make that complicated of a shape with it, like with the stock editor controls. I made my own tooling. It's called a panel tessellator. I built my own tooling lines in KSP to do this. Sorry, I didn't get it done in time, Das. Someone asked me about the shuttle. Oh, nice, Bree. I'm picking up your sarcasm. But yeah, this shuttle is fully reusable. You can pick it up. You could reintegrate it to an external tank. Yeah, it's fully reusable. I built the transporters for it. I even built a mate-demate device for it at some point. Yeah, Bree is... You should build Dragon with a broken toilet. Nope. Okay, we can learn more about the space shuttle later that we built. That's Collins, CTS Mark V. Yeah, it's a great vehicle. But we're working on Starliner today. So, we got to make this. Now, we have to look at thruster positions and whatnot. So, Starliner, when it docked to the ISS, right before it docked, it had a problem. The problem was called 6 DOF LOC, which means 6 degrees of freedom loss of control. Barry Wilmore had manual control of the capsule because the automatic docking system kept blowing out thrusters. And when I say blowing out thrusters, basically the thrusters got too hot and the computer disabled them as a controls mechanism. Once again, I will say this once, I'll say it again. The Boeing engineers that designed the control systems for Starliner, very, very good. Very good control system. The control systems engineers there actually saved lives. Because if the control system wasn't dialed in, this thing absolutely would have actually stranded people in space. So, credit where credit is due on the control systems engineers at Boeing. They know what's good. So, we got to make this. So, the first thing we got to do is look at the Starliner capsule's thruster positions. All right? we need to start looking around. All right, so the first thing we'll do is look at thruster positions on the capsule. And then we'll build out the service module correctly with its thruster blocks. You should make a diagram. I'm sure there's plenty of diagrams around, dude. Okay. So, the clusters of thrusters, I think I already have that picture. The clusters of thrusters on the capsule, I thought they were kind of similar. They're not exact, but they're close. Get the tunage going. Plastas thrusters. Was the capsule on track to damage the space station when it lost control and regained, or was it bound to sit there? The way NASA does their V-bar alignment, Dean, the capsule could basically fly ballistic for 4 orbits before it has the possibility of hitting the space station. That's why they're very slow and precise during docking, because they always want to make sure that the capsule is in an orbit where it won't crash into the space station. That's why 6 DOF LOC, 6 degrees of freedom loss of control, is such a big problem during rendezvous proximity operations. So I'm going to go NASA acronym on you. 6 DOF LOC during RPOD is insanely bad. That's like Apollo 13 levels of bad. And that's the argument that Das and I were having. He was like, oh, it's sensationalist. They got the capsule to the space station. It's good. Which is fair. There are a lot of sensational there's a lot of sensationalism surrounding Starliner, and it pisses me off. It's a good capsule, but I'm critical of Starliner because I want it to succeed. People that are sensationalists about Starliner are critical of Starliner because they want it gone. We are not the same. Okay? We are not the same. Yeah, that is that's Egypt right there. Yep, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. That's the Sinai Peninsula right there. Yeah, Libya's over here. So, once again, getting the thruster positions right and building a good version of this is really what I'm after. That's what we're going to do. So, it starts with building out the capsule and the thruster positions. So, these thrusters, the ones that are kind of ellipticals going this way, are thrusters that are designed for roll control during re-entry. That's Yemen, not the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's absolutely Saudi Arabia. Jeddah's right there. What are you talking about? Yemen's down there. In the Gulf of Aden. That's over here. You're Janet, you're too far north. What does LOC mean in the title? Luca, that means loss of control. 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control. All right, so we have side rolling thrusters here. That's used, as this diagram says. Crew module engines are used to orient the spacecraft during atmospheric re-entry. 20 L3 Harris service module orbiting maneuver thrusters and attitude control engines are used to abort maneuver and separate the stage. 28 service module reaction control systems engines built by L3 Harris, and then the 4 RS-88 launch abort engines. All right, let's get those ones right. We have roll control thrusters here. So what are you trying to find out and prove that you're testing? Is losing control of the capsule, can you lose control? Can you lose the thrusters that they actually lost and still nurse the capsule to the space station with manual control? That's what Das and I are kind of going back and forth with. Sea Kraken had an awesome 3D model. Okay. You got something for me? Let's start pulling up our reference here. Ooh, a Chinook. 748. Oh, thanks, man. This is fantastic. It only has one roll control block of thrusters. You see that? Huh. Well, all systems, we're going to have to figure that out. We don't really know exactly where it is. So, the other thing we got to do is figure out what's the up axis orientation on this capsule. You know, we can't. It's hard to tell where yaw, pitch, and roll are if we don't know what the axis orientation of the vehicle is. Now, if I'm looking at this right, it looks like the doghouses, right? These thruster blocks that are on the service module are aligned with the cardinal directions here. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this is the up orientation for the capsule. Where your roll control thruster block right there is for atmospheric entry is at the top, because that's the commander's window right there, and then the pilot's sitting right next to them. The commander has a window for looking out, and Starliner only has one window, which... And then the door is on the quote-unquote starboard side, the egress hatch. Huh. So the center of mass would be on the opposite side. Yeah. Capsule center of mass is biased towards the nadir of the capsule, if I'm looking at this right. Okay. So Is there any other stock capsule that we could use? I think the 1-3 command pod is close enough. Now, what I'm going to do is get rid of the monopropellant on here, and then we are going to disable the thruster controls on this, because the thruster blocks aren't in the exact right spot. The me of the capsule? Yes. So now, all right, where's our center of mass here? Okay. The roll control thruster block is up here at the top. All right, so what kind of thrusters do we have here? Oh, I have to dust off the cobwebs, dudes. This is nuts. This is weird. I never thought I'd have to do this, but it's okay. Here we go. So Starliner has different types of thrusters on it. There are two sizes, more or less, of thrusters. There's crew module engines. There's service module OMAC, orbital maneuvering and control engines. And then there's service module RCS. Okay. Let's say they became adrift and reboot failed. What was the plan? Suit up and wally out of the ISS airlock? Does the ISS still have the chair with RCS? It has safer packs, Pogo. If they became adrift and the reboot failed, the first thing to do is to not do something stupid. Figure out why the thrusters failed. But once again, you have 4 orbits at the very least before you're going to have a possibility of colliding with the space station. 4 orbits is 6 hours. 90-minute orbit at ISS altitude. No, you have 4 hours. Figure it out. If you have to nurse the capsule to the space station, do it, because if you're not sure the thrusters can get you home, nursing it to the space station and using it as refuge buys you some extra time to figure out what happened with your thrusters, which is exactly what NASA did. They nursed it to the space station. It barely got there, but it got there. All right. So, like Starliner, we're going to have smaller thrusters and bigger thrusters. We're not going to be able to use the thruster blocks. We're going to have to design these systems ourselves. So, all right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. So I'm going to take the capsule. I'm going to rotate it 10 degrees. And we got to start placing thrusters. First thing I need to do is how we place this. It placed a little strange. So we got to make sure the thruster orientation is snapped to absolute axis to get the control systems that we're looking for. All right, so now that thing needs to go this way. Hey, Unit B. What's up, buddy? And it needs to be basically right there. Now, it looks like those thrusters are kind of pointed a little bit downwards, and they're pointed they're not like perfectly sideways. They're pointed like this a little bit. So we can recreate that. Let's angle it up at 5. Give me 1 second. Somebody open the door. I'll be right back. Oh, nope. Wind opened the door. Freaking wind. I gotta fix the one of the doors in the garage isn't sealing correctly. Check the 3D model. They're not pointed in the model. It's because the 3D model is wrong. I would trust a promo graphic from Boeing over a fan-made model. Look. Check it out, Flanking. The wind, it's actually pouring, but the compressor is cleaning it out. All right, so back at about 5 degrees. Back about 5 degrees and up 5 degrees. Actually, it's definitely more than that. Let's angle it a little bit more. Shut off the center of mass indicator. We don't need that right now. 10 degrees. Yeah, that's more or less right. Okay, cool. Now I could sit here, place the other thruster, place 2 over there. I'm not going to do that. What we're going to do here is get myself an octagonal strut. These parts are great for making mount points in the game. It's a physics-less part, so you don't really need to worry about it screwing with the aerodynamics too much, right? Man, is that cubic octag? That cubic octag's a lot bigger than I remember it. Hold on. Is there another physics-less part that we could use that has surface attachment? Can we surface attach a thermometer? No. Okay. Yeah, grip pads aren't physics-less, Sea Kraken. I don't want to do that. Are those the thrusters that don't work? No, Shannon. I'm just building all the thrusters out. I don't really know which thrusters they lost. I'd have to go back and look in the press conference. If the challenge didn't call for a stock craft, I would recommend downloading Restock and Restock Plus. Yeah, I'm not using mods. I don't use mods in KSP. I like building with what we have. All right, and guys, I didn't start with these thrusters because they're the ones that I think failed. I started with these thrusters just because you just pick a place to start. If you watch the Johnny Kim's MS-27 launch with the 2 cosmonauts last night, we stayed up really late and watched him launch. They did Johnny Kim had a promo, and in his like astronaut promo, he said something very, very pertinent to doing something challenging, one step at a time. So just pick something. So I just picked the thruster block. Let's just start with that. Easy. So now, take a look. Instead of placing 2 thrusters here and trying to get them all figured out and trying to get everything right, it's a big pain in the butt. Let's just place the thrusters on this cubic octag. All right, so now okay. Cool. Now we have a thruster block. Ready? So, we take this. We angle it down, right? On the right orientation. And from here, we can adjust each thruster very easily, right? So if we wanted our 10 degrees back, 10 degrees back, and then 10 degrees up. I want that kind of buried in there, so All right. Why does Dragon use an integrated RCS block unlike Starliner? Is there pros and cons? It's just different designs. Grim, I gotta kind of cook here a little bit, dude. I could discuss those. We could discuss the finer differences between Dracos and the L3 Harris thrusters that are shuttle derived on Starliner, but that's a whole conversation, and I don't really have a lot of time here to build this thing, you know? Like, I gotta, dude, we gotta cook, man. I gotta kind of sit here and build. All right, I'll ask during space news. ... Okay. All right. No, that loses our orientation. Okay. That should do it. Oh, do not reroute this. All right, fat finger the keyboard. I actually have to get used to KSP's editor controls again, and I don't know how to feel about that. There we go. Hey, Red Panda, thanks for the raid, man. Okay. There it is. Perfect. All right. Excellent. I'll put something up here to make it look nice in a second. But what we can do... Watch. We take this. We know its exact position. If we mirror this, right? Move it back into an absolute position. And then we just dial it in and match this up. All right, local orientation. That. Get rid of the original. Cool. Now reorient the capsule to the up configuration. Boom. There you go. Roll control thruster block. All right, so once again, we have the actual thrusters on here disabled. The capsule comes with stock thrusters that are used for roll control, but they're in a different orientation. They're in a different orientation, so I just disabled those. The other thing is that no reaction wheel. There's no wheel authority here. Get rid of that. Killer. Bye, Aaron. Yuri, I finished watching Alexander the OK's documentary about the Soviet 3-propellant rocket engine that never actually existed, with the Max air-launched spaceplane that was planned to launch on the AN-225. Tri-propellants. Ambitious, Yuri. Ambitious. Max was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool idea, for sure. All right, so now we have one more thruster block, and I'm not sure if those are downward thrusters or what. Let me look at that model. The very interesting thing here is that there's only 3 of them. There's not a 4th one over here, which is very strange. I don't know what those things do. Why is there only 3? And then there's another set right there. I don't know what the heck those do. Like, I'm not sure which axis of movement you're trying to control. So, guys, here, let me explain something. So, all right, you know, we have our, look at that. We got our heat shield, right? You got your capsule. Now, interesting thing here with capsules, okay? We'll keep the full ablator on because we're kind of low on struts. All right, so capsules, you see how our center of gravity, this is a center of gravity indicator in KSP. Obviously, it's basically directly on the center line of this capsule. So what I'm going to do here is I'll make a ruler just so it's easier to visualize. There's a really, really nice and fun way of making like straight lines in the editor, so you can use the editor, you can use it to measure things. I call them Tessa rulers because one of my moderators was the guy that came up with it. So let's make a Tessa ruler, right? And we put this on our capsule's like geometric center line, right? So take this, move this way. You see how that strut, this strut is not going to be part of the vehicle, guys. It's just there for visual aid in the editor. That's just for us. Think of it like an editor tool, right? So obviously that strut line is basically going through our center of gravity, right? Now our center of gravity is slightly shifted because of the thruster blocks, but that's whatever, it's fine. Let me just make sure we're locked on an absolute config. That's on the world grid. That's on the world grid. That's more or less on the world grid. All right. It does strafing. Well, yes, and Tessie, you could say that, but give me one moment. So, capsules, guys, and this is another thing that we're going to need to add. Toggle. Disabled, toggle flag. All right, so what a lot of people don't know, capsules have an offset center of gravity, and we can do that offset by basically adding in, quote unquote, our life support systems. Now, I'm in stock KSP here. There's no life support. You don't need to do that. But believe it or not, your capsules won't fly very well if you don't have a mass analog, or they won't fly like the real ones if you don't have a mass analog of where the actual environmental control systems are. So I'm going to take a radial holding tank, okay? This is just an ore tank. You use that to collect resources in KSP. And what I'm going to do is turn the music down a little bit while I'm explaining something. What I'm going to do is fill this thing up with ore and then close it out, disable it, right? So capsules actually use an offset center of mass, like this. And your environmental control systems are usually at the back. They're usually towards the heat shield, because with a capsule, you need your center of mass towards the heat shield so it flies correctly. And you also need it offset. Now, why? Why, oh why are you doing that, EJ? What's that about? Well, look. You can see now that our center of mass is offset to the center line of the capsule, right? Now, for visual purposes, guys, I'm going to show you, I'm going to put a wing on this so we can get the center of lift indicator working, right? So, see that? Center of lift. So that's your center of lift on the vehicle. So now, what I'm going to do is we take this center of lift, right? And if we put it here without the ore tank, center of lift, center of mass are kind of just lined up, right? Your capsule will just fall like a brick. It won't, you'll be able to roll it, but that's about it. Now, check this out. With our offset COM, look, here's what we can do. Now watch this. This is pretty trick stuff. The center of mass actually probably needs to be a little bit lower. So just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to move this like down here. Okay. So see where the center of lift is now relative to our center of mass, right? So how is this capsule going to want to fly? Like this. If we entered this thing with the center of lift over the center of gravity like that, how is this going to want to fly? When it's coming back, well, the center of lift acts as a pulling force. That's why you have this arrow here. It's a force that pushes you. So this thing is going to want to fly like this. Check that out. Now look, if you roll the capsule, right? Look what happens. See, the center of lift starts pointing in different directions. See, it changes. Right? Flying like this, right? Flying like that is going with the offset center of mass like this. Flying like this is going to make your heat shield want to face up. Right? So what happens if we rolled it upside down? Look. That's going to make you want to fly like this. Do you see what I'm talking about? Your center of mass wants to go first, and your center of lift's always going to be pulling in that direction. See what direction it's pointed in when I orient the capsule like this? Real capsules use what's called they use roll control modulation, okay? To more or less, they use the roll control thrusters on the capsule to modulate the angle of attack on your heat shield. This right there is how capsules actually steer and can land in a precise spot, right? So if we roll this thing, right? We roll it this way, right? We roll 90 degrees this way. Now look, your center of lift is your pulling force once again, right? And it's going to want to pull, because you're flying this way, it's going to want to pull that way, right? Because this ideally wants to be like that, see? And it's gonna keep going until it lines up perfectly with that center of mass. That would be nice and stable, see? See what I mean? So rolling the capsule can actually change you can change the angle of attack of your heat shield, right? You can get it to fly like this, you can get it to fly like this, you can get it to fly like that, or like that. See what I'm talking about there? It's always going to want to stabilize to the center of gravity going first and your center of lift pushing right through it. This is how capsules steer, and that's how they can find their recovery sites, because they do this. They use RCS to roll the capsule like that to change the angle of attack on the heat shield. You've just stared at it, marveled at its beauty. So that's something that they figured out during the Apollo program. And that's how they could get the capsule back. If that makes any sense. If that made no sense, basically roll control thrusters will help you change angle of attack on your heat shield. You can roll it because of the offset center of mass. All right. Now, here's the thing. You know, I know what people are saying. Why not just put thrusters up here? Well, the center of gravity is over here. And the capsule's really short. So even if you put like a huge, powerful thruster up here, you're not going to have what's called control moment here. You're not going to get good moment. You can't really make the capsule do this with thrusters. There's really no good way to do that. The best way to do that would be to make, you know, like have a really long, like, thing coming out of the capsule and having a thruster block like way over here, right? So you can use your thrusters to change the pitch of the capsule and you can fly it, right? But once you start doing that, you know, you've added this huge long pole to the end of the capsule. In what is no, that's adding more complication to achieve the same result of roll control modulation. Which once again, that's why I have these thrusters here. That's why Starliner has those thrusters right there, so it can change the angle of attack of its heat shield and do a precise landing. Despite the CFT mission going so ridiculously wrong, the capsule still did come down and it landed pretty much within like 100 meters of where they wanted it to land. Now that 100-meter variation isn't because of the capsule not being able to precisely guide itself down. It uses parachutes, so the wind could be blowing in one direction, so you get a kind of a little nominal area. This thing landed pretty much exactly where Boeing wanted it to land, which is pretty cool. So the roll control is used to modulate the angle of attack of the heat shield to get it to either work like a speed brake or work like a wing. You could use it as a spoiler, you could use it as a wing to generate lift. And then you could roll the capsule to the side. If you rolled it to the side, like I said, right, you roll it to the side, the thing's going to want to fly like this, because center of mass always wants to go first, right? This thing would actually fly somewhere in here, like that. Pretty cool, huh? So, we have to obviously mimic that to get the capsule to fly correctly. But that's why I put these roll control thrusters here. Now, once again, the KSP capsule, the 1-3 capsule, does have those roll control thrusters, but they ain't in the right spot. We're not using those. So, we got to cover those up. So, what I'm going to do here, we'll leave the Tessa ruler there. I'll get rid of that for now. Hey, Pie Guy, 93-month resub. Great explanation. Question, is the center of mass always aside, or does it move mechanically? Now, Tanit, you tell me. Would you have some type of mechanical mass shifting system? Or would you rather it be a passive thing? In the case of small interplanetary capsules, we use something simple, spin stabilization. Yep. Spinning is in fact a good trick. Not a spoiler, still a wing, just down. Yeah, they got a word for that, Wartaz. It's called a spoiler. Yeah, but also I'm saying before re-entry, you also need to reorient yourself after you ditch your service module. Ah, yeah, Yuri, true that. Movable, because on ascent, it's weird. Asking. No, Tenet, I'm asking a question back to you to get the gears, to get the, you know, the wind-up monkey going in your head. This is how I explain things. Okay, so what's your trade-off here? What's your trade-offs? Some type of mechanical movement system is going to increase complexity and increase mass. Mass is always in very high demand for a spacecraft. Now, a shifting system, right? A shifting system you could put in makes the capsule could make the capsule a little bit more maneuverable, right? If it shifts in aligns perfectly, or you could change the modulation on your thrusters to compensate for an offset. Now, once again, that ore tank hanging down there, that is a huge... I did that for an example, just to show you guys. In reality, it's more like this. Here, let me show you. In reality, we're talking about a center of mass shift that's more along the lines of it's not a lot, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a lot. I'd say in reality, it's probably something like that. It's not that far off. The point is, a mechanical movement system is going to cost you mass. It's easier just to configure your thrusters to take that into it, to take into account an offset. Fun fact. Check this out, dude. Because of the non-symmetrical nature of the ascent module, basically less rocket on your rocket, right? And the non-symmetrical nature of NTO and MMH, the Apollo ascent module was actually asymmetric. It had the center of mass was offset, so they compensated with thrusters. Yeah, this thing needed some of the thruster blocks firing during ascent to keep the thing on an even keel, because your center of thrust is not lined up with your center of mass. It had to do it that way. They ran out of mass. Like, even a 1-ton mass increase on your ascent module would send catastrophic ripple effects on the design criteria for every other thing. Like, if this thing is 1 ton heavier, your descent module needs to be like 3 times heavier. And then your Saturn V needs to be 4 times heavier, right? Like, it makes a big difference. Especially when you get further along in your mission. The further up the stage is, the lighter it needs to be. It doesn't... Yeah, that's a good way to explain that, right? Yeah, this thing was asymmetric by design. They had to do that because they ran out of mass. But yeah, in reality, it's not offset by a lot, dude. So they just compensate. They compensate for it. Yeah, that makes a big difference. Yeah, Hellfish, yeah. NASA did try using control moment gyros to control a capsule. It didn't work very well. They got saturated in like the first 2 minutes and failed due to excessive vibrations later. Yeah, not a lot of things use control moment gyros. Kerbal kind of... This is something that Kerbal doesn't really teach too well. You have control moment gyros, the stabilizers. Dude, not a lot of spacecraft use these. Seriously. You use the thrusters for your stabilization to stay put. This adds way too much complexity and way too much mass to your design. The shuttle didn't have these, and the shuttle's 60 tons. It didn't have CMGs. Coincidentally, Buran did, which is very interesting to me, but yeah, that's probably because that airframe is designed to have 3 Mack trucks worth of engines in the back, and Buran not having that, they probably had some mass margins to put a CMG in, which is very interesting. Gotcha, thanks. I was thinking about a liquid maze that shifts the center of mass. Silly me. No. So, once again, we're going to build this into this design. The thing is, Tanit, in Kerbal, you don't have to worry about life support, right? At least in the stock system. In the stock game, there's TAC life support and stuff, which is fantastic, right? But in order to get this to fly right, like, okay, if I took my space shuttle and I took the 3 main engines off the back, right? It wouldn't fly very well. It's not designed to fly with like losing 30 tons of mass off, well, not 30 tons, losing 10 tons of mass off the back. What would that do for a regular airplane? That would really break things. Yeah, that would really break things. It wouldn't fly correctly, right? Capsules are the same way. You have to get your capsules to... You have to put in mass analogs into your capsules to take into account that real capsules have life support systems on them. Those life support systems take up mass. Now, once again, we don't have life support, so a full ore tank usually suffices to take up the mass of your environmental control systems. That usually works. It works pretty well, actually, for what it's worth. There's actually small weights that are able to be moved around by astronauts that they can use to make the minor COM adjustments as needed in flight. Oh, that's good to know, Pi. So, there you go. Cool. That's good to know, dude. Kind of a little bit of an antiquated thing to do with that way to do that, but hey, whatever. I mean, but Pi, that further kind of proves what I'm talking about. That your center of mass isn't intended. This is the important part. Center of mass isn't offset by a lot. It's not a lot. It's just enough to get the heat shield to roll. It's simple and it works. Thruster modulation should be able to solve that problem, Pi, but then again... No comment. Anyway, we're not using these thrusters on this capsule, so I'm going to cover them up just so people don't get confused. I have a custom flag pack that has a bunch of color swatches on it. Also, it has Cyrillic letters too. It's pretty cool. Exclamation point flags in Twitch chat if you would want this. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna reorient the capsule. We're gonna go in 4 times symmetry, and then we're just gonna move the flag up a little bit. Change the angle a little bit, move it back, cover those thruster blocks. Nobody will ever know. That looks a little strange. Maybe we should change the swatch a little bit. Let's go more gray. Oh yeah, that'll work. Use the little bit slightly bigger flag. No, we could probably get away with a small one. I just want to cover this up because, yeah, having those thrusters do nothing looks weird. Okay, cool. Actually, we could probably get away with using 2 sets. Just to cover up the sides. Once again, this is more for you guys. These are physics-less parts. I wouldn't worry about them too much. Alright, I'm just thinking about how we could go about messing with these. Yeah, okay, cool, that'll work. Nah, you know what, that's gonna be too many. I don't want like a bunch of flags on this thing. That's gonna look weird. One set at 4x symmetry should work just fine. Yeah, and it's covering up the thruster blocks. Once again, I don't want people getting confused when they look at this stuff. Okay, cool. Now, Starliner, that's the LEM. Starliner has another set of thrusters there, and I'm not 100% sure what those are for. Physics-less parts add to the part count, but they don't add to the part simulation, Wiz. Hi, by the way. Long time no see, dude. They add to the part count, but they don't add to the part simulation. What they do, how they coded this, is it takes the mass, and it adds the mass to the part that it's attached to, and that part simulates the physics with the added mass to it. These are not susceptible to aerodynamics, but they are susceptible to physics. You know, calling them a physics-less part is a little bit of a misnomer, but what are you going to do? Are you going to share the finished capsule? We could. All right. All right, that's good enough to kind of show the indicators where the thruster blocks are. Once again, the thruster, in real life, the thrusters are recessed a little bit, but that's, in Kerbal, that's good enough. Kerbal doesn't know the difference. They're recessed as far as the game knows. Once again, I'm using my custom flag pack here to show where these thrusters are. Good, 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 good. Now we need a center control block here. So now, hey, Pie Guy, are you here? What do those things do? The only thing I can really surmise here is those thrusters are backward facing? Question? And those ones look to be like pointed out the side of the thing. I don't understand what these thrusters are controlling. Now I'm really wondering, with Starliner, does it... I like this model, but I don't think it's... See, it's showing that there's no thruster block over here. That makes no sense. You wouldn't have it on three sides. There is, in fact, no thruster block over there. It should be right. Could the backward ones be for backing away from the station? Yeah, but it's asymmetric. There's one up, there's a thruster block up here, and then there's two on the sides. They're forward firing. Yeah, Patton. Well, why have one at 12, one at 3, nothing at 6, and one at 9? So you have three, like, you have three backward facing thrusters that are here, here, and here, like that. Where's the fourth one, and why is it not there? Maybe they only need 3 because the center of mass. I'm not 100% sure why the asymmetry. Well, Pi, whoever designed this control scheme, right? They only have one block of roll control thrusters that are double redundant, that are 2 fault redundant. You have 2 roll control thrusters for either side. Okay, I get it. You know, other capsules have, you know, roll control thrusters like up here, here. Like there's 2 thruster blocks or 3, but they only have 1 up here. You know, like once again, I understand, but yeah, those thrusters, interestingly enough, they look like they're pointed this way. Now, yeah, why you would do that is, I'm drawing a blank. You have this picture for re-entry. Well, I don't have that picture, but I mean, we can add it. Certainly more would be better. Is the one at 12 missing at 6 for some kind of roll during re-entry due to small misaligned center of mass? Yeah, but the center of mass would be towards... Well, yeah. I was thinking that for a second, but if I'm looking at this right, Starliner's center of mass is over here somewhere. The reason why I know it's towards the bottom, right? It's on the opposite side of this block. Well, you can tell. Where's that picture? So see the extra tiles, the shuttle style tiles that are over here? See that? That means that this is going to be the closest to your bow shock during re-entry. There's a NASA diagram somewhere around here. Here we go. Okay, so here it is. This is it. This is what I'm looking for. That's with the capsule in skip mode. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. Remember what I said. Long story short, guys, you can modulate the angle of attack on the capsule. So some of these simulations here, see, this is with the capsule in this would be lift mode, right? So in this particular case, your bow shock is close to the capsule. See how close it is up here? Now, the other way, if you rotated the capsule 180 degrees, it would, instead of being like this or like that, how it is right now, it would be like this, right? Your heat shield would be facing up at like 30 degrees. And in that particular case, you would get your bow shock right here. And that's where that extra thermal protection system is. Now, I'd be curious what I'm curious about is there more TPS on the other side? No, there isn't. No. See, they got it built up over there because the capsule's going to spend more time with its heat shield facing up because that slows you down more. The heat shield facing this way is going to push you further down range. This is going to shore you up, right? So we know that our center of mass is down here somewhere, right? It's over there. But why is there no thruster block down there? You still need to control the capsule before entry and ditching the service module, and you cannot do this with only the roll control ones. I see what you're saying, Yuri. I get it. Okay, so if you have... Let's do this. right? So we know that it has thrusters. I see it. Yuri, I got it. I get it. All right, I know what this is doing. All right, check this out. So, yeah, these thrusters are not the roll control thrusters that are used during re-entry. It's yaw and pitch control for the capsule to line up your entry. Yuri, you were saying that a second ago. That's right. All right, it took me a second to figure it out. But look, if we look at the front of Starliner, those thrusters are pointed. See how it's just a circle and it's not an ellipse? That means the thrusters are pointed straight out. They're pointed straight because there's no cut rocket nozzle, right? These ones, you know, are pointed that way. These ones are pointed this way. They're actually going that way. These ones are pointed down that way. Those ones being circles, the engines aren't angled. They're pointing straight out relative to the edge, meaning that those thrusters are somewhat like this. So, check this out. This is actually a pretty trick design, dudes. And this is cool because this is the kind of stuff you learn when you go to make the dang thing in Kerbal. So, look, those thrusters right there. That thruster block. Say you fired that thruster block. That's pitch down. Say you fired that thruster block. That's pitch up. Right? Say you fired this thruster, the thruster block that's behind my melon. Say you fired that one. That's yaw to the right. Fired the other one. Yaw to the left. And you could fire that thruster block and actually slow down. You pretty much have 6 degrees of freedom control here. The only thing you're missing is retrograde deceleration, which you don't necessarily need here. So like the capsule can boost itself. You have yaw, pitch, and roll, all axis, and you could push yourself this way with it. You can push yourself this way with it, but you're not going to be able to push yourself that way with it. There's no backwards facing thrusters. But if your service module, if you've already done your deorbit burn, your service module's jettison, and you're just lining up for re-entry, this is all the thrusters you need. And once again, everything is 2 fault redundant here because you have the thruster blocks are in sets of 2. See? I'll be honest with you, dudes. That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart, dude. Credit where credit is due. That's pretty smart. Just saying. How do you do fine-tuning maneuvers for docking the operations? The service module has thrusters? Yes. These thrusters are used for EDL. These thrusters are used for post-service module jettison, hypersonic. The service module is used for docking and undocking. Will this version of Starliner be able to send Kerbals both to and from its destination? Oh, jokes. Yes, geek. That was a good joke. For now, another joke. What do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? My butt. Is it really 2 fault? Well, you have 2 blocks of thrusters, Viper. So if you lose one, you can use the other one. Makes sense to me. What? I have a joke for you. What is a skeleton's favorite snack? Why must you fail me so often? Ribs!
Discovery.
Spare ribs! Frick! Anyway, Snow, what's up, dude? What's up, EJ? Hope things have been good. Been busy with work and haven't had time to watch. All good, man. All right, cool. So, and also they were covered when it was docked to the ISS, so they're only used for orientation during re-entry. Yes, they're EDL. Absolutely, dude. And once again, there's no need for a 4th set down here. They're redundant. So Boeing engineered this 2 fault redundant system, right? They engineered 2 fault redundant here. 2 fault redundancy for attitude control thrusters during entry. And they did it with the least amount of thrusters that they possibly could. So it's a trade-off, right? You have 2 fault redundant thrusters, and now that one can say that's a lot of extra thrusters. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But if you put everything here in 4 times symmetry, meaning you had another roll control thruster block over here, you had another roll control thruster block over here, you had another roll control thruster block over here, not only does that A, complicate your plumbing, your engine plumbing design for this, right? You're adding 4 fault redundancy when you don't really need it. This is good, man. This is a pretty smart design, dude. And I'm not just saying that to gain favor with Boeing. Fix your analytical model before you fly people on it. That was the dumbest thing you ever could have done. It's like that the truck episode, the semi episode of Top Gear. I'm not just saying this to gain favor with truckers. You know, change gear, check your mirrors, murder a prostitute, change gear, murder. You know, like that's actually a pretty cool design. I do like it. It's pretty smart. Is this for RORSO? No. So the surface module thrusters are for orbital maneuvers, while the thrusters on the capsule are re-entry only. Yeah. Yeah. And it's a simplified control system. It's pretty smart, man. Like I said, this positioning system is not stupid. That's actually pretty good. And if I had to guess, it's the same piece. So you only need to manufacture one type of thruster block for yaw and pitch control. And these obviously can't be the exact same piece, but same thrusters and everything. Smart. And once again, this is the stuff you don't really figure out until you go and do it, right? Like you don't figure this stuff out until we actually go sit here and build one to figure out how the thing works. All right, now we get our flag. There we go. All right, excellent. So now what we can do is, because the flag and the thrusters are connected to this cubic octag, and this is why I use these cubic octags for mounts. It's really smart. So check this out. Now what we can do is we can go into mirror symmetry, and we have the 2 thruster blocks, and because I snapped it to a world orientation, right, all we got to do is just move it around until it's in the right spot, and it should click right into position. See? There you go. We still need to do these thrusters here. Still figuring out that one, because on Starliner, the door is off, the hatch is offset to one side, and on the 1-3 command pod, the hatch is right here. It's like an Apollo capsule. Starliner has its hatch over here on the side for ingress. You kind of enter on the side, like through the side door. Yeah, that's right. It goes in the side door. Murray, that's freaking old school Top Gear. Fun times. All right, so just for funsies, to make this functional, we got to figure out another spot for this. Our center of mass should be backwards, so we might be able to get away with putting it here, but honestly, it really needs to be like right there. Once again, that's probably going to block egress and make it really difficult to get, like, for Kerbals to actually get out of the capsule. If there aren't roll thrusters 180 degrees from that block, won't it impart lateral motion as well as roll, since there's no opposite thrust to counteract? Center of mass. That's, well, Nader, yes, that's what you want, right? And this is what I mean. That's a very smart design for what it is. Like, and once again, I'm saying that to gain favor with Boeing. Frick them, make a capsule that works, right? That's actually really smart, because that works with the natural center of gravity of the capsule. Your roll control thruster block is as far away from your lower biased center of mass in this design, right? We have your eclipse is down here, right? And that gives these thrusters the most amount of control moment. Because remember, you're right, that's going to impart a little bit of an extra lateral motion, right? Because you don't have thrusters working on both sides. But that's what you want. That's what you want to get it to modulate angle of attack of your heat shield. That's why that's really smart, man. It's a really good idea. It works with the physics of roll control heat shield modulation. That uses the physics to your advantage doing that. And it's simpler. It's a simpler design. You definitely made the monkeys agitated. Good. Question. Those thrusters must be aligned or perpendicular with the axis of center of mass. And depending on the distance and angle, you're supposed to tweak impulses. Will you do that? Yeah, we'll mess with it, Tanit, for sure. Hey, ARJ with the $10 super chat. Thank you. Have you ever exported a car from Motivation to drive it in Beam? I have. Long time ago, though, dude. Idiot cop with 1 bit. Thank you. Will the footage from stream be on the Flame Trench? Oh, I'm going to give this... We're going to make the scenario, and I'm going to send it to Das, and he's going to try and fly it. Hey, Cammy, what's 6 DOF LOC? 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control. Worth building your 7 in it? I find that the automation cars in Beam Doom aren't really as high fidelity as the Beam actual cars. But yeah, it's pretty cool if you want to mess with it. Explain like I'm 5. Okay. In space, you're working in 3 dimensions, right? It's 3-dimensional. You're up in space. You have 3 dimensions. So you have 3, there's only 3 directions that you can go, right? So forward, back is one, up, down is another one, left, right is another one, right? So you have 3 axes of freedom there, but you also have 3 axes of rotation, right, Cammy? So you have yaw, pitch, and roll. So pitch is up, down, yaw is left, right, roll is roll, right? 6 DOF LOC in the context of spaceflight means that your capsule has lost the ability to control one of those 6 axes there. 6 DOF LOC is exactly what happened when Starliner tried to dock to the space station last summer. Well, actually, it was spring. They lost control of that capsule and had to kind of fix it on the fly. You know what their fix for it was? Shut the thrusters off and turn them back on and see if the computer accepts the conditions. It did, and they nursed the capsule to the space station, because if you had abided by your flight rules at that point and aborted the mission, the thrusters probably would have broken before you finished an entry burn. Whoops! ARJ with $50 super chat. Thanks, man. Yeah, so 6 DOF LOC is something that we're going to test. So, Cammy, I bet Das, the Twitch streamer, on Flame Trench the other day, I bet him that if we made a 1-to-1 analog of Starliner and made it fail in the exact same way that the real one did, that he wouldn't be able to nurse it to the space station with manual control. Now, I know what people are going to say. EJ, how are you gonna make a thruster fail? How are you gonna induce a failure like that? With the Cal controllers in KSP, okay? With the Cal controllers in KSP, you can use these. They're basic mechanical, it's a basic computer, right? And what you can do is I could put DOS into a scenario, or if I click on the thruster and then click on a Cal controller, right? We can disable the RCS. I can shut off thrusters. We can make a scenario where we can disable these things. We could shut them off, toggle RCS thrust. So I can make it so you know, if he goes to try and dock, the cal controller on a cal controller on a timer will blow out the thrusters after like 30 seconds of use or something. Well, not of use. Like, we're gonna have, that's gonna be a little bit harder to figure out, but can't you turn off the RCS with the UI? No need for the controller. Well, yeah, we're trying to make an induced failure. Booster, V2 booster aft section rolled out overnight. Say hello to harmonic resonance. I don't think you're gonna get it with the booster, Baron. The booster is much less susceptible to that same problem that Starship has because it has the header tanks. You would get that problem like in the final phases of landing, if at all, and I don't think that's gonna be an issue. Hey, Thick, what's going on? Alright, so now we gotta figure out where this final thruster block is, but maybe we can just tweak these just a smidge. You know what? I'd prefer that. I'd prefer to have the whole nozzle of the thruster sitting out, so let me just redo this real quick. Hey RJ, with another $20 super chat. You're too good. You're too good to me, man. You're being too good to me. The dream. Can a cal controller do RNG on what thrusters to turn off? No, Doom. Yeah. I hate that so much, dude. Like, yeah. I hate that a lot. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. I hate that a lot. We can have the cal controller. So what we could do is bind a cal controller start to like hitting a thruster or something. Like if you hit translate up down, right? So you're using IJK and L, right? If you hit up, like DOS will be using the IJK and L in WASD to fly this thing, right? We can make it so if you hit IJKL, like if you hit up RCS control, that it'll put it on a 10-second timer and disable something. You know, once again, we can't induce a failure in real time, but we could make this work. Hope you got some rest today. Nah, screw that. More money towards the lift. Oh, rarest. Dude, I got the Coronet engine running. It runs, and I got it to run really, really, really nicely. I kind of dialed it in today. I also learned that it has Protronics ignition, which is actually, yeah, that's pretty cool. Just on a side note for the car people, Protronics ignition is pretty neat. If people are wondering, it's a more reliable way to make sure that your engine spark plugs work on older cars.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Idiot Cop. Set state of SAS off with the RCS firing to do a disable timer. Yeah, maybe. Halo Legends, 45-month resub. Yeah, Protronix is pretty cool, man. Yeah, it's got a Protronix distributor in it. I never took the cap off. I was redoing so the engine was running really rough. I got it running, but at idle, the engine was doing this. It was kind of sputtering around, really rough idle. So I'm sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, what could this be? Could this be the cap? Maybe a miss. Maybe a spark plug isn't going off. So I took the cap off, checked the terminals, checked everything. Everything looked honky-dory under there, right? So I put it back on and I'm sitting there and I'm like, what would cause a rough idle? Oh. The idle speed screws. Or the idle mixture screws. That probably. Yeah, that thing was running extremely lean. Yeah, the mixture screws were all the way in. On both sides. It's a 2-barrel carburetor. That's, for non-car people, that's not great. That means the motor is running very lean, which old American V8s don't really like doing that. Nice, Doom. There you go. Yeah. So, I fattened up the mixture a little bit. I made sure the things were tight with a screwdriver, right? And then I backed them out a turn and a half. Smoothed it right out. Yeah, no, dude, it runs really good. Here, I can show you real quick if you want. Quick detour. I mean, we gotta keep making time here, but here, let me just get this up and running. Nope, it doesn't work that way. Here, check this out. This was this morning. Looks pretty smooth now. So you guys, I gotta tighten up the belts, first of all. I know I gotta retighten everything. It's been sitting for a while. You see how when the engine's running, it's not moving around? It's very smooth, right? Like here, look at it without, if you look at it, this video with no sound, the engine isn't moving around. That's how you want your engine to run. Your engines are balanced either internally or externally. So they shouldn't move around unless you have a bad motor mount, right? They shouldn't move around at idle. See how the motor is staying nice and still? That's what you want. See how even when I rev the thing, even when we rev it up, it moves just a little bit. It moves just a little bit, but that's because the crankshaft RPM is causing a moment of inertia to want to rotate the engine, right? But see how it's nice and smooth? Like if you watch it with no sound, see that? It doesn't move. That's how you know a motor's dialed in. That motor is nice and happy. Crazy thing about that 318 is that, so A, it was experiencing blow-by the other day. Blow-by means that the piston rings are not working correctly. The blow-by is gone. It does not smoke anymore. So the rings came around, which is pretty sweet. Sometimes the rings get stuck because they've been sitting for a little while, and as the motor moves, they free up. They need to be able to move freely around. Your rings need to be able to move on a car engine. And they came around. The crazy thing about that motor is that it has 196,000 miles on it. And look, did you see that? It runs great. The new Starliner build's not looking too good. Yeah, that looks like an engine to you. Butch also spent many hours in the sim driving a Capsule, so we'd have to unlearn how to drive it when it fails. Das will have to learn how to drive it. Yeah, Baps, exactly. Imagine if you could have a hot tank in the garage. Yep. 318 is your favorite engine. Never had a problem with it. Yeah, it feeded some Barrowmans. We should probably do that. Probably put some Barrowmans in the oil. Probably put it through we're going to need to put it in the tank. The line to the fuel tank's clogged. But yeah, Lunatic, exactly. I didn't need to put transmission fluid in the combustion chambers this time. High zinc oil might do it. Do what, Elfish? Yeah, it's a mystery, of course. I did that once with the 351 and it quit burning oil. Yeah, it's just a ring that gets stuck, dude. That happens. Anyway, yeah, quick detour. I wanted to show you guys that. The Coronet runs excellent right now. That motor is really nice. I just got to get the fuel line from the tank to the mechanical fuel pump all cleaned out. And I'll probably drop the tank just to inspect what's in there. We can do that on a stream sometime. I'll probably do it after we're done with this. But yeah. Yeah, dude. That motor wants to live, which is crazy, because it's like 56 years old and it has 200,000 miles on it and it doesn't care. It's just like, man, oh, you want me to do something? Yeah, all right, I got you, fam. It's good. Doom, you're the one that told me about Evaporust. You already sold me on it, dude. No need to sell me on it again. What do you want me to do? Kill him again? The foot thing? Oh yeah, that happens.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is there something you can do about it? What do you want me to do? Kill him again? Good. Hey, Sebi. Tier 2, 104. I have this image in my save folder. You might need it later. I'm getting to it. So, if this is all about loss of control when docking, we need to add a service module and thrusters in there. It's on my list of things to do, but you gotta get, if you want to make an analog of the capsule, you gotta let Derek fly the Starliner, yeah. You gotta give me a second to make sure we get this right. This is all very important to get mass balance and stuff correct. All right, so now I'm gonna bind our thrusters here. So this thruster, actuation toggle, is going to be for pitch only. Okay, now these ones right here are also going to be set for pitch only. Okay, that's good. Always take the time to bind up the thrusters that you need for your control axis. This makes the capsule a lot easier to control. It makes it use a lot less fuel when you're up on orbit. These ones are here for yaw. They're for yaw, and we could put them also for fore aft if we need to. And we are, once again, in symmetry. Go. Good. Save. Nah, I'm good, Anti-Senpai. You know what? I don't want to put fore aft controls in there. I don't think they use them for fore aft controls, so we're not going to. These ones are used for roll. Can you use the KSP mission builder? After you build the craft, you could build a scenario to have thrusters fail at certain times. I made an Apollo 13 mission once. I have never used the mission builder. in KSP in my 15,000 plus hours of use Ordon. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even know where the mission builder is, dude. Is that a thing? Like, I don't know how that works. That's that guy's name, serious. It says it right in his name. That'll be a fun stream. I really enjoyed streams where you're working on the transmission. Right on, man. All right, so save. Now, I need to figure out where the fuel tanks are for Starliners, for these thrusters. Where's the tanks? Got to figure out where those are. So I got a good way to do that. Starliner pressure vessel is probably a good way to figure that out. Yep. Okay, so yeah, all right. Yeah, see, there's an open volume here where you're probably your life support tanks. Actually, Ekless would be inside of the pressure vessel. This is probably for fuel and batteries. Also, you guys want to hear something crazy? Starliner has a bolt-together pressure vessel. The pressure vessel is not welded. It's actually bolted together. First of its kind. And it actually worked really well. In case anybody's wondering. That pressure vessel is not welded together. It's bolted together. Yeah, it really, really simplifies manufacturing, interestingly enough. Like, not a lot of people know that. It's the first ever bolt-together pressure vessel. Why? Simpler. And if it seals, who cares? Yeah, bolted together pressure vessel, not welded. See these welding flanges? See these flanges right here? That is essentially a gusset that holds the pressure vessels together, and then it's bolted through. If I'm remembering that correctly, it has been a long time. I know it's bolted together. I don't remember the manner of mechanical, like how. Seems you could expand that easily too. Once again, guys, like, Starliner is not as stupid as people think. There's a reason why I say it's a good spacecraft, and I'm not, like, once again, it's pretty damn well engineered. There's a lot of really nice systems on it. It's just the whole thermal analytical model is just kind of ruining everything else. Yep. Look at the wiring, the wire harness. Up here is the spot for chutes and the parachute handle, etc., etc., etc. Just throw the thruster blocks away and try again. Or just have a good thermal model, dude, so you can adjust your avionics and control systems to not, break. Any chance we get a Grissom launch today? Probably not. Do they need a gasket of some sort? Yeah, I would guess. I don't know what that gasket is, Pop. I don't know what they're doing to put that thing together, to hold it together, but yeah. So their fuel tanks are down here in the bottom. I'm really trying to see if we can get a picture of some... Oh, look! The thrusters. See how they glow? If you introduce too much heat, the thruster can't glow hot enough to radiate all the heat off. Interesting. I wonder why this picture is up. Small jets designed to steer the CST-100 spacecraft in orbit were fired in a vacuum chamber at White Sands. Testing continues for elements of the new Starliner spacecraft before components are installed in the first spacebound capsule. They tested the thrusters individually in the vacuum chamber, but they never tested them. Okay. Aerojet Rocketdyne built the reaction control engines and used a chamber to pulse fire 3 engines up to 4,000 times for a total of 1,600 seconds each. Both are record times for lightweight thrusters with composite chambers. Okay. Yep. Hey, you guys got any of that milk from, milk from 2016? I wonder how that tastes. Probably not great. Ooh. This is a U.S. launch report video. I need to see where well, we could probably extrapolate where the fuel tanks are on this design, but... You know, Boeing's proposed lander for HLS was a CST-100 pressure vessel, just 2 Starliners on top of each other. Yep. Oh. Thank you, Baron. I have a delivery for a Baron. Perfect. I gotta get the whole... We gotta get the whole thing, dude. I need like a picture from the top looking down, because that shows some pressure vessels placed around the outside here, but it doesn't really show exactly... I mean, this would be the... This is the starboard side of the capsule, so the top is over here, bottom's over here. But look, guys, see how there's more pressure vessels on the bottom? See how there's 3 over here and there's only 1 over there? If you've been watching since the start of the stream, why would you do that? This will be on the test. Why would you put more fuel tanks down here than up there? Keep that center of mass low. Not by much, but a little bit. For re-entry, heat shield modulation is key. Oh, look. My Soyuz MS-27 launch coverage got claimed on YouTube. That's great. Yeah, I just got the email. Thank you. To be fair, yeah. That's probably okay. Perfect, Baron. Thank you. You're saving my balls here, Baron. You're saving my balls. My fuel balls. All right. So, what's that down the bottom there? What am I looking at? Hinged Starliner is cursed. So you have different pressure vessels over here than you do over here, interestingly enough. Starliner really meant to have 5 seats? Yep. I don't think that'll ever happen. I think it'll do 4. I think they'll do 2 and 2 in the future when it flies. The heat shield modulation is POG. It allows me to land Dragon on a helipad in KSP. There you go, Wartos. Yep. Yeah, I think in the future they're going to fly 2 and 2. 4 people total. I think. Either that or 3 up there and 1 down there. But I wouldn't fly that way. I'd put 2 people down here. Hinge Starliner is the version built for the CSA, buddy. Oh, yeah. Hey, guy. I'm the Starliner capsule. Look at me. Look at me flying to space. Every time I fly into space, it's good for Canada, therefore the world. Ah, bomb's ready, buddy. Six-DOF lock, as is tradition. It makes a lot of sense that Boeing uses bolts on a pressure vessel. All aircraft fuselages are riveted together, which works great. It's simple, lightweight, enough to get the job done. Again, there's a lot of cool stuff about this dang thing, which is really annoying because it gets overshadowed because some bonehead didn't do the analysis correctly, but... And you know what the thing about Starliner is, dude? It's not even, like, you could sit here and be like, oh, they didn't get the thermal models right. Like, that's what, I've been harping on the thermal engineers, right? But... honestly, that's a... I'm not going to say that that's like an easy mistake to make, but, every capsule is going to have some teething problems in one way, shape, or form, right? The thing, what's annoying about this with Starliner is that it was allowed... this teething problem was allowed... that was not addressed, and it was allowed to happen during a mission with people on board. That's what pisses me off so much about that. That's so stupid. Like, how did you even let it get to that point? Shouldn't have even let it get there. It's ridiculous that it did. 6-off LOC sounds like a 90s rapper. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Baps. Yeah. The iterative design allows for teething problems. Yeah, that's right. And they're definitely not doing that. But either way. All right. See, Baron, I don't know which tanks here are what. Like, what's your ECLS? What's your fuel? I'm going to go ahead and guess that the pressure vessels right there, 1, 2, and 3, are probably a helium tank, an NTO tank, and an MMH tank. And that's balanced against your life support systems over here. So, nitrox tanks. But then again, you got some up here. Now, what the heck do those do? I don't know. Interesting. Asymmetric design. Why does Starliner look like an 80s capsule despite being made in the 2000s? It wasn't made in the 2000s, it was made in the 20-teens. Why does it look like an 80s capsule? Because it's using a lot of heritage hardware. Good. We're gonna, yeah, Ordon, that might be a good way to get that working. Hey, Raiden. Okay. So we're gonna have to start figuring out the balance here. So how much fuel are we gonna give this thing? Oh, there's another thing you got to do with KSP crafts, guys, that, yeah, give me 1 second. To get the aerodynamics to be imparted in the right spot, there's a trick that Rocket Guy actually came up with, who's another KSP streamer that is an actual rocket scientist. It's a pretty interesting trick here. Let me show you. You actually put a fairing inside of the capsule with the fairing endpoint up near the top, and that will basically tell Kerbal to apply aerodynamics at the fairing base, and it gets the capsule to fly more realistically. It's a little trick that you can do. I have some CAD designs in your save folder if you want them too. I mean, a picture of the capsule like this. Actually, Baron, I really just need to know if I think that's helium, NTO, MMH right there, and I think this is just, these are smaller oxidizer, not oxidizer, ECLS, the smaller ECLS stuff over here, right? If I'm looking at this correctly, and I think those are batteries down at the bottom. I think. It's hard to say from these pictures. I just need to know what's what, dude. So why a helium tank? In case anybody's wondering. So, your helium tank is your what's called manner of actuation. That's what gets you can have a fuel tank and you can have an oxidizer tank. NTO and MMH is what these thrusters are using. Nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine. When NTO and MMH hit each other, they explode. So this system is just a pressure-fed system that feeds into your thrusters. Your thrusters have two solenoids on them, an NTO injector and an MMH injector, and those solenoids click on and off. And it shoots the propellants in, they combine, they explode, and they get shot out the rocket engine, shot out your RCS thruster. In order to get those propellants to even get to the point where they can get to the injector and find their way into the engine, you need to have a back pressurant. So helium. The helium in this design would be pumped into your NTO and MMH tanks. There's a fuel bladder. There's bladders inside of these tanks. There's basically a balloon that's inflated inside of these pressure vessels. And in the inflated balloon, you have your fuel, right? You pump the helium in between the pressure vessel and your fuel in your balloon or bladder, and the helium pushes up against the pressure vessel and actually squeezes the balloon inside of the tank, pressurizing your system, allowing your thrusters to work correctly. Hope this helps. Yeah, that helps. I have that picture already hired, but yes, it does. You have to build it so it fails in the same way, and that starts with building basically a one-to-one analog here. This very much helps. Baron, yeah. Have any modules used water as a memory to reduce wall radiation? No. Too heavy. Don's, it's too much mass. Aluminum does the job fairly well, and it makes a pretty dang good pressure vessel while you're at it. Dude, using water as a way to shield yourself from radiation would be like trying to make a boat hull out of sponge and then seeing if it floats. You're not going to float. What you're going to end up doing is absorbing a lot of water and then sink. You don't want stuff that absorbs radiation on a spacecraft, because you're just absorbing a ton of radiation, and that radiation is getting held right next to you. That's not great. You do not want to lead line a spacecraft. That would be bad. The reason we lead line stuff down here is to keep radiation in, not out. If you lead line a spacecraft, it's going to keep radiation in. You don't want that. You'll come back, your astronauts will come back ghoulified. They'll look like ghouls from Fallout. Now, what we have here is a very small drop in a very large bucket of drugs. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, I'm not convinced by that, any sources. Physics? Physics is the source there? Like, Joe, where are you getting confused? Because what I just said in terms of like how radiation works would be like me dropping a rock, like, and having the rock fall on the ground and being like, gravity is doing that, and you say, oh, what's your source? That's what you just said, like in terms of radiation. So is there any way I can clarify this? I mean, you want a real life example? The Apollo astronauts that flew all the way out to the moon, furthest humans have ever been from this Earth, they didn't get fried by radiation, and they all lived long, healthy lives after going to the moon and back. I mean, that's a pretty good example. They had a capsule that was made out of aluminum. It reflects most of the radiation. Now, not all of it. You're still gonna get X-rayed up there pretty hard. But Yeah, we still got Charlie Duke. We have Jack Schmidt. Jim Lovell's still around, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, but Sir Isaac Newton was relatively wrong. No, you know, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, Joe, do you want like a source of like this, or like, because the source is that's just physics. Like, it's like asking, oh, why does gravity happen? You know, like physics has a lot to do with that. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin too. Yep. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, you want their studies on, like, from the Apollo program about radiation deflection and stuff. Yeah, Fred Hayes is still around. I actually shook Fred Hayes' hand, LS. Yeah, cool dude. Anyway, Baron, these are super helpful. But, see, now I'm getting confused because there's a helium tank right there. So why do we have 3 tanks here? I really am trying to figure out what these tanks are used for. Obviously, we know they're environmental control systems. Your life support systems is often right next to the capsule. My confusion about something absorbing the radiation still being problematic. Once absorbed, I assume it's fine. Yeah, but that means you're holding something radioactive like right next to you, dude. That's not great. This is why we don't use like lead pipes for water. Lead absorbs radiation. So does water. They're great, what's called moderators for radiation. They absorb. They don't reflect. You need something that reflects. Is that here? So there are different types of radiation here. Here, I'll show you. This should show you everything you want to know. Check this out. You have alpha, beta, gamma, X-ray, neutron. Now, aluminum, like I'm telling you, stops most of it. That's good enough for now. You could use lead, right? Lead would work, sure. This is from the American Nuclear Society, by the way, ans.org, right? So you could use lead, right? You could use water. But the thing is that these absorb. Aluminum doesn't. That's what this doesn't show. Aluminum bounce it. It reflects radiation. Lead and water absorb radiation. Now, if you want to get into technical physics, dude, that's a little bit out of my purview. I'm sure I could find something, dude, if you want, but I really want to finish this capsule. Can you link this, please? Sure. But yeah, the radiation stays inside of it. Like, that's what absorbing means, right? At least, I'm pretty sure I'm thinking about this right, dude. But yeah, exactly, Tessa. These are the ones that really, the 2 protons and 2 neutrons, high energy electrons, those are the ones that are really going to make your body unhappy. Humans can take x-rays. You get x-rayed all the time. If you go to the doctor's office, you get x-rays. The neutron stuff is kind of, it's this one. Beta rays are the ones that'll, that's the cancers. You don't want that. Anyway. Let's get back to our design. I don't want to go too far off here, even though I could sit here and talk about that all day. I got to figure out which tanks are which here. Is there any reasonable assertion here that we could do to figure out what is what? See, I'm going to guess the helium. I'm going to see that. I'm going to guess that that's your helium tank right there. But it's hard to say. I understand some actual isotope gets into something. For example, gamma rays would just give their energy to the particles and be re-emitted as lower energy photons. Anyway, thanks for the discussion. Yeah, dude. All good, man. Yeah. Joe, I gotta sometimes people troll. So I gotta feel it out, dude. But yeah. And keep in mind, I'll admit it, man, I'm not the best at this. I know how the capsule flies. The radiation part, we kind of reached the extent of my knowledge for radiation absorption in materials, as far as I can. As far, yeah, we reached the depth of my knowledge there. But spacecraft, though, I know that pretty well. So I'm gonna get back to doing what I'm good at. You know what I mean? 3.6, not great, not terrible. Is there any hits in the presentation that these renders were from? I don't know, man. I'm trying to see if there's any type of indicator, like pipelines, plumbing, in all these dang pictures of where the thruster blocks, like, so Hawks, if we see a hard line that goes down to the tanks, you know that that's the fuel tank. If it goes from the thruster block to the hard line, you know. And I know somebody out there watching the stream probably knows the answer to this question, but can't say. That's all good. I'm not asking for that kind of information. Are those sleeping bags? No. They're protective covers for your pressure vessels. You don't want to like be working on this and drop a wrench and have it hit the pressure vessel. You could crack the COPV. You could crack the composite weave of your pressure vessel. Yeah, that's not good for it. You could potentially have non-uniform pressure pushing out on all the sides of this thing. Because the crack is obviously going to be a weak spot, a chink in the armor, if you will, and that could make the thing explode. Yeah, so you put covers on your your COPVs. You don't want those, somebody dropping something on those things. Almost every component that is that critical in this critical system. Everything is there for a very good reason, dude. Everything that's on here is something that you absolutely need to be on there. Yeah, nothing is there for show. Nothing is there for fun. That's not how spacecraft design works, right? Yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look at this picture. All right, which side of the capsule are we looking at? This is the starboard side of the capsule here. Okay, guys, I'm looking at this picture here. And I'm trying to follow see these hard lines right here? So hard lines on a capsule are usually used for thrusters. They're the fuel lines. They use stainless hard lines with stainless lines with AN fittings. I think they're ANs. They could just be regular stainless. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, see these lines? Those are I'm pretty sure those are for your thrusters. Now, how do I know? I could be pulling that completely out of my tail. You're absolutely right. Now look, we know that the door is on the left side of the capsule. So like if the capsule's facing towards you, on the left side, that's the door. We know it's on, or no. Hold on. The door's on the starboard side, so it's on the right-hand side of the capsule. Okay, so in that last picture that we had, we're looking at the right-hand side of the capsule, which means the top of the capsule is over here. Okay. I'm looking for something. Because I didn't get the capsule orientation right, you know, those might not be propellant lines. It's possible, but they might not be. So we'd have to see where they're going over here, because you know your thruster block is up there, right? And there's also on the door side. Here, let me look at a picture of the capsule fully sheathed up. Yeah, okay, so the door side right here has another thruster block, one of these thrusters here. So the door on Starliner is right here, right? We know that it has those right next to the door. So if we go look at that picture of the thing with nothing in it, right? You know a thruster block is right there. You can see the mount for the block. That's what this piece is, right? So do we have fuel lines going to it? Yes. The line is unplugged. It's right there. But the lines go right to this block right here. Those are your pressurization solenoids, if I'm looking at this right. And then there's the manifold for the thrusters right there. Interesting, Ando. Yeah, see, Joe was right. My radiation. Dude, I haven't gone like full STEM mode in such a long time that a lot of my explanations are frankly garbage. So, got to get back into the groove of doing this. I haven't done it in a while. So yeah, sorry, that I was wrong. I can admit that I'm wrong. I don't care. It's about getting the right information out there. It's about getting the facts out there. You know what I mean? Nothing is there for fun is largely due to the weight restriction with our fuel and engine. If we could build an engine with high output and low fuel needs, plus make a fuel that burns longer, ship design could become more sci-fi like. Yeah, damn delta V equation echoes, right? Yeah, Joe, for sure, man. So, okay, those right there are your solenoids to pressurize the thruster. Pressurize the thruster block, because you don't want to just pressurize the whole system. You pressurize it in segments. So you pressurize one line, you pressurize the other line, and you pressurize a little bit more. You kind of go inch by inch in your system. I know that for a fact. The reason why you don't want to shock load your valves. We all know how fun valves are with aerospace. You don't want to just pressurize it over here and then have a freaking freight train of pressurized fuel hit the back of the valve. So it's pressurized in segments. Those are your pressurization solenoids right there. I'm pretty sure, could be pulling this out of my tail. Bear with me here. So, now, where are we on the capsule, right? And do we see lines going to anything up here? No. But right here, see that bulkhead right there? The bulkhead with all these plugs. This is where your wiring and probably the life support systems go into the capsule. Now, what do you mean go into the capsule? Well, we know that Boeing is trying to maximize their pressurized volume. So their environmental control system is actually out here on the rim of the capsule. It's not inside of the pressure vessel as far as I can tell. Boeing did that so they could have more usable volume inside of the capsule. It's a vibe. It's not the first time that's been done with a capsule. That's a completely acceptable way of doing things. Dragon has its life support systems inside of the pressure vessel. The reason why they had to do that way is because you can't wrap it around the ends like this because there's some Super Dracos in the way. Because SpaceX built a capsule and a service module integrated into one package. So you can't really do that because there's already thruster quadrants, the Draco thrusters and Super Draco thrusters around the outside of the pressure vessel anyway. So SpaceX has their Eclipse inside, as far as I can tell. So, if that's the case, in this picture right here, you have all of the ways for your life support systems to get in and out, right there, right? Guys, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong here. If you're seeing something that's a little different, let me know. I would assume that that's the way to get everything inside, right? So your oxygen, your nitrox is probably going through that. Obviously, electrical is going through that. But see, actually, another thing that I'm thinking about here is that the electrical harness is up there, so maybe not. Yeah, your power is going through there, and your coolant tubes are going through there because your radiators are in the service module. That all of this stuff goes through the claw umbilical on Starliner. This thing, see that? It's not a coincidence that this thing, which has all of those things that I just mentioned, anything that needs to be an intermediary between the service module and the capsule needs to go around the heat shield. Holes in the heat shield are bad. So all of these connections need to go out and around. Dragon has something like this too on the trunk called the claw. I don't know what Starliner calls it, but that's why that bulkhead is right below the door. See? Because that's where all of your commodities that are going to and from the service module, data, power, power in, coolant out, it's all going right there, through there. So, I don't know. See, the bulkhead's covered in that picture. And like I said, it's important to talk through this, guys. You have to do this. To do this kind of stuff, we want to make it a high fidelity simulation. We want to get it to fly and work like Starliner. See, its solar panels are on the back. So everything goes through that thing right there because it goes around the heat shield, which is basically being cradled inside of the... See, it's cradled inside of the service module there. I'm pretty sure the yellow one is helium, but see, where I'm going with this, Hawks, is that, look, your umbilical connection is right there. Look at what tanks are close to that connection, right? But that just raises a lot of questions here, right? So I don't think it would be unreasonable to think that these are your nitrox. That's your oxygen, that's your breathable air. That's what these blue tanks are, right? I don't think that's unreasonable. Right? Because look, everything goes in right there, which means you need pipes that go all the way around to these tanks here, which are put over there for balance. So you're trading overall vehicle balance for increased mass because you have a longer pipe, right? That has to go all the way around, right? But you also need the capsule to fly correctly. So it's a mass trade-off for controllability, right? So that means that these, as previously indicated, it's quite possible that those are your fuel tanks. Now, here's where I'm getting confused. If that's your helium tank up there for your pressurant, why would you make a helium tank run all the way down here to a bladder, turn around, and then go all the way back? That's a very that's a very inefficient way of doing that. So now that raises another question. What is that? What's that pressure vessel used for? I'm not 100% sure. Could be a waste tank. Because you have 3 tanks down here. I'm inclined to believe that those 3 tanks are helium, MMH, and NTO. NTO being the heaviest. Helium being the lightest. Right? Starliner surprisingly has bigger internal volume, but it looks smaller inside. Yeah. Very, very interesting, right? Let's see, there's your plug right there. Now, there are umbilicals right there. Hold up. Let's try Starliner fueling. Let me look at this thing in the scape. Or in the pressure vessel. Where are they attaching the fuel lines to? That's the thruster block with the plugs in there. There's one thing there and one thing there. That's the fueling service panel for your service module. Oh no, that could be it as well. Interesting. I'm trying to find a picture of Starliner at its proverbial gas station. Because if you could figure out in the gas station, they're obviously going to have your MMH and NTO lines hooked up to where your fuel lines go in. And where, you know, just like it's kind of pretty easy to figure out where a gas tank is on an automobile because of where the filler cap is, right? We could try to figure out some clues as to where position of those tanks, because you're obviously not going to put the umbilical far away from the dang tank because that's mass inefficient, right? This is how I used to play KSP, guys. We used to talk ourselves through. It's a lot of talking, but you know, it really pays because the capsule comes out so good. Last, please. Discord DMs. Okay. Rules of this build is that you must certify it before testing. We're gonna be here for a while, aren't we? Yeah, my goal is post-certification of a human... Yeah. Oh, boy. Now I'm really confused. It just confused me even more. So where the heck would your environmental control systems be in this design? Maybe it is inside of it. Will the yellow tank be fire suppression? No, Nickpod. It can't be a helium tank. Like, it's too small. It's way too small to be a helium tank. Are you familiar with Railroad Tycoon 3? I know of it. I don't know anything about it. That's too small. It's too small to be the helium tank for the pressurization for the whole systems here. Now, let me think. We got to be able to figure out what is what here. There's a sign. There's got to be a way to put it together. No. I thought I had something. What's that, Z-Man? I think that's exactly what I have here. Either way. All right, let's think. Where can we start? There's no real reason for a waste tank to be a COPV. No. Yeah, Kinkid, and that can't be a waste tank. It's got to hold something for pressure. All right? Once again, there's going to be three things that we need here. You need nitrox, for the environmental control systems, right? Actually 4. So there's got to be nitrogen and oxygen, right? You're going to need MMH and NTO, or just hypergalls. I don't know for sure if it's using like that specific mixture. It could be using unsymmetrical, it could be using UDMH, could be using MON3, just they're hypergolic. So you need a hypergolic liquid fuel, a hypergolic oxidizer, right? Command module thrusters are hydrazine monopropellant, so the dark brown tanks are probably nitrogen pressurant and the blue tanks are probably hydrazine. Yeah. That's it. Okay, I got it. All right, look. I theorized that that's helium, NTO, and MMH. Okay? That can't be right. That's it. That can't be right. You know how I know? NTO and MMH are stored in different quantities. I said at the beginning of the stream that the LEM had this problem. We mentioned it kind of for a different reason, but the ascent module on the LEM is actually asymmetric. The reason why is that it's literally a bunch of fuel tanks just kind of strapped together with some aluminum sheets over it, right? But see, oh, Raptor side chat's going. Ascent propulsion fuel tank. See that? Where's your ascent propulsion oxidizer tank? See, you got a big old fuel tank sitting on one side, and then you have your oxidizer sitting on the other side, right? NTO and MMH, or most hypergalls don't mix at a 1-to-1, okay? You have way more MMH than you have NTO, right? See how big the fuel tank? See how big that fuel tank is? On that side of the LEM, comparatively to the other side? See, it's kind of just sitting there hanging off the side, right? You're not going to carry fuel in a 1-to-1 proportion, all right? MMH to NTO is like 2-to-1. So, what's in 2-to-1 here? The blue tanks. The blue tanks are 2-to-1. That's your oxidized. Those are oxidizer tanks. Those are your fuel tanks right there, because they're in 2-to-1, not 1-to-1. Mixture is very important with hypergalls. You don't get the right mixture, it doesn't work. What proof do we have that the moon landing was real, Revo? My biggest selling point, dude, is that the Soviet Union admitted that we did. Why would they do that? Right? Why would they do that? Why would they admit that they lost? At the height of the Cold War? I don't think so. They would probably be like, no, they didn't go. If they had any indication that we faked it, they would have said something. And before people say, oh, well, we probably just faked them too. You're going to fake the people that launched the first satellite into space? You're going to fake the people that launched the first person into space? You're going to fake out the people that did the first EVA ever? I highly doubt it. People that landed the first probe on Venus, first probe on Venus, unlikely. That's been my biggest selling point. The Soviet Union said we did. The Russians would not have admitted it unless we absolutely did it. The Starliner control panel has 3 command module thrusters switch marked N2, RCS1, and RCS2, so I expect they have two independent propellant manifolds that are being pressurized by a common nitrogen manifold. They would pressurize with helium, Bill. So if that's your MMH over here, that's NTO, and these are helium tanks. And then it still doesn't really solve what's down here, but I'm going to guess that those are batteries, which means that my statement about the Eclipse being outside of the capsule is wrong. Your life support systems are inside of the pressure vessel in Starliner as well as Dragon. That means my analysis earlier was bad. It wasn't right. So that now that begs the question, where the heck is the life support systems here? Because this is all fuel. Now, that still doesn't solve what the heck that yellow tank is. That tank is much too small to be life support. Yeah, Revo, that's been my biggest selling point, dude. Dude, if there was any indication that we faked it in any way, shape, or form, the Russians would know. They had almost just as much dexterity in space as we did. There's no way we would have fooled them. Like, that's highly unlikely. You know? They were beating us in the space race until we landed people on the moon. They were beating us into the space race well into the late 1960s. Just saying. Not sure if we should trust the AI, but Gemini and Copilot both say the helium tanks are not in the capsule, but only in the service module. No, that doesn't make any sense, dude, because how are you going to fire your thrusters during re-entry after you jettisoned your service module, Cosmic? Those are helium tanks. Those are helium, those are fuel. So that means the life support systems are inside of the pressure vessel. So that rules that thing out for being some type of system, a pressurant, because you have your pressurant, you have your fuel, you have your oxidizer. Yeah, Luna 15, Lemprod, yeah. Thinking. What else is on the capsule that needs pressure? Hydraulics? You wouldn't use a pneumatic tank to pressurize hydraulics. And what hydraulics are we talking about here? I'm an idiot. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. It's for the airbags. I'm dumb. It's the airbags. It's a pressure vessel to inflate the airbags on landing. I'm stupid. I should have known that. I should have known that. I should have known that. Talk ticket. NMS. 3-person raid. Thank you very much, Talk. You're just rusty. I should have known that. Yeah, you're right. I'm rusty. That's not good. Dude, I used to be able to look at this and be like, yep, that's that. Sorry, it's taken me a little bit longer to kind of brush off the cobwebs. That's really embarrassing. So, okay, we know the environmental control systems are on the inside. I'm going to go ahead and guess that those are batteries down there, but I don't know for sure. Maybe there's a way we could figure out what those things are. Judging by the amount of insane wiring that's going on down here, I'm going to go ahead and guess that those are probably batteries. Avionics. Avionics. Would you want your avionics outside of the pressure vessel, ARJ? I wouldn't. They weren't outside. I know that the avionics bay was inside of the space shuttle's pressure vessel, because you want to put as, just like the humans, right? You want to put as much stuff between your electronic components, like a computer, and the vacuum, because bit flips and stuff. Radiation is bad for humans and for computers. It's interesting, right? So I don't know if you'd want that sitting there. The other thing, ARJ, is that's one of the hottest parts of the capsule during re-entry. So something is there, something down there, something that's down there needs to be able to take the heat. Where's that picture from NBC? See, we're talking about like right there. Give me 1 second, I got a message. Give me 1 second. Literally every source I could find say the Starliner command module uses monopropellant hydrazine thrusters, and the control panel labels say the pressurant is nitrogen, not helium. What's that, Parax? Yeah, that definitely helps. Bill, I'm not saying you're wrong, but that makes no sense. You don't nitrogen. No one has, to my knowledge, uses nitrogen as a back pressurant for a hypergolic system. You're just lugging extra mass with you at this point. Why would you do that? Everyone uses helium. Like no one, I can't recall any particular modern system that has nitrogen as a back pressurant. Toctic, hey, thanks for the raid. You love these deep dives? Thanks, man. This is from Bill Harwood. And there's the picture that Parax linked up. Okay. The thrusters are powered by an extremely toxic fuel known as monomethyl hydrazine, along with an oxidizer known as nitrogen tetroxide. The propellants ignite on contact, simplifying thruster design. They're used widely across the space industry. Pressurized helium is used to push the propellants through complex plumbing, is routed through another 16 valves. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Now watch this dive. The valves are important. They isolate the thrusters from the propellant tanks, and they needed to be open in order for flight. Yeah, okay. Go look up a picture of Starliner's control panel. Dude, this is right from Steve Stitch. Like, I highly doubt that he's wrong. That must be another system, Bill. Service module uses bipropellant thrusters and helium pressurant, but the command module is monopropellant and uses a helium pressurant. Okay, we can figure this out. We got to find a Starliner assembly. Let's look at those thruster blocks. See if we can get a picture of this thing with the thruster blocks installed. If I can get a good view of those thrusters, I'll be able to tell you exactly what they are. Nope. Because a thruster with a catalyst, monopropellant thruster, is going to look very different than a bipropellant thruster. It's going to look very different. Let's see if this US launch report has any good footage. Does it matter for the build? Yes, Pigzig. It's about mass balance. I need to know where to put the fuel. I need to know where to put mass to get Starliner to work correctly. So the reason why I'm going into this deep dive is because I need to know where all the components are in Starliner so I can make a regular balanced version of it. This isn't just about building a capsule with the thrusters in the right spots. The mass has to be in the right spot as well. We have to make it high fidelity to... We need to... Das is gonna hate me. We need to make this high fidelity enough to prove that Das is wrong. This is important to me. This is important. Do we he did not let this go during that flame trench, and now I'm not letting it go. No. Now watch this drive. All right? Okay? This is freaking important. When we go to do this flame trench, this special flame trench on Thursday, man, I'm coming with my A game. All right? Good picture that doesn't really get us what we're looking for. Oh. Nauka. Why did that piece of junk show up? Alright, let's try this. Here we go. That doesn't have the thruster blocks installed. Maybe a dumb question, but could sending it to Das affect fidelity and therefore his testing? No, should be alright. There really isn't any freaking pictures. RS-25. Sorry, Bill, I'm just pretty dang skeptical of these being all MMH tanks and using catalysts with helium back pressurized. I mean, it's possible, but that doesn't really explain the balance of your fuel thrusters here. Or balance of your fuel tanks. That doesn't explain that. What are you looking for? A couple people in chat, Baron, are trying to tell me that the command module uses a monopropellant. These thrusters are catalyst thrusters. I mean, that does... The thing is that does make sense. I just checked, and the Starliner command module uses the MR104J thrusters, which are definitely monopropellant hydrazine. MR104J. Yes. Yeah, it's using a mix. 12 thrusters are monopropellant and the rest are bipropellant. Oh, okay. All right, Bill. Good call. I believe you. So that means you don't have NTO tanks. You have helium and MMH. Okay, sold. Yep. All right, cool. That proved that point. I mean, like I said, if I get a look at the thruster, I'll be able to tell you. So, once again, good opportunity to teach people what the heck we're talking about here. So an MR104. All right, so look. That's the thruster. These things are those thrusters right there. That's what these, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. They're monopropellant thrusters. Why? Why would you do that? So first of all, what is a monopropellant thruster? How does it work? So there's one injection solenoid here. See that? So your fuel comes from this. Now, just fuel. So how do you make this work if you're just putting fuel in here? Well, inside of this hold area is what's called a catalyst. Okay? The injector shoots fuel through the catalyst, okay? And when that fuel reacts with the catalyst, it makes heat, and it makes a lot of heat, heats up the gas shoots out the thruster. That's how this works. So your oxidizer is actually a catalyst and a reactant that's inside of your combustion chamber already, and you shoot fuel into it. Fuel hits the catalyst, heats up, makes a lot of hot gas. Hot gas shoots out your rocket nozzle. That's what a monopropellant engine does. Comparatively to MMH and NTO, right? Which you need two of, right? You need to have an injector for NTO and MMH. Those shoot into a combustion chamber. When they react, they explode. Catalyst style thrusters are used when mass is a huge requirement here. Mass is a huge requirement with the capsule. You don't want that thing to be heavy. I'll put all the heaviest stuff on the service module because you're jettisoning that. You want to make the capsule as light as possible for entry, descent, and landing because of that whole parachute thing. What is the catalyst made of generally? Dean, do you know what that is? Anybody know what that is? I mean, it says it right there, but you get the idea. It's a catalytic converter. You know what a catalytic converter does on a car? It takes the exhaust gases, right? And flows them through a thing that's full of platinum alloys. The certain elements in the exhaust gas react with the platinum alloys, and they get rid of the harmful exhaust gases and converts them into heat. Your catalytic converter is more or less a very, very dumbed down monopropellant thruster. Catalytic converter in a car does the same thing. I call that thing a paycheck. Same idea. So yeah, what's in them? Platinum alloys, because they chemically react with MMH in this. So whatever is a reactant with MMH, whatever is going to react with MMH naturally and heat it up. So in this particular case, their catalyst is S405. I guarantee you we probably are not going to be able to figure out what that is. It's probably proprietary. In fact, Googling that might make people upset with you, but we're going to do it anyway. Found a paper here from NASA. It's off of NTRS. In the early 1960s, Shell Chemical Company and JPL teamed up to develop a catalyst for the spontaneous ignition of hydrazine. This effort culminated in the development of Shell 405. Shell made the damn catalyst. Okay. This granular catalyst material is extraordinarily active for the decomposition of hydrazine and reacts in milliseconds at bed temperatures as low as 0 centigrade. This ability to rapidly and reliably ignite hydrazine has led to widespread use of catalysts in thrusters and control of spacecraft and launch vehicles. The catalyst is unique among heterogeneous catalysts in several respects. Shell 405 is an extremely high metal loading, 31 to 33% iridium. In contrast, most commercial catalysts have 0.5 to 5% active metal loading. Also, S405 is designed to be used at the highest possible reaction temperature, up to 1150 C, in order to maintain high thruster performance. Oh, so these things are good in high heating situations. High heating. Okay, math checks out. Conventional catalysts are usually employed to reduce reaction temperatures and are usually limited to 700 C or less. Follow-on effort sponsored by United States Air Force Research Laboratory looked at catalysts for higher performance hydrazine propellants and increasing catalyst life. And in fact, Shell 405 is currently used in the development of reduced toxicity or green monopropellants. The development of the iridium-based Shell 405 catalyst for spontaneous decomposition of hydrazine was one of the key enabling technologies for today's spacecraft and launch vehicles. Iridium. The general approach was to duplicate as closely as possible the materials and processing equipment used by Shell in Houston. There are two major raw material components in the S405 catalyst: carrier and active metal. Several drums of carrier were provided by Shell. They consisted of three drums, net 360 pounds each. So that's like 145 kilos of nuggets, and 4 drums, 1,000 pounds, so 450 kilos of in-process material that had undergone preliminary grinding and screening. The other major raw material is an iridium salt, which was purchased by Johnson Matthey. Both Shell and Aerojet have consistently used this raw material from this vendor over many years of catalyst processing. Other chemicals used in the process were purchased from standard laboratory supply sources, general ACS reagent or USB grade materials, which were used, which reflected the practice at Shell. Is iridium in spark plugs? Yeah, iridium is used all over the place. Yeah, carrier. They're not going to say what the carrier is, I don't think. Interesting. Well, there you go. Bill, good call, man. That answers that question. So, good deep dive there. How does this pertain to what we're doing? All right, so that tells me now that these are all hydrazine tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all hydrazine tanks. That's your bag inflators, and those are 3 helium tanks right there. And I'm guessing those are batteries. Or something. We have basically, from snooping around, we've basically been able to extrapolate what most of this stuff does. I still am on the fence about this. I don't know what this is. Whatever it is a high mass component being at the bottom of the capsule. That's very important. Sean, what are you saying? Oh, hey, Luca, what's going on? Sean, realized yesterday I have enough scrap tube and sheet lying around to make a rather large pulse jet. Hearing you talk about all manner of fuels has my brain wondering things. Like, if propane is good, wouldn't CAM2 110 be more good? And if CAM2 is 110 more good, wouldn't RP1 and liquid oxygen be even more gooder? Thoughts? Map gas, if you want to really chooch. Map gas would be what you would want. You could use propane and butane mixtures. That will go. But Sean, you really want to make a pulse jet? You know what you do? You take a 4-cylinder cylinder head, right? And then you attach a convergent, divergent. Actually, you could just put a pipe on the ends of the cylinder head, intake manifold, right? And find a way to spin the camshaft. You want to make a 4-nozzle pulse jet? That's a good way to do it. The head from a car, particularly one with overhead cams. So you need something to turn the camshaft, and then you need something to mix in a throttle body to mix in your intake manifold. So you need like a carburetor. Oh yeah, that works. I've seen people do it. Don't blow yourself up. You should do this? I don't think that's a good idea, man. I'm pretty sure that would be a battery. Look at the thing on top. Well, we know all the wiring is going down there, dude, so that's gotta be it. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that those are the batteries. I'm pretty sure those are the batteries. Now, which begs the question, still, where the heck is the life support systems on this? I still haven't figured that one out. So what you're saying is you can K-swap a pulse jet. A K-series head would be great for that, Dracon, actually, yes. Highest contender for a large volume of high-mass equipment. Considering Starliner is solar-powered, would be batteries. Okay, cool. I think we're all in we're all in concurrence there. So now, here's what we do. We don't have helium tanks, right? So we can't really do that. So our design might come out a little bit unbalanced here. So let's get our center axis line, right? Actually, we got to make our quote-unquote pressure vessel here. So give me 1 second. Okay. I love the convergent divergent. Nah, just a pipe. You could make it convergent divergent, but it's a detonation wave, so a De Laval nozzle is probably not what you want. You just use a straight pipe. Yeah, straight pipe ahead. Why use cylinders? We don't need cylinders. That's too complicated. No. All right, excellent. So I got to make the pressure vessel there, and yeah, we'll go from there. So what we got to do is give me a 1.25 shell. Now bring this back up here, our ruler. Make sure the ruler is on our center line. It is. I'm thinking how we're going to do this. We've got to get the capsule to aerodynamically fly right. So we have to build in the mass for the pressure vessel, and that's good to use. That's good to do with a fairing. I'll explain more in a moment. How are we going to do that now? Let me look at Starliner's pressure vessel. Okay. Real quick, how much did you pay for your snail? $100. 100 bucks. 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 100 Oh, it'd be crazy loud. You'd make a heck of a buzz bomb, Uncle X. But yeah, you could do it. You could do it with just the intake valves and an intake manifold with a head from a car and just 4 straight pipes out the back. That's totally doable. Oh yeah. And you'd need to find a way to hook up the spark plugs. Yeah, so you'd need spark plugs. You'd need to drive the camshaft and oil it, and then you'd need to find a way to send spark to the spark plugs. Particularly a motor that drives the distributor off of a cam like a Honda would be very preferable in this design. My brain just went way more bigger with the 4-cylinder idea. Bro, do it. Do it and post it on YouTube and make money doing dumb stuff. That's what I do, Sean. It's a really good idea. Believe me. Look at this Honda. This Honda's described. This Honda looks like a Odyssey. A Honda Odyssey. A Odyssey. Buy a Honda, dick. All right, cool. Here's what we got to do. So I'm going to make the outline for the pressure vessel, and we're basically going to do it exactly where Starliner's is. So that should be enough. That's good. G14 classified. That's good. All right, so now take another one of these guys, flip it around. Now flip it back. So now we take this and we move it up. I'll show you what I'm doing in a second. It'll make sense in a moment. Okay. Right there. Okay. Now this should give me the shape that I'm looking for if we take this piece and we just move it this way. Oh, I got to do one more thing real quick. One more thing, Jackie. Good. All right, cool. Now, take this thing, move it over here. Do you see it? Do you see it, chat? Do you see? You see what you get, chat? See what you get when you fight with the warriors. Sorry, that's an obscure reference that no one's gonna get. Cool. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm making a profile. This is called the profile curve of the shape that I want. We need to make the pressure vessel internal here. So let's take this, get our fairing, build it, start building the dang fairing, turn off fairing snap. And because they're struts, we can mimic Starliner's pressure vessel. There you go. There's your pressure vessel. That's that, but in Kerbal form. Obviously, I can't put the recessed piece up there for where the parachutes are, but parachutes don't take up a lot of room in this game anyway. Good. There's your pressurized volume, so to speak. Now, that should get us a good spot for all the other components here. Now, I know what people are saying. Why'd you do this? So I get the masses right. That's really important. Mass has got to be correct, or else it's not going to work very well. Now, that covering the windows is not cool. So, Starliner doesn't have windows there. Starliner just has a window right here for the commander to see out of. But we can't put a window right there. So here's what we're going to do. Give me the 1.8 flag. Put it in 2x symmetry. Right? Get rid of my logo off of that for now. Find a color that's very similar to the palette. Capsule. Switch to local orientation. Move it in like that. Set local orientation again. Make sure we're planar to the window frame. And now there ain't no windows there no more. See? I like making this different colors, the pressure vessel, so it looks right. Okay. So now what we have is really, really nice spots to put our tanks. Easy peasy. So we have our thruster block up there, and now we can figure out the exact spot where we need all of our tanks to be. And what we do now is we take our heat shield and we attach it to the back part of the fairing plate, right? And then we move the heat shield on an absolute rotation into the position that it needs to be. Boom. Boom. Making some good progress here. I'm going to take out my test eclipse. We still got to figure out where the heck all that goes, but that's okay. Now we place our fuel tanks. I'll leave the profile curve lines there out up front in case we need to screw with the pressure vessel again, but I'll move that back into the center line indicator here. You added 2 dummies for the people mass inside. Kerbals count for mass, Dark Ruse, so we don't need to worry about that. As long as we put 2 Kerbals on board, we should get a good approximation. Now, guys, I'm fairly certain that these thrusters are not monoprop thrusters. They are... Oh, they are monoprop thrusters. Yeah, they are monoprop thrusters. In fact, that monoprop thruster... we might need to use the vernier. Okay. We might need to end up using the vernier engines there. Yeah, we could probably get away with small and big RCS. That's not a problem. Okay, so... Now, what I'm going to do here is not a lot of people know that the heat shield actually has 2 attachment points. One of them is actually recessed a little bit, and the other one is a big attachment point. I like using the small attachment point because that means you can put a docking port right here. I know what people are going to ask. Why are you putting a docking port here? Got to have a way to attach to the service module. Perfect. I know people are going to say that's buried in there. What's going on here? Don't worry about it. You just got an idea, okay? Yeah. See, check this out. You could just see the rim of that docking port. And because the docking port is attached to the heat shield, any heat that gets introduced into the docking port, it's going to immediately conduct it right into the heat shield, and the heat shield will ablate it off. So if you want to make a reusable capsule, there you go. Yeah, that's gonna be a vibe getting that right, but we can do it, no problem. Sorry, Hawks, I'm not. Okay. Can you explain the 2 nodes thing? The other node is there for if you need a shroud. That's the shroud port. This one is there if you just want to attach something without the shroud. That's why they're there. I don't want the shroud. No, I'll make my own. Because that's how I roll. Any chance you can create components in Fusion and import them into Kerbal? Yes. I made them in Maya, not in Fusion. You need something that's more for games, but see these hinge, this gusset piece that I made here to make really, really strong hinges. See that, Sean? I made this part. I never finished texturing it, but yeah, it's this. I put this part in here to make launch pads, so I could have something that pivots, and you have a pilot dowel that can take an insane amount of force before it breaks. Before I was making hinges out of leftover spacecraft parts. That does work, but that works better. There's plenty of tutorials on how to do it out there. It's not too hard. You can always just disable the shroud, can't you? Yes, Dink, but that gets the heat. That makes the heat shield aerodynamics all screwy. Yeah, the heat shield arrow gets very, very temperamental using that attachment node I found. There. Blank the windows out. What's up, Yargles? Yeah, Yuri, I'm not sure if we can overclock RCS ports. I'm not sure if we can, but like if we take a cow, right, and we attach it here and we go into our AGs, right? And we select the thruster and we select cow. No axis field toggles. There's just same vessel collision and RCS and toggleable thrust. That could prove to be problematic. Not much. So has the thruster failed yet? No, I'm still designing the capsule. After a lot of looking about, Starliner stated to have 12 batteries. The reference render we're using only shows 10. But those renders are from 2014, so it could have increased to 12. They're most definitely the batteries. Thanks, Resize. Resi, excuse me. Resize. Sorry, my brain went brain. Res, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Now... Now we can move this out right here. Take a look. There's your pressure vessel. And because of this, now we can replicate Starliner's design structurally between the fairing plate and the heat shield. Take a look. Starliner has 4 main struts that basically go down to the flange that holds the heat shield. Right? See what I'm talking about? They go all the way down. Those are primary structural carriers, and I'm guessing those are the clamps that hold the pressure vessel plates together as well. There seems to be 4 of them. I'm going to have to look around a little bit more. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's also your primary hoisting points. See? See what I'm talking about? See the shackles that they have hooked up to this thing? And then they have specialized shackle to Starliner adapter points. Hey, thanks, Redbeard. Yeah. Isn't there a straight up monopropellant engine? Yes, there is. That thing. I'm most likely going to use those overclocked as our launch escape system. The RS-88s. Everything else, yeah, I don't know. Aqualux, you're going to have to figure that out. All right, so what I'm still going to do here, and I'm going to need another profile line here. Let me move this back into position. That's its final spot there. I just need another ruler here.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do you call the most famous cow of all time? Legendary.
That's funny. All right, so this needs to go down here like this. What I'm trying to do with this ruler is just get ourselves the outer edge of the outer edge of the capsule, and just provide a little bit of space so we don't have COPVs like sticking out the sides. Now, if we take this. Right? Set this down like that. Flip it around. That shows us the forward bulkhead of the capsule. We can tighten this up. This ruler doesn't need to be this long. Do the same thing. So we could flip that around. And have this measure the back where the heat shield is. That's basically where we run out of room. Keep it nice and square right there. All right, cool. So note that I attached these, right? I attached these rulers to the fairing. Those rulers that get you that profile curve of the pressure vessel are attached to the capsule. This is just keeping track of stuff in the hierarchy. But now, if I move, check this out. We move the fairing out of here, these rulers should go with it and give me an exact volume of usable space. This cavity right here is where we can use stuff. That's where we can put tanks. Now, we have those Starliner hoisting points that we know about, so we're just going to have those represented as 4 struts. Now, You could just connect 4 struts like that, call it a day. I don't want to do that. I don't like doing things that way. That's imprecise. Rotate it so this axis lines up with your cardinal directions. Okay? This is how they work on rockets. This is how rockets are processed in real life. Right? You rotate so you're working plumb with gravity. It makes stuff easier to install. This is why a lot of rockets and capsules are on rotisseries. Like Falcon 9. It's on rotisseries and processing rings so they can flip it. So they can turn it around. You can turn the whole thing so the part that you're working on is near the ground. You do that in Kerbal. Same idea. These are going to be representative of the struts, the hoisting point struts that hold this whole thing together. When I say I want this capsule to work like the real one, I mean it. Yarg, Tier 2, 121. Ugh. Thanks, Yarg. Dick. There we go. Okay, so now the rulers that we're using we can use these to locate our tanks. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There seems to be cells here. Like, there's bays, right? See one right there? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Interesting. So that would put us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Interesting. It's not asymmetric, but all right. Well, here's how we're gonna do this. Let's go into our fuel tanks. We obviously need monopropellant tanks. One, two. Now, we can't approximate between helium and monopropellant here because we don't need a pressurant. Kerbal supplies the pressurant for you. So let's do this way. Let's put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's put 9 tanks here. I'll put the ore tank here because batteries in KSP are extremely light. For some weird reason. Must be like lithium or whatever. Like, I'm still going to put the ore tank down there to help us offset our design. And once again, I don't know where... We got to figure out where the environmental control systems are, but we'll get it. Hey, read it. Hey, Geeson, did you know that you're the worst person ever? Also, you're everything I wish I could be. Also, hi. Wow, that's a weird thing to say, Yard. Hey, Hurtful, what's up, man? Sorry, that's not super relative to what you're working on, but now I see Starliner. I remind the question I have. How do they design the protrusion through the heat shield that attaches Starliner Orion Dragon to the service modules? Isn't that a crazy weak point after separation? You mean holes in the heat shield? Yes. Absolutely. Purple, what would you do to solve that problem? So Starliner has piloting dowels, where it's mechanically attached are basically huge pins. There's 4 of them. See? 1, 2, and then there's another one here. There's another one on the other side. See there? That is a hole in your heat shield, right? That's not good. How do you get around that? Well, whatever your receiver here is needs to be enough to withstand re-entry heating, right? Because a hole in the heat shield, plasma is going to get in there and it's going to pressurize in there. So not only does that need to be temperature resistant, it needs to be pressure resistant, right? Dragon does the same thing. There's pilot holes. Now, you can keep them small. It doesn't take a lot to keep this thing located on top of the heat shield, right? But yeah, that's still a hole in your heat shield. It's a chink in the armor. So that place better be, whatever you're using there, better be made out of something. You're going to have to make it out of a higher mass metal, or because it needs to be able to withstand, like straight up withstand re-entry heating, right? Because plasma's going to get in there. It's going to get in there. It's going to pressurize inside of there. So you need to make something that can just passively resist that straight up or radiate the heat out or something. It's a good question, dude. You could make it out of titanium. Do you want to send the Kerbals to the space station for 9 months? No, Das does. PY. That's why I'm building it for him to fly. I don't want to build this piece of junk. It's not a piece of junk. It's a good capsule. It's just getting there. Okay. You could make it out of titanium. I would make it out of something. Titanium would work, but does titanium withstand 1600 C? Something to think about. You're going to need to make something that can basically either A, tank the heat, just like in an RPG or a MOBA or something. You have something that tanks, that can just absorb all the hits. In this case, you're absorbing a crazy amount of heat that can just straight up tank the heat, or something that can survive long enough, or something that can radiate the heat out, right? Or something that can survive long enough during the re-entry regime that it won't melt, right? Which is basically just tanking the heat. It's one or the other. Personally, me, I would just build something that tanks the heat. You got to make the thing that attaches the capsule to the heat shield has to be strong anyway. So you're going to want to make that out of something very, an alloy or something that's extremely strong and very heat resistant. I wouldn't know, Baron. So Starliner can be delivered to space from their satellite propelled with 20 to 30,000 speed. I don't think so, Sam. 718 Inco. I was thinking Inconel Article 5. That would probably be a good idea. Inco would probably be my bet, or some type of alloy that you'd use for a rocket engine, because those do that. But you got to remember, the rocket engines do not burn nearly as hot as plasma. Plasma is way higher temperatures. Pandaroo is a user over in YouTube. Good points. My quest will continue on, and if I have concrete facts about this, we will share them here. Well, Hurtful, it's one or the other. Material science is kind of your limiting factor here for converging on what's actually happening. I don't know the exact alloys. That information is going to be really difficult to find, but it is a hole in the heat shield. We know that hole is going to pressurize, because the stagnation is going to pressurize it. Now, what's stagnation? Give me 1 second. Here. So, Breeze here. So, right here, there's a stagnation point, and that basically the plasma is holding air up against the capsule. Yeah, you get a stagnation point here, and that pressurizes because the capsule is basically holding it up against it. So whatever, we know that because of Orion. Orion's heat shield was cracking because of the same phenomenon, right?
We know that because of the way that it is.
Because of the way that it is. What's up, Bree?
Nothing. There's a boy. I figured boy hadn't come seen you in a little bit. I don't know when the last time boy saw chat was.
Oh.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why are some tree branches so much heavier than others? It's because they decided to stick around.
Titan is not amused. Titan is not amused. Hello, buddy. Hello, is that your ball? Yeah, that's your ball. That's your ball, Taito. Hello. How you doing? Primo and Doggo. Hello. Hey, what are you doing?
I want it.
Ow. Okay. Shake on it.
Thank you.
The noise that he makes when he gets the ball, when he catches it, is like, oh. It's the funniest noise ever. It makes me laugh every time, dude.
Okay, we gotta go make dinner.
All right.
I'll let you know what's done.
Okay.
I love you, babe.
Love you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I love you.
I love you.
The compressor cut it out. It's like, ah, you know. All right. Anyway, dog. Last since Titan distracted you. Hey, I just wanted you to know that for whatever reason you missed a trick. Today is International Beaver Day. If every day is a holiday, Megas, no day is a holiday. I choose to celebrate beavers every day. Hey. I think he means Timberborn. Really, Yarg? No. Unit 23, that license plate belongs to a local Spurberry police vehicle. It does? Oh my god! Wet spot on the green screen? Maybe. I throw my beer cans back there. That green screen probably has beer stains all over it. Does it? Oh, yes, it does. License plate belongs to a local Spurberry police vehicle. It does? Oh my god. Sorry, that's funny to me. Anyway, we were talking about heat shield. Yeah, right here. It's going to pressurize. So it's got to be something that can hold the pressure and something that gets really, really hot, and also something that's very, very strong. It just needs to be good at everything. Anyway, back to work. Fuel tank placement. Walls. Let me just check to make sure that that thing doesn't stick out. Nope. We're good. All right, so that position is good. So doesn't make sense. That's not the right tank spacing. Get rid of that. Yeah, that isn't the right tank spacing. Yeah, okay, we're 5 degrees off. That's fine. So let me rotate the capsule 5 degrees off of that and then replace that. in Mirror Sim, so this comes out correctly. I was thinking the heat shield does detach, so we're gonna need some type of separation mechanism for that thing. Which means the pressure vessel most likely needs to be redesigned to an extent. Because Starliner jettisons its heat shield because of the bags. Yeah, it does jettison the heat shield. It's not for all the crafts, Civola. That's just where we... yeah, these are out on the internet. They out on the internet, though.
Discovery, go and throttle
Hey,
up.
RT, 88-month resubs. The SD100 is go. I'm thinking, give me 1 second, guys. If we wanted to, I mean, we don't have airbags in KSP, so we don't have inflatables and stuff, so doing that is not really gonna work too incredibly well. SLS seems okay, Act. We don't, kind of in a holding pattern until whatever happens tomorrow. That's when Jared Isaacman has his confirmation as NASA administrator. I'm pretty sure SLS will be just fine, though. Might need to redesign. What was the bipod mount on the shuttle made from? Aluminum. Yeah, I think Isaacman is a really good pick, Act. I mean, Act, I know you haven't been here for a little bit, but you remember all my things back in the day, all the space news and op-ed parts of space news that I did where I was like, SLS needs to launch more, not less, if we want to recoup the ridiculous development cost. I think Rook knows that. I think he knows that. I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to basically do what Jim was trying to do. And I'm okay with that. In fact, Jim endorsed him for what it's worth. Hey, Woody. 100-month
Go and throttle
resub.
up.
100 months. All right. Let me check something. Woody, thanks for the 100 months, man. Appreciate you. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that too, because I have to do a slight redesign to the pressure vessel. Good. Okay. This will allow for a mechanical delatch point here. So we want Starliner to fly right. If we want to do it right, we got to be able to jettison our heat shield. Heat shield deploy for reference just in case. That's the mission that Jeb flew. Boing. Sick. Look, see how they roll? Dude, that's... I can't tell if this would be really fun or it would, like, I'd puke. I'm thinking more puke, at least on the first time. I'd be like, oh god, no. Love how that deployed with the music. Yeah, see. They jettison the heat shield so the airbags can deploy. No problem. We can make that. Easy. We're gonna need a heat shield pilot dowel. Oh, and I'm not sure how that's gonna work. Damn climbers. Okay. Could Starliner dock to Dragon in space if both were doing an orbit Earth as a test run? You could dock them to each other. You'd have to do it manually, Mike, but you could do it. I'm thinking, this is why I use rulers to get everything to measure up and look good. That's where that needs to be. All right, so that isn't exactly... I'm going to change some parameters around on this. This... Shouldn't have attached that like that, but that's okay. I need to get this to match the outside profile. Gonna have to do slight modifications to our heat shield shape here. Or the pressure vessel shape. To account for the disposable heat shield. If you're wondering what these strut lines are, they're just rulers. They're just ways for me to figure out good like points in 3D space. That's where the beginning of the fairing is. And then this is where the shell of the fairing needs to end for the most part. Old Apollo thrusters on both the command service module and the service module. Question from John on similarities. Thrusters on the command service modules are backup for the... No, the command module thrusters are there mostly for attitude control during re-entry. The Apollo one, though, worked with the thrusters on the service module. You could only get 6 degrees of movement with the Apollo module by firing the thrusters in the front and in the back. Well, I mean, that's... Yeah, because that's the only way you could have done pitch control. Well, no, you could have done pitch control other ways. I think they work together. I forget. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure they do. Oh, well, I wish I wasn't... Oh, well, I wish I wasn't muted. Thank you for teaching us everything. Talking to Woody. Okay. All right, now let me get the pressure vessel out. Okay, that's the space I have to work with. Starliner does something very similar to that, Aqualux. The problem is that the colliders on the capsule and the colliders on the heat shield are not really doing what I want. Guys, for the sake of time, I might make the heat shield not jettisonable like the real one. This is gonna take a second to figure out. Where are you taking the ball tanks? Yeah, I gotta figure that one out, dude. Give me one sec. I'll be right back, 1 second. Okay, I just needed to check something. Cool. Been tuning in and out, so I may have missed it. Any reason why you don't just use the stock detached heat shield? Starliner jettisons its heat shield and is reusable. Intended to be reusable. Don't heat shields have a built-in separator? How are you going to attach a new one? There we go. My my rulers were not indicating correctly. There we go. That's why we couldn't get the shape right. All right, so take the heat shield, move the heat shield back a little ways. I know that looks a little bit silly, but I'm doing this for two reasons. Detachable heat shield is the biggest one. And second of all, those fuel tanks, there would obviously be occluded. So instead of making the fuel tanks wrap around the fairing, I'm making the fairing encompass the fuel tanks. So, you know, this is where Kerbal differs from real life just a little bit. So they're occluded correctly. So then when we go to put this back in here like this, now the heat shield isn't exactly big enough, but what do you know? Thank you. Thank you for being you. And also, I'm glad I got to go along for this ride. I remember way back when you were streaming in your room in your parents' house, Primo, calling me out from her name. I may not talk much, but for the most part, I'm here every day. You just got back from an errand. My brakes are doing something funky. Whenever I brake, I'm at a slower speed, and the car brake, it's like jerk, feels like a flat spot. Do I need to worry about that? You got warped rotors. Bingo. Your rotors are warped, dude. How's that, Yuri? Now we're cooking with gas. This is about the Dallas Challenge, right? That's right, Ethereal. Yep. But see, I don't exactly want to do that. I just hate that the heat shield is just slightly smaller than the damn capsule. That's very frustrating. Flags are physics-less, Archie. They're a physics part. They will not affect aerodynamics. I don't like it. Not what I'm really looking for. Space Pope. What's up, man? That's good enough. Not exactly what we're looking for, but it's close enough to where it covers the shield and it looks okay. All right, so now what we need to do. Okay, I'm gonna save R1 and we're gonna get rid of the rulers. The pressure vessel is finalized. New save. Now, what we probably need to do is just move around our thruster blocks just a little bit. For them to be in the same spots that they are in real life. We just got to modify them a little bit. I'm locked in, dudes. Just like old times. Hey, Alexis, what's up, dude? There we go. Nice. That looks a lot better. Good. Now we need an intermediate piece here. Something that's structurally going to tie this together. And that's the piece that we can mount our heat shield to. Guys, I don't mind taking the 2.5 and doing that. That looks fine. It's totally okay. Remember, we're short on time. If I had more time, other than 2 days to make this damn thing, I would do this. I would sit here and we would mess with it to get it to look right. That will do just fine for now. Hey, Gil, what's going on? All right, so we can get rid of the attached docking port there. We don't necessarily need that. Okay, so we need an intermediate structural piece here. The structural piece is going to be inside of the fairing. We also, I would prefer it to be something that's high mass. That's 170 kilos, that piece right here. That thing just barely doesn't fit. Not really what I'm looking for. Why 2 days? I'm doing a special flame trench as a sequel to last week's flame trench with Das on Thursday on NSF. And what Das is going to do is he's going to attempt to dock Starliner to the station with thruster loss. He's going to try to do what Barry Wilmore was trying to do during the CFT-1 mission. He's just like, I could dock this thing. I could get this thing to dock to the space station without I could get it to dock to the space station without thrusters. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's not a big deal. That was his whole argument. And I'm making a super high fidelity version of Starliner to prove that he's wrong. It's a big deal losing control of a spacecraft next to a space station. So that's why I'm like being anal retentive about where the thrusters are, how they're working, everything. I'm being very specific about my design here. This is how I would design something. I'm using kind of my mission mode design rules here. No SAS. Starliner doesn't have a control moment gyro. The capsule, no. I'll put a probe core on the capsule with a heading lock. That's about as good as you're gonna get. Don't worry, I will put that in. Something like that, Sneaky. I need a very lightweight structural piece that can tie the rim of the fairing together. Actually, I don't really want it to be lightweight. I want it to be actually kind of heavy. Nope, panels ain't gonna work. Did DOS pay the extra assured access to guarantee the capsule would be ready on time like with Boeing? I don't know. How what's the mass on this? 80 kilograms. I'm thinking. I don't know if this is mass. You watch the Commerce Committee tomorrow. Yeah, of course, good fella. Yeah, Ressi, right? It's such a pain in the butt to find information. That's why I sat there and we kind of we figured out enough of knowing what we know about spacecraft systems to get it close. What will you be docking this to?
Go and throttle up.
I have a space station that we can use for docking in another save, Jack. We can use the Space Station Freedom model that we made in the Mission Mode 3 save. Okay, because this is our structural tie-in, I need to figure out a pickup point here. And I like using absolute snap to align things. Here's the thing though, if I attach a docking port directly to this, right? And then we tried to absolute snap it into position, because I had to make a custom movement on this, they're never gonna come out exactly the same. See, it's kind of moving around the other docking port, right? So what we gotta do, that's the set point, right? Gotta move this out of the way. Go here like this. Attach the docking port to this. Right? Move it out here. Use this as a set piece. That is exactly where I want that port to be. Right? And then back it up. Move that exact port into position. Now, what I have to do here is just rotate that out of the way temporarily so I can get rid of my set port. There. Okay. Save. Go here like this. Make sure we grandparent part. No docking. No docking there. We don't need to worry about that. I'm going to use local orientation, see if I could snap this back one more. Nope. Nope. That's where that has to go. All right, so that's where that lives. Hey, Linux, what's going on? 56 months back to KSP. Yeah, dude. All right, so we're going to do some trickery here. Watch. Take the fairing expansion. Click fairing expansion. Now we need the structural piece for Starliner's hoisting points, right? So those were in 4 times symmetry clocked at 45 degrees. Like this. Once again, what did I say about making sure that this is correct? Take the fairing, rotate it 45 degrees, line up the struts with your world axis, so up and down, right? And then set them to absolute. And now, see how that's all crooked? Dude, the angle, for the people that don't know, in KSP, the angle of the strut absolutely matters. What I'm trying to tell you is the angle of the dangle is important. How you attach these things together will absolutely denote how this model, how the thing flies and how it moves. Okay. Perfect. I always take the time to make sure that the angle of the dangle is right. But with these struts, because the outer skin of the fairing is going to be covering the tanks, right? Unlike the pressure vessel, they're going through the fairing. You see that? You probably tick them out one more. Get that looking real respectable like. Then they'll treat you real respectable like. There's nothing to worry about, big fella. All the people at the zoo are very nice, Penguin. They'll treat you real respectable like. All right, so now move the heat shield out of the way, save our work, and now the fairing is holding on to that Rocco Max adapter. Rocco Max adapter, oh, it's only 80 kilos, which is not great, but with the tanks and everything, that should help. That is acting as the bottom of our pressure vessel. Now what we do is if I take a docking port, we take the heat shield, right? Take the docking port, snap that on absolute, take the heat shield, snap it on absolute, and then get one more docking port and attach the docking port to... sometimes you gotta put a piece on this to make sure it doesn't attach to that node specifically. Perfect. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Save. And now, on that docking port flange, that's where we attach our heat shield. Or that's where we attach the service module. And now the heat shield can be jettisoned. I know what people are going to say. Isn't that going to be wobbly as heck? I have a trick up my sleeve. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're worrying. Don't worry about it. I got this, man. It's me. Look, I'm your boy. I know what's good. Super glue? How'd you know? It's cool, but it doesn't look exactly right. Yeah, that's fine. Why is your docking ring under the heat shield? It's so the heat shield is jettisonable, Dean. You want to test it? Here. We haven't developed out the parachute systems just yet, but, you know. This should work. We also should check to make sure that our thruster blocks are working correctly. It'll be fine. Why the SRB? How are we going to test the heat shield jettisoning if we're not under parachute? How are we going to get under parachute? Pop, if this was mission mode, I probably would have just tested jettisoning the heat shield and reattaching it, but it ain't mission mode. Know what I mean? It ain't mission mode. Huh. No, the SRB's still attached. It's fine. Whatever. Jeb's having fun. That might get loud when it hits the ground, so I'm just gonna, headphone users, just in case. Cool. That wasn't too bad. Thruster blocks are operable. We have yaw, pitch, and roll. I would say that was a pretty conclusive test. Dinner's almost ready, like 3 minutes. Okay. That needs to move back a little bit. It's just clipping out. Wait, I thought thrusters were on the part that was jettisoned during re-entry. Well, yeah, Ethereal, but the capsule still has to steer during re-entry. How do you think they're able to precision land these things? Or get them back to an area that's not like 3,000 square miles or something, right? You still need to have some control over the vehicle during entry, descent, and landing. So this is actually footage from Boeing. So what they do, Starliner has small monopropellant yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters to make sure the capsule is in the correct orientation for the heat shield. And then during actual reentry, they roll the vehicle with an offset center of mass to modulate heat shield angle of attack so they can steer the capsule. Basically, the center of mass is heavier on one side of the capsule, and that makes it fly through reentry like this. So if you roll, it's going to modulate the angle of attack of your heat shield as you roll. And that's how you get cross-range capability with a capsule. So you can, don't get me wrong, capsule doesn't have as much cross-range as the space shuttle. But fun fact, the space shuttle does the same thing. Only it's yaw because it's the space shuttle and not a capsule. Space shuttle does this. The S-turns for cross-range capability. It does that. Same idea, but with a shuttle and not a capsule. That's how you get cross-range. That's how you can precisely land this. You could do this in KSP. Why do you think I'm taking the time to develop this right, to make sure all the systems are mass balanced correctly? Because I want this to fly like Starliner and work exactly like Starliner. That gives us the best probability of success for what we're trying to do. Bree, I saw the dinner thing. I might just take a... Bree, if you could put it in a takeout box, I might just come back up here. We gotta cook, man. We gotta get this done. I thought they just used reaction wheels, not thrusters. See, Ethereal, this is something that Kerbal kind of gets you into a crappy habit. You control moment gyros in real life, so CMG, right? reaction wheel. A control moment gyro is heavy, and it's technically complicated. And it uses up a ton of power. Gyros in real life are power sinks. Quite actually. They take up tons of power. You only have a limited amount of power on here. So, believe it or not, adding a thruster block and all the lines for the thruster block in the fuel tanks are a better way to A, balance the capsule for better re-entry qualities, right? And B, do away with that. You don't need that. In fact, most spacecraft do not have CMGs on board. The shuttle didn't. The CSM, the Apollo Command Service Module, did have reaction wheels on it. The reaction wheels were not used for stability assist. Fun fact, the reaction wheels were used as a very primitive inertial measurement device so the capsule could use localized acceleration to figure out where it was. It is a very, 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 very primitive form of the missile knowing where it is so it knows where it isn't because it picks up on accelerations in different directions. So it can figure out where it is based off of that. That's called inertial guidance, which is, the Apollo program kind of pioneered that. That's kind of important. Inertial guidance is something that almost every airplane, that's worth its weight in gold, uses. You have to, in fact, any pilots here that are flying 737s, 767s, Airbus, whatever, any jetliner has an INS in it. Yeah, so the MFD can tell you where you are correctly. So good for the ISS, not so much for the capsule. Yes. Interesting side information. There's some work being done right now to use a control moment gyro revolutions per minute to store energy and turn the CMG into a short-term energy storage. GPS-aided INS is the thing lately. For sure, Gil. It knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't. So yeah, the Apollo CSM had reaction wheels on it, but they were not used for stability. They were used for guidance. And if you saturated them, the capsule would basically go adrift because it has no idea where it is. Yeah, that would be bad. You don't want to confuse the computers like that. And that almost happened a couple of times, but over time, they get out of sync, though, the inertial guidance, like an alternator. Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why they don't do that anymore. Your phone has something like that, though. The accelerometer in your phone kind of works like that. Interestingly enough. Okay, cool. So, we have our jettisonable heat shield. Our thruster blocks are working correctly. I do not want monopropellant on board this capsule in the tanks here. We have to come up with an internalized storage area. So we need to move our heat shield bulkhead back. I'm aware of the gimbals. Got the 8-ball right in front of me. Nice. And now that we have a structural vessel here at the bottom of our pressure vessel, so to speak, we can start placing fuel tanks. And we can start placing them in the spots where they actually belong. The right way to do this, because the tanks are not in the same spot as the thruster block, the right way to do this would be to rotate the entire capsule and then still use mirror symmetry, but use mirror symmetry that's 90 degrees removed. So find the cardinal direction that we want, move it to 85 degrees, and then adjust mirror from there. Remember, we want to also keep our center of mass as close to the bottom of this thing as possible. There it is. Okay, now that's one set of tanks. One tick in on absolute, and then bury it so you just see the very bottom of the tank. And there's your fuel tank positioning. How much monopropellant does each one of these have? 7.5? That had 30. So... why are the tanks mirroring strangely? So Mowgli, that has to do with capsule orientation. What I like to do when I place something, okay, here, let me show you. Say you have something that's cylindric, right? And say in Kerbal, right, you need a strut that's 45 degrees off of your center axis line. So what's your center axis? Your center axis is where that I-beam's going, right? Like that. And then you have this guy right here. That's your center axis, you know, side to side. So you have up, down, left, right, right? Say you need something that's equidistant in between here and a strut that connects into there. Now, you know, if you're a casual Kerbal player, that works just fine. That's fine. It'll work. It'll be fine. But if the needs of your vehicle calls for something that is a little more on the complicated side, right? Like say you're doing something like that, right? And you need this thing to hold together. Here's how you would do this. Watch. Now, say you need the strut is precise. Like you don't just want it to be like up there like that and it looks ridiculous. It needs to be like right there and it needs to be perfect, right? You could place that. That works. Good enough. It depends on what you're trying to do. However, you want to get this really nice. You want it to look really good. Look, so if you hold shift, you can rotate on 5-degree increments. We're calling for a strut at 45 degrees. We're moving on 5-degree increments. 9 times 5 is 45. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Now, our world orientation is still up, down, left, right. I didn't rotate the hanger, I rotated the piece of equipment. Struts like snapping, it's easier for a strut to work in a cardinal direction. So forward, back, left, right, up, and down. So rotating the entire thing and getting it to attach to the right spot. Now that the axis that I want the strut to go in is aligned to the cardinal direction of the hanger. So when I go to place the strut, it doesn't come out all finicky. It comes out perfect. See, you just use absolute snap. Now you're good. Now, if you really want, like I said, you say you need them in 4x symmetry, right? In between these I-beams or something. Check this out. Now you rotate the vehicle. Local orientation, the red ring is up. So now you rotate that into position. I was in 3 times symmetry, so it didn't really work. Sorry. You got to set it to 4x symmetry, idiot. See, now you sit here, absolute snap. You absolute snap on the world axis, so axis relative to the hanger. Now check this out, dude. Those struts are perfect. They are perfectly aligned, perfectly straight. Hey.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brought me food.
I did.
I love you.
I love you too. Where are my cookie pans?
Under the stove?
I looked there. There's one.
I don't know. I wouldn't have touched them otherwise unless they're in the linen closet.
It doesn't make any sense. I've had like 5 of them and I leave them on the counter and now they just disappeared.
Check the pots and pans drawer. Could be in there, like up against the back or under or something.
Did you put them in there?
I don't remember doing it, but that's the only other place I can think of if I was going to.
Okay.
You alright?
Yeah,
You're pissed that you can't find your cookie pans.
and I'm a little bit stressed, but it's fine.
Anything I can do?
I don't think so.
Want to talk about it?
Maybe for 5 seconds. Sorry, chat.
Give me 1 second, guys. But yeah, hopefully that helps. That's what I did with the tanks and mirror symmetry, because the mirror symmetry works around the world axis. So if I wanted a tank to be here, 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 like just on the bottom, like that, you use mirror symmetry to orient it and then align it to the cardinal directions in the hangar, and that gets every tank perfectly equidistant. Because you can't place in this kind of symmetry with radial. You can't do that. Does that make sense? Anyway,
5 seconds.
I'll be right back 1 second. Okay, we're back, and we have the combination.
Chad, he's not in trouble. He married a girl with anxiety and ADHD. It's just how it goes, okay? Like,
So I'm off the hook.
nothing to do with him. He's a saint.
See? Me and the Lord got a connection. We're on a mission from God.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. I love
All right.
you.
Love you too.
Mwah.
Mwah. Thank you for dinner. I love you. You're the best. Did you find the cookie pans? We have a good idea where they are. Anyway, all right, let's roll. I'll eat this in a moment. So yeah, Mowgli, that's used for orientation. I used mirror symmetry because you can't use any form of radial symmetry to get this exactly right. So yeah, little word on KSP hierarchy. That's my specialty, building crafts. That's what I'm really good at in KSP. I could build a craft that can do anything. What are those bruises on your neck? I'm gonna need you to practice your guitar a bit more if you want to compare yourself to the Blues Brothers. Thanks. The Blues Brothers didn't play the guitar. Matt Guitar Murphy did. And Steve, the Colonel Cropper. Without your dry white toast, without your full fried chickens. Okay, so our tanks are in the right spot. We need batteries for the capsule as well. I will put the batteries down there. 0.2. What's our fuel tank mass here? The fuel tank mass is 40 kilos, and we're carrying 30 kilos of propellant. So each one of those tanks is 10 kilos dry mass. So that's the mass of the tank by itself. What about the battery? The battery is 20 kilos. And then we have currently configured, I have 8 tanks. 7.5 is 15. Right? So 15, 30, 45. How much was it in there? That gives us 45 monoprop. And that's just for the capsule. I do believe we can get rid of those tanks, and we can actually put our batteries down here because they are heavier. They have higher mass. What's the heaviest battery that we can get? That one's 200 kilos, but we ain't fitting that one in here. So Let this bad boy back up. There we go. We might be able to get away with moving them down a little bit more. I just don't want them to clip. Yeah, that's not gonna do us right. Maybe, perhaps if we moved them around like this. Yeah, see, the back plate, the mounting plate of the batteries is not collidable. See how if I put my mouse over it, it doesn't highlight the part? That is not collidable. That is the best way to keep the batteries low and the most towards the bottom of the craft. Perfect. And that gives us, combined with the onboard batteries here, we got 150 plus 800. We got 950 battery. That should be well more than enough for this phase of the mission. Because you got to think, do we need a lot of battery charge here? No, you shouldn't. Look, if you don't have the service module attached with solar panels on it at this point in time, and you're not going through just reentry, which takes about, I don't know, what do you think? Reentry in KSP, 15 minutes, right? And then like maybe factor in a deorbit burn, you know, service module jettison, right? So from SM jettison all the way down to the surface, you can't run out of electrical power. You really need, you don't need a lot for this phase of the mission. So you don't need a lot of battery here, right? I might switch us down to 1 battery. But I think switching us down to 1 battery bank is going to well, we can always flip the battery bank on its side. And that enables us to mount it a lot lower. How's the KSP progress? Very good. Making good progress on our Starliner. I don't like that that flag has that little bit sticking out right there. There, I'd prefer that. Make sure nothing clips through, the batteries go boom. Yep. just want to make sure that... There we go. That's good enough. All right, save. Okay, so we got our batteries locked in. What else? Have you chosen a name for the capsule? Jebliner. Jebliner. It's the Jebliner. You don't particularly trust SRBs? Ethereal. I think SRBs are fine. Solid rocket boosters have moved more people into space than any other form of rocket propulsion. Yeah, how's that one for a humdinger? So we have to take almost all of the ablator out of the heat shield too. Gotta be true to real life. Why am I doing that, Creation? What does that even mean? What first stage are you putting on it? Let me design the capsule and then I'll make a rocket for it, Cake. I was thinking an Atlas N22 would probably cook pretty hard. I just... Yeah, I could make that work. Use Blender, man. Or Tinkercad will work pretty well. Those meatballs are calling my name, dudes. An overclocked Bobcat should get us some RD 180 action, I think. I don't know, Rim. My eyes are not deceiving me. You just playing KSP. Alright, so, yeah. Now we gotta... we gotta get the hat. Starliner's hat. That thing. I am fairly confident we do not have that shape in Kerbal at all. Could make it like the OG version where it pops off. Yeah. I retract my previous statement. We can make that work. The one thing that we're not going to be able to get right is the parachute ring. See this ring right here from where the blue stripe is up to here? This ring piece jettisons and the parachutes shoot out of that compartment. We're not, I can't make a jettisonable ring right here. I wish. No. Okay, that should be good enough. I did something weird to that nose cone. I don't want it. That's the position that we need this to be in. That's not that. That piece pops off. And then the docking port cover is a separate piece. I'm thinking. Do you think New Glenn will ever be crew rated? Yes. Absolutely. There is a cover. They added a cover, but that just covers up the docking port, dude. That covers up the docking port and the plugs. It's not that nose cone piece that goes to the top. The nose cone actually pops off during flight, if I'm looking at this correctly. In which case, we just need a docking port cover piece, which is... not the right diameter. Ah. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. Just pee-pee. What? I'm thinking you need a rotator hinge. I'm thinking you're wrong. No, a rotator hinge? What do you mean? No. This is the right thing. You do caca poo poo. Pee pee. Sorry. I'm sorry, Chatty Murphy. It was an accident. It's having too much fun. News. Nice. Do we have any 625 diameter parts that aren't heat shields, though? The fireworks launcher. That's not great. That's not what we want. EJ is mature, clearly. There's no 625 fairing base, dude. The Ascent cover separate. Yeah, oh, it does that? Oh, it's a clamshell. You hear that, 95? I got songs written about me. Where's your song?
Up a fight, weird impressions, internet memes. EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can.
Yeah, Flykin, it's gonna be too many parts, dude. Good idea, though.
Stuck in space, or you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues.
I have no idea how we're gonna separate that right.
EJ's his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities Kerbal and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but each always
Piston
puts up
plus
a fight.
deccoupler.
Weird impressions, internet memes. He's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can.
As you can. This is how I make stuff, Redbeard. That's how we roll, man. Kraken tech time. Going to finish it today? I think, well, Space Wolf, we got to finish it today so we can test it tomorrow. A shielded docking port? It's close, but that's not exactly what I want. You don't want to have to train DOS too much on this thing. Me when I'm multiple docking and oh. A fairing would be good, but it wouldn't be very reusable. We'd have to somehow jettison the entire fairing assembly after every flight. I don't want to do that. I might just do a jettisonable nose cone and call it a day. Like the first Starliner flights did that. Why no piston in a decoupler? Uh, 95, if the center of mass of an object during decouple is in front of another object, we should just be able to hit the pop button and it should automatically separate, like that. See? Because you can use the clipping as your separator mechanism. very satisfying to watch. Is the small separator SRB stock KSP or not? Oh. Use a tiny decoupler and make a flag on one side for the cover. So we got that. 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 And then we got this. The Separatron. I don't want to put Sepatrons up here, dudes. Not doing that. I'm happy with just the jettison mechanism for now. If I come up with something else, dude, we'll do it. Now, the service module. That's right, it goes in the service module hole. Actually, let's go over here. Provision 2. Also, I must say, good capsule design. There is one thing that I forgot. Let me go back into R1 real quick. I didn't put a heading lock on the capsule. You need heading lock, at the very least. No stability assist, no SAS, no CMGs, none of that crap. Real capsules don't use that. You can use it in Kerbal if you want to be a scrub. I'm just kidding. You play the game the way that makes you happy. That's what Kerbal is all about. Guys, I'm kind of wondering. Thoughts on the Japanese GP? I didn't watch it. That, dude, you know it's bad when the highlight reel is actually kind of boring. Cool. I know what people are going to say. The ore tank? Really? Yes. Really. We're going to need to do one more test to make sure this all works correctly. Hey, Fleet. All right, ready? Okay. Nah. I did mean to stay on R1. R1 is my capsule command module master file. Did you forget to add the wire mesh around the service module to add drag stability in case of an abort? That's on the service module now, isn't it? That's not the service module, dog. Oh yeah. Offset center of mass. Yeah, probably should have taken into account that. Nice. Task failed successfully. Good run. Yeah, that was a pretty awesome one. Can we call it Shark? Sure. Armada's still working on KSP1? Absolutely, Bob. We've had an anomaly? You gotta clear the area? Crew suffered a horrible death. High five! I test capsule, he test capsule. I had air brake, he adds air brake. I test capsule third time, he cannot afford great success. Linux still works on like 43,400, 434,908 mods. Yep. All right, ready? Just verify our pitch control actuation. Okay, cool. Let's try this. Jeb, you ready? Cool. Excellent. Yeah, we probably should have put it on the other side, but that's okay. That didn't do what I want. I think I put the air brake on the wrong side. In fact, I did put the air brake on the wrong side. It needs to be over here for this to work correctly. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is Rocket Skates, take 3. Interesting, Baron. You don't need to worry about putting control surfaces on the wrong side. And... uh-oh. You know what? Screw it. Just send it that way. It's fine. So we jettisoned the heat shield just fine. The problem is that the ore tank and everything else kind of crashed into the ground as well. Oh, it's probably because it's sticking out. Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. Have you tried not having that stick out the bottom? Alright, cool. Send it again. What are we gonna use for airbags, dude? There's nothing like that in this game. No, there's nothing like that in this game. I could use little mini landing legs. That could work. Yeet. The inflatable heat shield is way too big, dude. I think it's just dialing in the chutes, guys. Get the chutes right, and this should be fine. Yeah, that's not what we wanted. We don't need our balls rolling around. We can't have our balls rolling around like this, chat. We need stable balls. Thank you, coffee. Can't have just them all flopping around in here. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Your Starliner has already conducted more test flights than the real thing. Ugh. Boing is using 3 chutes in real life. And then they have that little, the T handle. Watch, the handle will deploy and then, yeah, see? Give me a second. Shut up, chat. Hold on. This needs to be slightly recessed mechanism. You're doing it wrong. I am doing no such thing wrong. You're doing it wrong. 9.5. Technically, your model isn't far off. Look at the pad abort test. They even roll the capsule to align with the offset center of mass.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, that's sick. I remember this.
How you cut off?
Bruh. What a ride.
Cut off.
It's pretty good, man. Oh, there he goes. Yeet! That's awesome. Yeah, my the discs in my back just went, you don't want to ride on that. And I'm like, I kind of do. EJ's locked in. There's no way I could spend 5 hours building Starliner. I'm just building the capsule, Ryan. I haven't built the rest of it yet, but we've locked in a good amount of systems here. Figured out a lot about Starliner. A lot, actually. Right down to the MJ104R thrusters, which use a iridium-based catalyst with monomethyl hydrazine. Oh, I'm learning a lot. I wanted to clear up a misconception. You could shut off SRBs. Ambient pressure is only enough to sustain significant combustion down near sea level quite soon during a launch. That vents the combustion chamber due to ambient without restriction. Quench rocket, they proved this. early on with Project Shavetail, it was how the Minuteman Missile Series 3rd stage achieved precise shutdown. Alright, cool. EJ will have constructed a whole Starliner in the garage by next week. If you mean 69 Dodge Coronet, then yes. But no. But yes. But no. Interesting, Oglex. That's cool, man. You would ride Starliner? I would ride Starliner if it had a proper N10 certification from NASA. I see thrusters on the left, right, and forward, but not pointing backwards. This is for yaw, pitch, and roll control during re-entry, Charles. You don't need forward and back thrusters, dude, when you're going through re-entry. That's not needed. You don't need any translation control. So these are the bare minimum 2-fault redundant thrusters to give you yaw, pitch, and roll control authority to orient the capsule properly for re-entry. Yeah, that's what they're there for. That's what these MJ104Rs. That's what these things are. They're working as my monoprop thrusters, like actual monoprop thrusters. Anyway. You know, Ryan, you know what the messed up part about this is, dude? You know, we've taken a deep dive into Starliner, and I'm making a lot of parts for this thing, and I'm actually learning a lot about its design. Dude, from a mechanical standpoint, like physically how this capsule is put together is actually pretty snazzy. It's pretty good. Yeah, I hated, I don't hate admitting that. I like Starliner. I think it's fine. I want more capsules. I'm critical of Starliner because I want it to succeed. Other people are critical of Starliner because they want it to fail. We are not the same, But, yeah, dude. Be it how the pressure vessel goes together structurally, hoist points, orientation of parts, like it's not a bad design. It really isn't. I like what I see here. See, like, look, they put fuel tanks and batteries on the bottom of the capsule to give them that offset COM. Their Eclipse is inside the pressure vessel, just like Dragon is. That's pretty good. And they have bare minimal thruster blocks up here on the capsule during EDL, just to keep the capsule on an even keel and give it the control authority that it needs for cross range. It's pretty damn smart, dude. If fully certified, in your opinion, who's better, Dragon or Starliner? The only complaint I've ever heard is Dragon having the abort pressure lines running 3 feet away from the flight engineer's head at 1,000 psi. Baron, I do like Dragon because Dragon is reusable. Dragon does away with this secondary control system and just uses one control system because it basically brings the service module back down. Yeah, it brings the SM back down, which I do. I always, as a shuttle guy, I like reuse. And I'm really torn because with Starliner, it's using a lot of shuttle parts in a non-reusable configuration. I have some, let's say, some qualms about that. I don't really like that. Orange Rocket, I'm looking at you. That's right, Dean. Yep. I want all space flight to fail. Shut up, AirJ. Real question. Why not have a light model Euro module and use Orion? Is that possible? Well, we had a program, Bob, a little while back called the Constellation Program that called to do just that. And then we didn't do that because somebody decided, we should spend it on SLS instead. That's fine. I'm not bitter about this. I still think about MLAS from time to time, gone too soon. Aw, man, why you gotta bring that up? Dragon support system was inspired by it. Well, that's pretty neat. What's that, goalie? Oh, nice, dude. I like it. New racetrack that's gonna get built. Cool. Super Ella! Thanks for the constant raids, dude. You're the man. .5 miles. Good track. All right, so all right, so we need drogue chutes. The drogue chutes need to deploy, and then the main chutes deploy, right? And we need to attach the main chutes. Okay, so first of all, lock these down. Hey, Super Ella Raiders, what's going on, guys? I'm building a Starliner capsule over here today. We'll see how that works out. What was Super Ella up to? I have full confidence in you building this. Thanks, Anonymous. Looking sharp. Thanks, Super. How are you? Thanks for the raid. What were you up to? Played some multiplayer Valheim. Server's ultra laggy. Fun, but still. Yeah. Lag and first-person shooters are not ideal. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike in a past life, dude. Yeah, lag is not ideal. Did you just call Valheim an FPS? Yeah, it's not. Sorry, I was thinking of Valorant. I got confused. My bad. Yeah, both begin with V, man. What do you want from me? Do I look like I play any other game? The only games I play is This Workers and Timberborn, man. What do you want from me? Oh, man. Oh, you guys are the worst. Except for the Super Ella Raiders. You guys are all right. You guys are all right. Except for that one guy that was like, yeah, he did. No, not you. Yeah, I saw that. Don't think I didn't see that. Do you have Counter-Strike VODs on your VOD channel? No, Dean. I played semi-professional Counter-Strike Source. So no, my Counter-Strike career predates Twitch. No. Hearts of Iron Forth Rang in the corner. Be quiet. Just KSP back to the forefront now. I don't know. This is for the NSF challenge, so we gotta do it. Gotta do it, do it, do it. Johnny Red, neat. Okay, do it, do it. Did it hurt to say that? No. What music is this, Blue? This is just AI music. It's pretty good tunage, right? What was your CS source username? Eric Johnson for a long time, dude. I don't remember. I don't remember what I called myself. I really don't. You have to go back and look, dude. I don't really want to listen to AI music, guys, for what it's worth, but YouTube will claim anything that they even remotely... Dude, I could be snoring and they'd be like, nope, I want my money. Or some bonehead on YouTube, I want my... Oh, that's the... No, to give me your money. It's... Yeah, it's insufferable and it's annoying and I can't stand it. Yeah. Spacebro's like, I like money. Well, yeah. But I want, you know, like, I don't want people claiming the damn videos, dude. It's really annoying. So you get good songs like this. I don't know what that means, Graham. What are you talking about?
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
Getting pretty sick of the same 4 songs, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yeah, okay, here. Yeah, you get nothing. I have to listen to these songs so the VOD doesn't get claims. Yeah, but I'm getting kind of sick of them. Alright. Okay. Sure. Enjoy nothing. Or Starbase. There you go. Like, dude, I don't want to listen to the same 4 songs, bro. Bring back the music. No! It's too late. Dude, Chrome, you don't understand. Royalty free gets claimed. Everything gets claimed. You could snore and it gets claimed. I've had space newses where it's nothing but me talking and it gets freaking claimed because we watched some promo footage from Boeing or Lockheed or something, and dude, that's it. It freaking gets claimed. Like everything, it doesn't claim the AI music.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Like for some reason the AI throws it off. I didn't know you were streaming KSP today. What have I missed? I'm working on building a Starliner. I'm working on its parachute systems here, but they are proving to be a little bit on the difficult side. Are you just building Starliner for the rest of the day? Yes. Believe me, Trey, you know good and well there will be a lot of space news tomorrow, dude, so I'm not too worried. Nice. Twitch isn't as bad as YouTube, Bob. Hello, please say happy birthday to my son, Bareen. He's a big fan. Oh, sure. Happy birthday, buddy. Alright. Let's, I don't really have a lot of space left to put these parachutes. What is rattling out by the camera? I don't know. It's probably a truck going by, dude. And the drogies need to be up here, so let's rotate this. Degrees. Somebody peeled out there. Alright, so now we can take the drogies. And then There might not even be a... Actually, I got another idea. No. That's... Yeah, that's good. We can get rid of those flags. We don't need them. Okay, cool. So, this needs to be staged as a decoupler, right? For the nose cone jettison. Do that same time jettison the SM. There. Transparent strut. We'll go with the old school Starliner design that had the jettisonable nose cone. Alright. We have triple chutes. We have our drogues opening. I wanted to build the teapot handle that the real one has, but it doesn't seem to be in the cards. So this will work just fine. Starliner has cool these blue and white stripes around the rim of it in real life, so that's actually going to be pretty sick. I think that's going to look pretty cool. I just got to make sure that the parachutes aren't fouling the docking port, and I don't think they are, so we actually could probably do with fine-tuning this a little bit and making it look a little bit more lush with the design. I might put those flags back there to cover that up so it doesn't look as... Looks a little strange, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, let's test this. Yonk. There we go. Let's do this with no crew on board this. Yeah, we need meatbag mass simulators. We're fine. Ready? Boop. I want the music for this. I've decided. Ready? And boom goes the dynamite. Oh, pull the main chutes! That got a little sketchy baka real quick. A little sussy, sketchy baka. That was, exploratory. That should fix that problem. This ring piece that I'm using doesn't occlude, so you can clip them in. It's not a big deal. What's 6-off lock? 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control. I'm trying to emulate Starliner's docking anomalies during the CFT-1 mission, Cirrus. But in order to do that, I gotta build a Starliner first. So, ipso facto.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Much better. Why does it flip like that? Capsule center of gravity is offset. That's on purpose, Dean. Mint, 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 mint. Mint, 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 mint. What is 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control? 6-off lock. Can we see it again? Yeah? Sure. Need to go higher up, though. That noise did not sound happy, but all right. A little taller. Clusters of thrusters. You built a dragon trunk. No, it's a frunk. It's different from that capsule we've never seen. So how could we copy it? Das's argument is that a loss of control is not a big deal, and that getting Starliner to the space station wasn't a big deal. I am going to show how big of a deal that is by building a Starliner, disabling the thrusters that we think didn't work, and then giving him a scenario on a special flame trench on Thursday to see if it works. I thought the control surfaces would be enough, but it did. You know what? They weren't. we go. It's fine. We have two. You guys get 2 flame trenches. You get flame trench as follow up to last Friday's flame trench on Thursday, and then you get Friday's flame trench on top of that. It's pretty nifty. This is fine. It's fine. That would have saved you. I'm also noticing some hierarchical things. The fairing really likes to move around a lot. We got to strut the fairing to the capsule. We had a couple of observations there, chat. That should help us a little bit. Are there going to be any specific rules like no stopping time warp to drift? I would hope DOS is better than that. I'm pretty sure he is. I don't understand the argument, though. Clearly nobody wants to be dependent on if the RCS maybe will work. You're supposed to have like 4 backup plans, but they had 0. Yeah, frankly, I don't understand the argument either, Kirok, which is why I'm trying to make an exact replica and show how stupid of an idea that usually is to try and, ignore your flight rules and stuff. Dodge's argument is that people are making a big deal out of it. It's not a big deal. It's not that big of a deal. People are just saying that because they don't like Starliner. But, well, the thing is, dude, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there aren't people out there that have an axe to grind with Boeing and Starliner. But, see, this is what I've been saying all stream. Kirok, the difference between me and them is that they're critical of Starliner because they hate it. I'm critical of Starliner because I like it. We are not the same. But yeah, that's the argument. So I'm making DOS a Starliner. And I will show how annoying and how much of a pain in the butt loss of control is. Does that make sense, dude? No, we need to KSP through it, guys. This project is due on Thursday. And I'm actually not going to be here on Thursday for early hours. So that means only I have today and tomorrow to get this done. So we're cooking, man. I'm satisfied. Hey, EJ, eat your meatballs. What'd you call me? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I gotta go put them in the microwave, dude. How's your mother? I don't know. How's your father? All right, so guys, let's watch to make sure the fairing doesn't move around when we touch down. It did a little bit, not nearly as much as it did before. And Jeb, what? No, it's not. Whatever. What's the mass of this thing right now? 4 tons. I'm just, you know, a propellant dump would probably be a smart thing to do. You're going to overheat the thrusters. Phil, look, they're glowing. Actually, hold on. Let's go into physics, thermal, display, thermal action and data menu. No, that's not what I want. Oh yeah, no, it's there. $305 Kelvin. That's... They're not heating up. Huh. I just want to see if we actually can overheat the thrusters. I don't think that's a thing in Kerbal. I just want to see how much burn time we actually have on these thrusters. It's a good amount of time. Cool. Sweet. Alright guys, so save that. That's pretty validated. I'm pretty happy with what we have here. The nose cone jettisons correctly. The heat shield jettisons correctly. Parachute systems are working. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy with that. Cool. EVA doesn't work. Zero, but Starliner is not designed for EVA in the first place. Most capsules aren't. Dragon is not. Soyuz is not. The shuttle you could, not without its airlock. If the shuttle flew without its airlock in the trunk or in the payload bay, you cannot EVA from that. So, I'm not too worried about it. I don't like that. Yeah, I mean, whatever. There isn't a hatch there on Starliner anyway. So now we got to build the service module. So I'm going to save this and we're going to overwrite R2. the revision 2, which is the service module. Overwrite. Cool. Just needs Ares 1X. Start. Hello? All right, now let's take a look at the service module. Okay, bipropellant. So that's your helium, I think. Helium, MMH, NTO. There's your abort motors. And I'm not sure what's in the center of that thing. It looks like an unpressurized volume. Yeah, you got dog houses up there. All right. I'm trying to think, how would we do this? Dragon is, but only with the Skywalker attachment. Dragon is not designed for EVA operations. SpaceX hot-wired it so they could test their suits once. And even then, they depressed it because Dragon uses an open-loop system. They only depressed it for a couple of minutes, and then they had to immediately repressurize or they would all die. It's not designed for repeat EVA operations, dude. That was just a one-time thing. You need an airlock to do that. I'm just thinking about how this whole thing's gonna go together. I don't want something all right, we could shut Starbase. I don't want something attached to the heat shield shroud piece, so okay. I'm designing it in my brain that works good. I got a good brain. Okay. Okay. All right. There's a trick that I use for making like service modules and stuff. Here. So, I'm going to take one fairing, right? Pretty cool. It's a nice fairing. That's more or less where I want the bottom of the back of the service module to be. It's not very big. It's maybe that big at best. Now, a couple things that I want to check. Can we fit the big tanks in there? If that is the back half of the capsule, can the tanks fit? No, they cannot. Oh. Okay, that's gonna get a little complicated, but that's okay. I'm going to use this nose cone piece that I'm using to block the heat shield attachment node. I'm going to use that as a ruler here. Okay, that's where I want the first one to be. Now, we need one here to mark where I need the fairing to end. That should be pretty good. Right there. Cool. Now I need one more. I'm going to use these. I'm going to make the service module outside out of fairings because I want what's inside of the service module, I want it to be occluded, right? So we got to put it inside of a fairing. But how do we put it inside of a fairing that's a perfect cylinder? Like, you're going to have the fairing base on what's on one side, right? That's a big pain in the butt. Or is it? Watch. There's ways we can get around this. We have ways of making you talk. All right. Reminds you of Dragon Force? Yeah. Okay. Need that, and I need that. All right, now all right, so here's the trick. Let me take this piece. We're gonna go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're gonna go back 1 meter. Okay. Now take this piece. Go back 1 meter. Now take this piece. We need to put that on local. Okay. So right there, that represents my shape. The SM shape. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. The wind keeps blowing my door open. I think I have to look into sealing up the outside door. Anyway. All right, watch. So go in here, build the fairing. And now we have the struts as our guide. Oh, hang on 1 second. Totally muscle memoried the wrong button. I have to redo the movement operations. Then, all right, cool. Now, go. This, yeah, a little rusty, G. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Now go to there, terminate the fairing. Now, if we build this fairing, right, watch. Yeah, that's what I was gonna. Yeah. Now I know what you're gonna ask. Okay, what about the back of the service module? Watch. Take another fairing. I have another ruler here. Take the ruler and precisely move it to the exact spot where that fairing curves up. Okay? And now we have where that fairing curves, where the fairing starts to go cylindric, start and finish. All right, we didn't need this one. So take another fairing. Make sure these fairings aren't staged. You don't need these things going off. Hey, Soy, what's going on? This might be kind of tough. Hold on. Gotta redo this fairing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
EJ spins the galactic crest. Purple teams put to the test. Jedediah flew so high through the vast.
We have to make this edge steeper.
Failures never taste as sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. Parkour mode with no retreat. Failures never taste as sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light.
There we go. It wasn't letting us complete the fairing because that strut was in the way. Hey, Chris, 4-month resub. KSP 2, yes or no? Hell no! Game sucks.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Turbo Kai will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The
There.
poor jet
Cool. Now, set this fairing to fairing expansion. Right? Take this guy.
flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Zucha, what's up? There we go. This is what I've been trying to do. Take this. I'll take that. It is clipping into that shield a little bit. But if we wanted to, we could reattach that in one gigantic sub-assembly, and then I wouldn't be too worried about it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if we attach sub-assembly with a heat shield, it's good. As long as we can get a good separation here, we're fine. So, get rid of the rulers. We're gonna save. And how much thrust does that thing have? 11? How much thrust do these things have? Oh, a lot. Okay, dud service module engine test jettison amazing golf ball whacker guy.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Whoa, Woody gifted 20 subs. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. We'll have a little bit more fun with this time. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Thanks, Woody. Consider it my thanks for providing great streams. All right, man. Well, here we go. It gimbal locked immediately for some reason. Oh god, oh god, oh god, we're dead. Why did the Verniers gimbal lock? Why did they do that? That shouldn't have done that. I see your program's going about as good as the real one. Capsule looks mint, though. Yeah, that's lined up enough. Now, to be fair, guys, if I had more time, I would really take more time to do these tests out right and document everything and do it. No. We're in just send it mode. Did you press the wrong button again? Or push the wrong button? What? Well, that's pretty neat. I've seen it, sweet, yes. Yeah, it didn't like that, it didn't like that separation. We have to redo it. Let's see if leaving a little bit of a space there fixes this. I think it's just getting hung up on the sides of the heat shield. I think that's why we're having problems. Another test! We're gonna play a game, chat. You know what it's called? Test the capsule. Alright, I tested it. What do I win? Another test! Stand by for Dud SM Jettison. Oh, very nice. Pilot drogues. And yeet. Ah. Cool. That's not what I wanted to see. Maybe if we just don't test it, we can launch it sooner. Yeah. Boeing, probably. All right, cool. So leaving a little bit of space, you must leave the space in the heat shield there is actually pretty good. And that ends up making it look very similar to the real one. The real one, you can see the heat shield kind of peeking out. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so let's go in here and make sure our struts are auto-strutted correctly. Formic retrieved add time. All right. You retrieved add time, we roll. Each one of us rolls D20, right? If I win, no ads. You win, we roll ads. Mods, can you initiate a D20 command in chat? 8. 1. Just tell me when they're over. Ormic, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Why'd you gonna do that? Never seen anybody look so sad. I am sad now. Because there are so few Lamtors in the world. What's your favorite Chimpokemon, chat? I think Chimpokemon's Chimpokerific. I got Shoe. Can we make ad break cheaper? Hell no. I hate this. Can you tell? Hey, RJ, $10 super chat. All right. When did you get the Secret Lab chair? A viewer donated this to the stream. Brand new. Not donated. A viewer gave it to me a little while back, and the garage was so messy it got piled under a bunch of clutter still in the box. So when I cleaned the garage, I took it apart. I took the box, I took it all out, and I assembled it. Turns out it's a really, really, really nice chair. It is leather. Oh, look at the leather. Yeah, the leather part. What? How's it compared to Marcus? This is more comfortable. This is also way more expensive than Marcus. I looked up the price of Secret Lab Titan chairs, and I was like, yeah, Marcus. Back from the ad. Thank you, Westigator. Secret Labs makes a fantastic chair. This is great lumbar support. And no, I'm not sponsored. A viewer straight up gave this to me. Yeah, it's a really nice chair. You got a Herman Miller? That's also a very nice chair. Okay, so we have our structural vessel for the service module. Now, now we got to figure out the dog houses, the thruster blocks. How are we going to make those? Too small, believe it or not. I forgot to put an antenna in. You know what? We'll go back into the R1 a little bit and make that work. Nah. Too big. Panels? Panels are too wide. Not by much. They're too wide. The retractable ladder? Julian, not a bad call, dude. They're just a little bit short, but okay, I feel we can work with this. I'm gonna make something to mount to that this thing all mounts to, like what I did with my previous thruster blocks. So let's do this. Wartime symmetry, right? Just make sure we never deploy the damn ladders, or else this thing is gonna look ridiculous. That was a good call, Julian. Very nice, man. So these are the thruster blocks that hold Starliner's reaction control systems. turbocharger. Turbo's working. There's at least like 30 psi there. I don't know if you guys heard it. Sorry, I just needed to check something. Okay. Got some pretty nasty Z fighting going on there. There. That's good. Okay, so now let's start looking at the thruster blocks. Oh, do they have lights? You kind of already did forever. Alright, well. You got your 12 OMAC thrusters, and then you have your smaller thrusters for maneuverability there. I do believe Starliner has forward-facing OMAC thrusters as well. There's 2 on the front, 3 on the back. Alright, so let's start placing this stuff. And let's just see if this all looks correct. It's just a little too close. There we go. Now we have 2 of these up at the front. And this thing's got a lot of redundant thrusters on it. All right, so those are your OMAC thrusters, right? Your orbital maneuvering and control system. Those are for making course adjustments to your orbit. Now we have more fine control thrusters here. There's a set of 2. Yeah, okay. They're just like kind of above it. All right, there's a trick here that we can do. Get rid of this for a second. Do not put it in 4x symmetry, but put it in 1x symmetry, right? And we can do a couple of tricks here with KSP, right? If we're using mirror symmetry. Right? Use mirror symmetry on a single doghouse, right? and then move all this stuff back and into position, right? And now they're going to move equally. They're going to move equally relative to each other. Cool thing about that is for our forward control thrusters, we can get rid of those. Line them up there. Once they're completely aligned, we rotate them around 180 degrees. Oh, I hit absolute. Dang. There. That's good. That'll work. Now, for the 2 set of fine control thrusters in here, change the music. We've heard this song way too many times today. Where's Chill E? I want that one. There we go. There we go. Now the 2 fine control maneuvering thrusters are right here. And they're kind of like up a little bit. Like that. You know what? I think these thrusters are actually closer to each other like that. Maybe not that close, but that's the idea. Cool. Now the back thrusters have another set of fine control thrusters down there. And they're, once again, in 2x symmetry, right? 2x mirrored sim, right? And they're, well, that's actually pretty dang close to where they are. They're right here. Now, there are side-mounted thrusters, 1 and 2. Wait a minute, what is this? What's that thing? And why is there only one of these pointed in one direction? It's abort control, Bill? Because there's another one over there, and I noticed that on that doghouse, that one is pointed to the right, this one is pointed to the left, that one's pointed to the right, and that means that one over there is pointed to the left. That's weird. There's 2 little thrusters above it. I see the 2 little thrusters right there, Space Pope, and then there's your translation thruster right there, the one that's pointed right at us, right? So, let's get the majority of our fine control thrusters figured out. So this thing has something like that, right? And then there. It's used for controlling roll during aborts. There are 4 in total. That must have been that roll program. Here.
retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on to endless night.
Pretty sick.
For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light.
What thrusters failed on Starliner? I haven't figured that out yet, Trey. Why did that look so funny, dude? That's pretty good, dude.
For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light.
No, dude, look. Look, there's 1, 2, 3, 2 fine control thrusters facing forward, 2 OMAX facing forward, 3 OMAX facing backwards, 2 fine control facing backwards, 1 fine control left, 1 fine control right, 1 fine control up, and then there's this thing.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
Yeah, you'll feel it if the capsule aborts, dude. You're not gonna have a good day if that happens.
Keep flying through the light.
That's what it's calling for. It's alright, Lava, don't worry about it. Now that we have 1 thruster block made, we put it in 4 times symmetry. But we can't put it in 4 times symmetry exactly because it's got to be in radial. I screwed up. Can't adjust the thrusters after you place these in a radial symmetry, or else it's going to screw it all up. To be fair, these are very, very busy thruster blocks. Dudes, there's a lot going on here. So some of them are on the left and some of them are not. Like, look, see, that one was on the left side, and then there's one on the over here on the right. So this is the top of the capsule. The one on the top of the capsule is going to the left. And then the one on the starboard side goes to the right. Oh, no. Reload. I clicked on the wrong thing and I separated the service module completely. I don't want to do that. Just Control Z. Yeah, Control Z and memleak can break the game, which invalidates all your testing. Yeah, no, I'm good, dude. Undoing in this doesn't work. Undo has a mem leak confirmed, and it breaks things.
Stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they are at his command. Oh, little God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes. EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can. Turbo stuck in space. Well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night.
Yeah, Lava, that's induced. Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm trying to do.
He's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can.
As you can. This is a great song. It's a great song, Bandit. You know? It's a great song. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can! As you can! Oh my goodness. You know what? We haven't listened to this in a little while. It's a banger. It's streaming live today. Cause he dreams he's on the way. Edgy.
Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Daka storms the creed. Followers shout with comes the creep.
No? It's a good song. Oh god, not this one. Oh god.
California sun it glowed.
Whatever.
Heading east to Boston town, stopping in Florida bound. Driving truck through desert heat. Brakes went out, just couldn't beat. Cooling system filled with mud. Sweat was dripping like a flood.
Sucks.
Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down. Drive until we hit the town. Geek Nation, join the quest. Never stopping for a rest. Fixing problems on the way. Together nothing's in our way. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down.
I don't need that.
Drive until we hit the town. Beating through the rain. Through the struggle and the pain.
Don't forget to add batteries. Yeah, okay.
Drive until the sky is blue.
Kazangu, 81 months. As of April 8th, 2025, at 10:11 a.m. Eastern Time, the stock price of Boeing is $146.97, up $8.11, or 584% from the previous day's close. It's got to be the NGAD contract. How long are you going to stream? Coming up on 2 a.m. We're going to be streaming a little while, dude. I really want to get the base design of this ready to go so we can mess with it tomorrow.
Together nothing's in our way. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious. Challenges can't bring us down. Drive until we hit the town. Through the heat and through the rain. Through the struggle and the pain.
Mm-hmm.
EJ Erno, Geek Nation crew. Drive on till the sky is blue.
NASA postpones Dragonfly review launch date. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
In a desert land so grand, EJ's got the master plan.
Oh.
Building dreams from oil and sand. Workers, resources in hand. Refinance clean with a gleam. Making cities from a stream. Sweat and grit is how it seems. Living out his wildest dreams. Heat is on in Pakistan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm. It's all in hand. In Pakistan we stand.
There's your border engines.
Night and day.
We're gonna have to do a little bit of modifications.
Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop. EJ hitting jackpot non-stop, streaming live. His empire grows in every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows. EJ's name everyone knows.
Hilarious.
He
Oh, sorry, this is funny, dude.
Oil towers like a man with EJ at the helmets all in hand. In Pakistan we stand.
Will you try to make Dragon in KSP after this? Oh, I don't know, homie, maybe.
EJ hitting jackpot non-stop, streaming live. His empire grows in every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows, EJ's name everyone knows. He is on in
I got actually a better idea on how to do this. I need to use the monopropellant thrusters because we don't have verniers, right? I don't have verniers that can mimic the fine control systems here, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't know, that's maybe.
In a digital land, building up a Pakistan, clicking through the endless sand with oil in his hand. Heat is on the desert below. Workers working fast and slow.
I can't do it. That's stupid.
DJ's got a show. Refinance king, making things right. In the game, day and night. Streaming on his epic plans,
Pakistan. So stupid.
Desert winds and beating drums. DJ's empire never slums. He's chasing all the songs.
Okay, the thrust transform is basically on the rim of the nozzle. Alright.
Every task getting done. High scores in the battles won. EJ's having
Discovery, go at throttle up.
oil mixing free. In the game's economy. EJ rules with strategy. Building this dynasty.
Hey, Ismic. What's up, dude? 52 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, that thrust limiter though. How much do these make?
City grows machinery homes.
They make 9 kilonewtons of thrust.
EJ's empire never slums. He's chasing all the songs.
That's not enough.
Oil rigs in the midday sun. Every task getting done. High scores in the battles won. EJ's having fun.
That's right, I am.
Sandpit, oil mixing free. In the game's economy. EJ rules with strategy. Building this dynasty.
Fun note for later. Here's details about Starliner's reaction control system in the service module. NASA was going to use the OMAX doghouse design for a Mercury lander. Page 18, last 2 paragraphs. Start of the next page.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's up, Thron? 71 months.
Building up with all his might. He's on under desert light. lock, a dock is done in sight. Sand beneath construction signs. Workers forging oil refines. Slate and gears
Oh, 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 this is space.
Talking
I'm in
bunch.
space.
he's on a climb.
Oh, it's the man he stands. Still now with steady hands. I don't know why I know the lyrics.
Fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
We got both kind of music. We got country and western. Interesting.
Pipelines flow, no time to blink.
Is that an urban venture raid? Is that an urban venture raid? You want $500?
Late nights streaming on the screen. His vision clear, his
Surprising, when I asked AA about a possible failure list of thrusters, and it seemed to list out a good theory of what failed. OMAX could still work, but there's not much for station maneuvering. It was the smaller thrusters that had problems, guys. If I had to guess, it's probably the ones that are kind of close to each other. Just put it out there. It's probably that. It's probably the ones that are close to each other. You know, being so close. Anyway, sure is me, laddie. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You behind the bike shed. Stand still, laddie. You don't eat your meat. You can't have any pudding. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? What's up, Urban? How you doing? There you go, Ismic. The little aft-facing ones failed. Yeah, these bad boys. You know, the ones that were next, you know, the ones that are next to a bunch of other thrusters, yeah. Forged? What? Don't worry about it. Doing good, buddy. How's the build coming? Capsule's pretty dialed in, dude. I've learned a lot about Starliner and how it works. It's a lot. It's pretty good. It's like from a hardware standpoint. All right, hold up. All right. Shut up. So Starliner, from a design standpoint, with the exception of, you know, your thrusters overheating, I really like the capsule. The service module is take it or leave it. The capsule design, though, pretty dialed in. I actually really like it. I really like the way it's set up. So Urban, like, they're roll control thrusters, right? You know good and well, the roll control thrusters are there to modulate heat shield angle of attack during reentry, right? For cross range capability. The block of thrusters is all the way up here at the top, right? The fuel tanks for said thrusters are all the way down here at the bottom, right? See that? They have one roll control block in two fault redundancy, right? So if one goes, you have another. So it's double redundant, right? For roll left and roll right. Now, your pitch capability here for reorienting the capsule post-service module jettison, right, is right there. That's pitch down. Those are pitch up. Once again, keeping your thrusters away from the part of the bottom of the capsule which gets the hottest. This is the you know, obviously the capsule is going to fly somewhat like this during reentry, right? And in this design, the bottom is right here. So it's that edge right there. This is the edge that gets the hottest. They didn't put anything down there that's outward facing. The other reason why is that they do not want to outgas the RCS into the bow shock. I forgot to mention that before. But the way the thrusters are actually set up, it's really smart. That's a really good way of, like, I'm not even tuning. I'm not trying to say this to gain favor with Boeing. Like, fix your capsule, please. But also, the way this is set up is really, really, really well thought out. The OMAC thrusters, I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, it's actually pretty smart. EJ, your thruster block should not be in four-way symmetry. It's not in four-way symmetry, Yuri. Yeah, it's pretty smart, man. Like, and credit where credit is due. It has 4 in the front in only 2 places and 2 in the other system.
Out in the tundra where the chill gives birth, rises a beacon of unmet.
It has 4 front thrusters only in 2 places, and in other two-way symmetry, it has 2 thrusters.
Land of a story that's yet to be
told. These designs say otherwise, Yuri. It's 2 facing on all of them. Look at it dock to the ISS. Okay. What am I missing, dude? Thanks, Falcon. So there's a cluster of 4 there. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think they might just be covered up, Yuri. They might be covered under the block. Let's find more pictures. Yeah, Yuri, I think they're blocked, homie, because I definitely see what you're talking about. In this picture, even though it looks blocked, it doesn't look like it's there. See what I'm talking about? But I think that's just the cover. I think. Look at the other photo of the ISS you had earlier. It shows more clearly that there aren't 2 OMAC thrusters on all 4 pods. Every picture that I'm looking at definitely shows otherwise. And we don't need that one. We don't need that one. We don't need that one. Look, in this shot, there's definitely 2. That's got the same covers on it. And why would it have 2 on this side and not 2 on the other, Bill? I don't know. Maybe but on the other hand, maybe they changed something. The one where it's actually docked to the ISS. Maybe those block ones are the ones that failed? Maybe. This might help. Well, that's not what they're talking about, I don't think. It is a nice picture, though. Killer. I don't know. Every time I say it could be covers, I just don't. You're not used to covers on the spacecraft. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. I know what you mean. Yeah, Kuju, I don't... unironically really good. Check DMs covers maybe. I'm good. Hold on. I had a little bit a second ago. Actually, come to think of it, we know the total number of thrusters, so why not just count them? Yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure if that's gonna help me too much. Ugh. Last, if you don't mind, are you adding the clamp that attaches the capsule to the service module? Yeah, I got you, dude. There's no way that's gonna work. Two of them don't have them. So the real question is which ones? I'm thinking top and bottom, judging by the pictures that I'm looking at. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it is the top and the bottom. I got it, guys. Yeah, so actually, you know what we could do? Just flip them around. There you go. We still gotta worry. I don't know how we're gonna do the umbilical attach, dudes. Dude, this damn music's funny, man. Can we get Bakalaka metal? What? You're still going? Good grief. I've been going almost a whole workday now. Ethereal, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're familiar with my game. Right? No, dude, I stream routinely 10 hours a day. Even the streams when I do the Flame Trench. Yeah. Oh yeah, those streams are like 10 hours. I start at noontime and, you know, we go till Flame Trench starts, do Flame Trench, and then I pop back over to my stream and stream for another 3 to 4 hours. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think you're familiar with my game. Dude, yeah, I could play Kerbal. I could sit here and play KSP 8 hours a day, no problem. Easy peasy. Dude, if we flipped games right now and played like Workers or something, I'd probably stream for another 12. See, some of you who don't know me looked at me and said, yeah, okay, yeah, you could, yeah, sure you could do that. The people that know, you know I'm not kidding. I mean, dude, how long was the stream yesterday? Stream yesterday was 13 hours. I went from noontime till about 3 in the morning the next day. Yeah. Dude, I don't screw around. Unlike this song. I mean, during the pandemic, dude, we did 16-hour streams a day. I literally did nothing but sleep, eat, and stream. From, like, March of 2020 to, like, well into 2021. Will Brie accept that, though? I don't know. She'll be asleep. Doesn't matter. I believe you, but that sounds like a concerning sleep schedule. Nowadays, I don't stream for 13 hours a day. I usually go to 10, and that's good enough. 8 to 10 hours. That's usually what I do. Yeah. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. Yeah. Yeah, article's coming along, dude. E-gerbils. Alright, let's figure out. But yeah, dude, that's what I do. I love streaming, dude. This is my thing, man. Dude, one time, Ethereal, I don't know if you were there, like the Flight 6 stakeout stream at NSF for NSF, I did that for like 6 hours straight. I did the whole thing. And then and then I went back over here and covered Flight 6 on my stream for like another, I don't know, 6 hours or something. Like, dude, I like working. I don't know what the hell that's about. It ain't normal. Okay. I like working. I get a lot of personal fulfillment around streaming that long or working that long. Dude, it isn't just streaming. I do this with everything. Like, I needed to cut down a bunch of trees. I need to cut down a bunch of trees on one side of my backyard because the dirt's getting all soggy and gross. So I need to cut a bunch of trees so I can get an excavator back there. Dude, I went to town with a chainsaw for like, I mean, ask Bree, I don't know. It was a long time. I cut down like probably, I don't know, like quarter-acre trees. Not big stuff. They're just small like saplings and stuff. Like not like huge trees. I'm not trying to get myself killed, you know. And I do that, dude. I do this with work and like. Why did you pause the music? So I can talk to you guys. I'll keep the music just going just for you. I like working. I get a great deal of fulfillment around working. I don't know what it's about. I don't know why. It just makes me feel really good. I'm gonna keep doing them both because it makes me feel good. Well, I like school and I like football. I'm gonna keep doing them both because it makes me feel good. And by the way, chat, alligators are angry because they're medulla oblongata. And I like Kerbal, and it likes me back. And it showed me the thrusters, and I like them too. Sorry. You can do it! I'll allow it. I really, dude, see, Gremlin, I really appreciate what you're showing me right now. Dude, I say that all the time. I say that all the time, too. Like, one of my buddies, sends me a picture of a car. You know, like, or something, like, I'll be like, yeah, I really appreciate what you're showing me right now. So stupid. Either way, well, good, as long as you get some sleep. Right on it there. Yeah, no. Dude, 20-something-year-old EJ went to town, but I have to, right now, you know, like, I got a Brimo, and I have a dog that kind of depends on me. And if I want to increase the size of the family in the future, I'm going to have some semblance of a normal sleep schedule. So right nowadays, I kind of stick to 8 to 10 hours, dude. You need to get 6 to 8 hours of sleep. So that's what I usually shoot for. I'm operating right now probably, I don't know, 5 hours of sleep. I went to bed at 3 in the morning. I woke up 8. Yeah, 5 hours of sleep. I was out here working on the Coronet this morning, dude. I got out into the shop probably like 9:30, 10 o'clock. Yeah. I got the Coronet running. It runs real good. Car's running real good. Yeah, J-Volt, we're going to do a reaction of tomorrow, yeah. Car's running real good. I think it's just training you for the early days of parenting. What are you trying to say? Anyway. Hey, Urban, I didn't thank you for raiding me, dude. I do appreciate it, man. Guys, go give Urban Venture a follow. He's a good streamer. Plays KSP as well. Urban's a good buddy of mine. And he likes Ford. He likes Fords, so, you know, we're friends. But he likes these dang European Fords. I don't know nothing about those things. They got like 4 bangers in them. Very strange. They got V8, but it's missing. They got V8, but it's missing half the cylinders. I don't know what the heck that's about. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can. Yeah, exactly, Crane. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Have you played modded Kerbal? I have modded Kerbal here, but it's not like crazy modded, but last pulls. I was talking with some coworkers earlier when you were doing the capsule design, and today I learned that Dragon has a kind of design flaw with its shape. Due to the Super Draco pod design, there's a buildup of plasma in under them. Dragon has to do constant rolls so it doesn't overheat that area. CFD is for the public, and it's scary. I can share it if you want to. It's not scary, dude. You just roll the capsule. You gotta roll the capsule anyway, dude. Now, Baron, actually, believe it or not, that was public. That was public information. I knew that. That is also the reason why there's no port and starboard windows on Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the window doesn't do too good when it gets exposed to plasma. Fun fact. Yeah, if you guys have noticed, like, in the early renders of Dragon, you know, next to the MS1 and MS2 spots on either side, there's a window, like right here, and then on the other side, there's a window right here. There ain't no window there no more. They blocked them out because plasma would have scorched the window. NASA was like, nope. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. What was happening is plasma gets accumulated in the Super Draco pods, and then it kind of goes in between them. Like the two Super Draco pods are on the side of Dragon, right? And there's like a little channel in between. You're inviting plasma to go up there. And that's exactly what happened. That's why there's no windows on the side of Dragon. Fix on road daily. More like first on race day. First on race day. Yep. Yep. Yeah, see, the plasma goes up in here. See that streak? See the streak? Not great. Not great, Bob. Dude, these new track all systems are quite good. Yeah, see? See that? That's not ideal. See that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. I would worry about that little guy. You know what Ford stands for, Hank? Fix it again, Tony. That pocket of plasma under the Super Draco is nasty. Trade-offs for reusing your service module, dude. Federation of Recycled Datsuns? That's pretty good, Paul. I've never heard that one, believe it or not. That's pretty funny. Not all aspects of flight or vehicle features are captured in the independent databases. Targeted analysis allows for quickly quantifying aerothermal. Interesting. Yeah. Dude, even look at this the recovery. Look, see that? See the streak in between the Draco pods? The Super Draco pods, see what I'm talking about right there? Yeah, that's no good. That's no good, Ski. A window there is probably not great. Happy it made you laugh. Federation of Repaired Datsuns. That's pretty good, dude. I've never heard that one before. That's pretty funny. Okay, this thing needs fuel tanks. Oh, here comes the fuel tanks. Oh, it's going to be a rot. What is your TWR? Not great, Bob. Don't worry, we'll add a little bit of spiciness to this. We will fix it in post. That little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Off topic, would you rent a 3D automotive scanner if you could? I actually have one. Yeah, it's an Xbox Connect. I have it. Yeah, that, you know, it's pretty good. What's your favorite engine in the game, anyway? That one. Wait, the frick? When are you gonna tell me? What do you mean? It's just an Xbox Connect. It's just an Xbox Connect with an extra thing attached to it. I just plug it into the computer. You can use an Xbox Connect to scan stuff. It's not the best, but it works. Hey Shadow, what's going on, buddy? Huh. You're a Vector guy. I tend to not use Vector. They feel a little too OP, like you're cheating. It's expensive and they're heavy, Ethereal. Here. Let me put the back cover back on there. Our center of mass is too far forward, dudes. Our translation thrusters are no good. We need to add mass to the back of the service module. Ethereal, like, yeah, the shuttle engines are great. It really depends on the application. Like, I like shuttle engines because I like the space shuttle, dude. Here, quick tangent. But I'll use whatever. It really comes down to application. So let me show you. So like, here's a good application for the shuttle engines. Spoiler alert, it's the, you know, the shuttle. How heavy is the actual Starliner? That's actually what I was trying to look for, Random Bozo. Yeah, this is a stock shuttle, dudes. So that's a good example of, like, you know, shuttle engines. But they're great on a space shuttle because that's the application. I have on the upper stage, I tend to use the Cheetah for a lot of your upper stages. Bobcat's probably your favorite. Good call. Good call. Here. Check this out. I have over here, we have an MLV. This is a medium vehicle that I was working on that's using skipper engines because skipper engines are good for the application. Yes, those are what you think they are. Yeah, Urban, for real. It's 13 tons, Baron. So this is my MLV, my medium launch vehicle. It's using all skippers. It has a skipper in the upper stage and it has 7 skippers in the first stage. This is a rocket that is synonymous in function with Falcon 9, but more optimized for Kerbal's atmosphere. Yes, it has Falcon 9 landing legs that I just crudely pasted on the side. I'm not sorry. So that's a good application for skipper motors, you know? I'm trying to think of another... Oh, check this out, dude. Here, look. Aero spikes. Are you familiar with Stoke, right? Is there an F1 equivalent? That would be the Mammoth engine. It's from the Making History KSP DLC. Or Mastodon, not Mammoth. Dude, I'm forgetting the names. That's not okay. Check this out. That's an SSTO. This is an SSTO that we designed that's fully reusable, and I designed it to move... Looks like it's got a 6-ton payload capacity. Yeah, medium duty SSTO. This is a fully reusable SSTO, by the way. It's got landing legs. Very crude landing legs. The landing legs are a direct ripoff of Stoke. It's SERV with some Stoke parts attached to it. I remember the party hat being funky to fly. Dude, this thing actually flies amazing. Yeah, it's quite good. Please fly the party hat. Where the hell is there a chute on that damn thing? Yeah, whatever. Alright. Alright, fine. You guys want to see the party hat fly? There you go. Let me just double check my action group so I know the manual of operations here. The heck? Okay. You guys want to see the party hat fly? How much payload do we have in this thing? So I have 3. That's 3 tons. That's 6 tons. There's nothing in that thing, and I'm not sure why. Anyway, alright. Take a look. If only DCX ever got canned. Oh, yeah. Also, how did the exhaust install go? Wolfstride, exhaust install. Which car? The 97? Because I streamed that a lot. The 97's fine. Yeah, the exhaust is great. Alright, ready? This might get loud, depending on how Kerbal wants to mix the sound today. So, headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Okay, party hat's lifted off. Hey, Loopy. Oh, hey, come on now. Throttling back for max Q. Yep, that's why the dynamic pressure got too high. Should have known better. It'll make it. I accelerated way too fast. Oh well, just gonna have to RTLS. Is this SERV? That's correct. I didn't get the solar panels on Starliner's back, Yuri. Oh, party hat's over there. Super Heavy is about to be caught, huh? Oh. You still have Neptune? Yeah. Sorry, Wolf, that I didn't make it all the way into space. I pushed through max Q too hard. We had 14,000 pascals. So 14,000 pascals was way too high. That's much too high for dynamic pressure. Yeah, that's Chrysler SERV coupled with some Stoke ideas. Loss of control. I'm building a Starliner. Yeah, wanted to mess with that. Here, look. But yeah, Ethereal, dude, we've done all kinds of stuff, man. Here, you want to see a crazy one? Take a look. I want to show you one more. And yeah, we I've been designing for 8 hours straight. So I want to do the Starliner service module, but our mass is not right. We have to tweak it a little bit with some mass to get it to be the proper mass. You want to see some cool stuff, dude? Here, look. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore, but so Baron, I don't know if you ever saw this. I did an upgrade to Neptune and made Triton. That's the biggest rocket I've made in this game. This was a weird variant where I put control fins on it because I wanted to see if I could flip and burn the second stage, but it's a 10-meter core. And it boogies, dude. If it works. Is 0.14 bar. It's nothing. Shy, did you see what that rocket looked like? It looked like a freaking party hat. Yeah, that's not a lot for your rocket that looks like a stick. Okay, when your rocket looks like a party hat, game changes a little bit, don't you think? Yeet it and let's find out. It just blows up on the pad, Badger. There was a time where this worked, but I've been doing some research and it looks like Starliner probably doesn't use the OMAX for rotational control very much, but it's not super clear. Is there a way in stock KSP to bind an RCS thrusters control to a specific axis in an action group? Yes. Absolutely, Bill. I'll take care of it, dude. Yeah. Yeah, engineering that thrust section was not easy. It's a shame that this thing just blows up on the pad because it's a pretty damn cool rocket. I never had a use for it though. It's just ridiculous. What else is in here? There's Star Raker. 1,283 parts. Shuttle launch. You know you want to. I don't. Oh yeah, rockets in Redstone? Yep. It's a monster, dude. I just wish we could get better simulation. I could get this thing into space, but it's 1,200 parts. I built it as an exercise just to see if I could. Oh yeah, it can work, sure. Of course, but it's 1,200 parts. It takes like 3 hours for that thing to get into space. Great piece of kit, though. Oh, that was something for mission mode. If only we could add lightness. So much time went into this thing, dude. I would consider this like the top of my game, dude. I can't do better than that. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe one of these days, dude. Mission mode 4 with self-modded launchpad shenanigans. Yeah, I don't know, man. You missed the good old Falcon 9 from the 2016 streams, even the logs and the shuttle logs, yeah. Panel tessellated Venture Star. But I did use what I learned building this to make CTS 5, so it didn't all go to waste. It's just ironic because that's basically what happened to, it's basically what happened to the freaking actual Venture Star. CTS 5 is better than Long March 5. Yes. It's my baby. Look at it. Oh. The thing is 600 parts. I don't care. I really don't. A lot of it is physics-less parts, so it doesn't matter. I'm glad I pushed for the SSDO over Dart. We could have fixed Dart, King, and I arguably would have had a more successful space program, but... Yeah, probably, Loopy. Problem is that it's just 600 friggin' parts. I apologize for my blasphemy. I think I did fix Dart, yeah. I had a couple of streams where I was just like, I need to fix it. And I think we did get it working. I think. Pretty sure. Dude, I'd mess with Dart again. The hell is it? It should be in here somewhere. Oh, it's under HL, excuse me. I do believe this one has all the problems fixed. Dart 2 Master Design updated 730. Yeah, this is the one that's fixed. This one flies. What was the chicken nugget? That was a vehicle that I used to test KRPC. Actually, no. This was not... No. This didn't fix those problems. The fairing plate is the big one. Yeah, I have the Pelican somewhere. Oh my goodness. That, I see what I was trying to do there, but that's, there it is. This one is fixed. It needs a little bit of tweaking, but it's fixed. I'd love to take another shot at this. Yeah, Ethereal, I got you, man. I got you. It's a biplane. Yeah. All right. Guys, we'll dial this in tomorrow. Let me just check the schedule for tomorrow, dudes. Project Kuiper's 7 o'clock. Confirmation is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we're at least going 10 to 7. That should give me a good amount of time to dial in the service module for Thursday. Cool. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, yeah. Guys, the big problem, so I ran into a little bit of an issue here. This thing, the center of mass is way too far forward. Believe it or not, it needs to be backwards more. My service module is much too light. Yeah. The center of mass for this needs to be like right there. I might actually remove my ballast tank up here. Yeah, that's a problem. This is yeah, the service module is much too light, dudes. I don't really know.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
On Thursday on the NSF channel, Murray, we should get, yeah, something. But yeah, this thing is it's too heavy. The capsule, my service module is too light, believe it or not. Yuri, the thing is that there's just not a lot of stuff to. There's not a lot of stuff to take away. I just straight up made my service module too light. I made it too lightweight. What's the TWR and the abort thrusters right now? Not a lot. We need to change that. We can do that right now. So our thrust to weight ratio is 0.25. Okay. Abort a clock. Take the thrust limiter, do a little bit of that, do a little bit of that. There we go. That actually should be fine. There we go. Yeah, that actually should work. You guys want to see? That was a dumb question. Of course you do. That's 0.25 with only 2 engines, because the other 2 are not in the same stage. This could explode. Like, we could go to ignite it and it could pop. But, I mean, I assume you guys want to see this, but, you know. I mean, it's going to go fast. What did I bind the abortive system to? I think I bound it to... No, nothing. So, you guys are gonna want to hang on. Hey. That was not ideal. The Kerbals are still alive. That was not a long enough abort burn. Lore accurate. Oh, God. I don't think our ascent... I don't think we moved fast enough away. We might have to give those puff engines a little bit more, picante. We gotta give him more picante, Mr. White. Mr. White, we gotta put a little bit of chili powder in there. You gotta have your brand, Mr. White. Huh? If you want to go full real mode, you should also model the propellant slosh in the COPVs when you're using the RCS in space. Oh, yeah? Oh, alright. Oh! Oh! Oh, that was nice! I like that! Oh! Oh! Why is there a holo section in the service module? I have no idea, dude. Cargo? What was that? I lost a tank.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Believe it or not, guys, we need more fuel. And I do not want a cross feed to the Capsule's RCS either. So we will disable the crossfeed to those monopropellant systems. You can't access the back. Yeah, I just filled it in, dude. This is much too hasty for implementing tanks, but this will work for what we're trying to do. I will come up with a better tank configuration, but also at the same time, pretty sure that is moving our center of mass definitely backwards. And what we could do is we could move some of these tanks lower, move them towards the back, and that should help us out with mass distribution for the whole design. We have to get our center of mass lined up with the service module thrusters. If they're not lined up with the service module thrusters, there's no point in doing this, because then the service module thrusters do not work. They don't work as their real life counterparts. I don't know where else I could. Oh, the other thing is a lot of the batteries are here. Yeah, I said we're gonna dial in more tomorrow, but then I just kept working. Sorry. I'm not. That's still pretty close, but it's not exactly what we're looking for. Hi, I miss John Candy. I mean, okay. Implying that there is a point in time where you didn't? I just saw an old SNL skit of his. Oh, okay. Looks great, Ironclad. Thanks, man. Let's try it again. I'm on break now. I've been lurking audio only. It's awesome to listen to you play KSP while playing KSP in real life. Nice, man. That's cool. S, do you remember that time where I got your crappy Chrysler product working? Do you remember that? Where you got your crappy Chrysler product working? Well, I got my crappy Chrysler product working too now. Yeah. I dialed in that motor. I tuned it this morning. I gotta fix the brakes so we can actually drive this thing, and then we start fixing rust. Also, Wolfhounds and Vectors are the only engines I ever use. I don't even use other engines. Wow, when did you get this? I've had it for a long time, Artyom. I haven't shown it to you guys. It's a sick car, right? Ready? Yeet! Yeah, that's not good. Oh, champ! Ah! Hey, the pressure vessel. Hey, the probe course. Hey, part of the service module survived. Hey, it's okay. We got our fuel back. We're good. Now, why did that happen? Hey, with this, no. Hey, this one's, no. Trying to think why it did that, rockets. Where's the drag mesh on the sides of the service module? It's too front heavy during the pitch. Oh yeah, I should probably put those on there, huh? Ready? Yeet! This is fine. That separation was no good. I don't like that. Second one was a fluke. I'm not sure what did I change that would make that. I mean, we added batteries, dude. Oh. Batteries are interfering with the heat shield jettison. That's what's going on. At least I'm pretty dang sure. Alright. Let's try it again. Clipping parts sometimes is dangerous. I know, Twin Sister. I'm the one that taught you about clipping parts in like 2015. You're gonna come in here, you're gonna tell me how to play Kerbal? You're gonna come in here, you're gonna tell me? You do your job, pencil neck. Don't tell me how to do mine. Send it. Staring you down. Well, the capsule's flying. Ready? Ready? Good sep. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Congratulations on your 10-year anniversary of teaching him Kerbal. Yeah. Actually, Pone Sister, you want to hear something crazy? Over the weekend, technically it's the 11th. I don't know what that's about, but over the weekend it's that shouldn't be doing that, but it's because it's coming down on an angle. Yeah, Sharktails, I haven't dialed that in yet. I can do a timing controller for parachute deploy, etc., etc. I'm I had Twitch's 10-year partner anniversary, dude. I've been, come the 11th, so that's Friday. Yeah, I'll have been partnered with Twitch for 10 years, streaming for 13. Separation was still a little bit jank. Okay. I just need to make sure that this separation mechanism is what we're looking for again, real quick. Let's go in here. Tweak the thrust output on our RS-88s just to be a little bit higher. All right. Let's try this. I need this thing to get more altitude, especially in a pad abort scenario. I do not like how close we're deploying the chutes near the ground. That's no good. Do you think you can mimic the actual sequence? I could copy it. If you gave me a week, I could do an exact replica. Baron, I can make anything in this game. Anything you want. Seriously. DCX, Starship Shuttle, you know, Delta 4 Heavy, Falcon 9, this, Dream Chaser, whatever. I can make whatever in this game if you give me enough time. This is a low fidelity Starliner. The front is pretty high fidelity. That's right. The front is pretty dialed in. I don't particularly like how the service module came out, but what else are we going to use to make the doghouse? You know? All right, ready? A little more thrust this time. I really don't like that. Rocco Max 02 adapter collided into Airstream protective shell. I need to see the service module. Yeah, something wonky with those tanks is going on. Whoa, 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 the doghouse is there fire? You really think so? The good news is that this thing is basically coming down in the same exact spot every single time. The bad news is that same exact spot every time is not the spot that I want. Because it's going to blow up those stupid tanks again. The first stream I ever saw VJ was making a Ford truck out of girders on the moon. So yes, yeah, remember we made the chassis and everything, could you? Pretty funny, dude. Man, I didn't know nothing about nothing. Yeah, passing. It's not ideal. You plan to add the airbags as well. Forge, there's no way to put airbags in this game. There's what can I use for that? A closest amalgam would be just 6 pistons that stick out of the bottom of the service module. So much for anything. Oh. Yeah, that...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Stupid question is this the first day I've seen this program? Is the center of gravity too far forward? Yes. Use Kerbals. As God intended. Yeah, no, once again, guys, my center of mass is way too far forward. Here, let me show you. Well, I hope that doesn't blow those up. Watch, with our center of mass there. Watch. You can move the engine with the egg-shaped tanks aft a little. Nah, not really what I'm looking for, dude. Use thrusters to roll back, release the chutes with the SM attached, then step and let gravity help in case something is colliding. You might need more performance from your RS-88s. Watch. Now watch this drive. It's really annoying that that works. Center of mass is offset on one side, all systems. Yep. Wow, I took all the ballast out of that tank. Nice. Now your crew landed in a plume of hypercolics. What? Shut up!
Drive on till the sky is blue.
It feels good to be back. Yeah.
Join the quest, never stopping for a rest, fixing problems on the way, together nothing's in our way. Road trip warriors, west to east so glorious, challenges can't bring us down, drive until we hit the town.
You know, this song is talking about EJ Internoc's excellent adventure, but also at the same time, this makes me want to drive, which is a little bit annoying, but hey, whatever.
Drive until the sky is blue.
And I will say this, dudes, this does feel right. It feels good. It feels good to play this game again and have like a good goal and a task. And a deadline. Yep. Let's see if we can put the fin stabilizers on it. This is great content despite the music. Oh, come on. The banger, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The freaking banger. Hey, Swifty Spiffy, 46-month free sub. What's up, dude?
Night and day, the grind won't stop. Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop. EJ hitting jackpot non-stop. Streaming live, his empire grows. In every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows. EJ's name everyone knows. He is on in Barkalaka, Dakistan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm, it's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dakistan, we stand. We stand. EJ in a digital land, building up a Dakistan, clicking through the endless sand with oil in his hand. Heat is on
What's
the desert glow, workers working fast and slow, resources running. EJ's got a show. Refinance king, making things right in the day and night. Streaming on his epic plans, Dakistan. City grows, machinery hums, desert winds and beating drums. EJ's empire never slums, he's chasing all the songs. Oil rigs in the midday sun, every task getting done. High scores in the battles won.
All right.
EJ's having fun.
Maybe this will help stabilize.
Mixing free in the Ding's economy. EJ rules with strategy, building this dynasty.
Let's hope, dude. Hang on 1 second, I got a message.
City grows, machinery hums, desert winds and beating drums. He chases empire, never slums. He's chasing all the suns. Oil rigs in the midday sun. Every task getting done.
I'm sorry. My brother-in-law just sent me. He just sent me something. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. See, I get it from all angles. Look at this. Look, send me this. Every masterpiece has its cheap copy. It's a Chevy truck up there, it's a Ford truck down there. You know what I sent back to him? I said, Ford invented the pickup truck. Why don't you get fricked, bow tie boy? Why don't you get fricked? Service module test, let's go! Don't! Fixing Starliner? That one seemed worse. Yeah. Yeah, it is, Yard. Get frick bow tie. That didn't... Dude, the ascent was good. Our separation was not the best. Oh, there's my guy. There's my guy. There's my guy. There's the dude. He's the dude with the raid. What's up, Rose? Oh. Careful, explosions are happening in here. You know what? You know what? Guys, we gotta put it out. We gotta put it back out there. It did stabilize though. She stabilized out. It was mint. What's going on, U's Lab Raiders? How are you? Guys, U's Lab is a science and technology streamer. He does science on stream. He does science on stream. That's yeah. Mad science. That's right. That's right. What's going on, Uos? How you doing? Science. Science. We're also doing science in here. Uos, what were you up to? I'm trying to make my a service module for the capsule, and we're trying to make sure like the pad abort works. I need this to happen with less explosions. Yeah, that's good science. Yeah. At some point, can we see Collins with a Firefly mod? I don't think I have Firefly mod installed, but yeah. Hold on. I need to, there we go.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
No, if I looked at the damn tip, if the parachutes don't slow him down, I'm gonna punch you. What did you say? What do you call the study of tiredness? Science. I'm gonna give you that $1.54 back, you dick mouth. All right, what was Uo's up to? Hold on. Okay. Whoop.
This is so terrifying with the Elon face. Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, oh yeah, we've seen this one. I don't know what's going on in this. Uo's, you care to explain what's going on here, or anyone care to explain?
This is so terrifying with the Elon face. Yeah, I know, right?
I don't that why are those the easy buttons? Is that a car seat, or he was trying to make the swing move with compressed air, but his plans were foiled by physics. Well, what was being spoiled by physics, Kerbo? That's not enough to move that. That's not enough air in there to move that much mass. Sorry, not. I mean, even a small nozzle is not enough to move that much mass. You're okay. First of all, your thrusters are gonna need to be down here. They're gonna need to be down there, and you're gonna need a lot of it. You're gonna need a lot to move that much. You're easily moving. I mean, I don't know how much Uo's weighs. Let's just say, I don't know, let's say 120 kilos worth of stuff in person here. Think about that for a second. 120 kilos to move. You need something that has a pretty good amount of thrust, that can impart a good amount of force. He also tries to use pistons with weights on them to shake it. Oh, we have a message back from my brother-in-law. GM is the goat of big and small blocks. Also, they didn't invent the pickup truck. They had the first factory-built pickup truck in 1925. Yeah, okay, pal. Okay, pal. We need EJ on this collaboration. Yeah, we could get this working. I'm not sure what the pistons to shake this thing are for, but, you know, something's going on. True, and base. Yeah. Whatever, pal. Whatever. Ford invented a car. Chevy's just a copy. It's all right. I touched a nerve real quick. I got all caps too. Hush up? No, I will not hush up. Be quiet. This is my stream. I'm the main character. Kiss my butt. Adding force to the edge of the platform to tilt it, but Newton's third law was forgotten along the way. This is not touching any. Kerbo, I might have to stop by. This. I might have to stop by. Might have to stop by soon. What is this, Baron? What is this? Rapid Motor Vehicle Company. Saturn 1902 by the Grabowski brothers. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Bob? Well, yeah. Oh, wait. Who built the first pickup truck? AI overview. Oh, AI overview. The first factory-built pickup truck was the Ford Model T runabout with pickup body introduced in 1925. Yep. Yep. Wait, that's what he just said. Had to Google it, huh? That's exact. He copied the Google search. This. He copied the damn Google search. It's ridiculous. Also, Baron, what is this? An XLR 129. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. XLR 67. It's not the 129. X15 engine? And yet 1909 was before 1925, I do believe. Bro, car on an assembly line, okay? It's on an assembly line. You know, GM was a bunch of dudes making cars in a shed while Henry Ford was making factories, all right? Let's be real. Let's be real. Be real for a second here. Does Chevy still make their stuff with a bunch of guys in a shed putting stuff together? I don't think so. I think they use a moving assembly line. Gee, I wonder where they got that idea. Curious. What did he say back? I couldn't remember the year. I knew it was some German in the 1800s. He said something really screwed up after that. I can't repeat that part on stream. Share with the class. Nope. Nope. I tell you, we stole it fair and square. Weather guy, I'll type it into Modcord, and you tell me. You tell me. You tell me if I should say that on... No. Funny, but no. No. I'm not doing that. Let's just... All right. That company lost their ways. New F-150s are only sold with an automatic gearbox. Yeah, that's why I don't buy any new car, dude. 9. Durant didn't make anything. He just bought everything. Yeah, that's an X15 motor. The XLR 67. Actually, pretty sure. Either way, pretty sick. Estimate for the bid is 10 to 15 grand. I'll tell you what, I cannot afford that. So, yeah, we'll get back to our Starliner testing. Okay, sweet. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. What is this? Whoa. What in the funkin' waggles is that, dude? What is this? Help ID, this hold down arm pad delivered to Han and Clay. Holy shnikes, look at that thing. That thing's got some beef, dude. It's got some beef, look at that. Whoa. Dude, that thing is nutso dummy thick, dude. Holy cow, how the heck do you even go about making that? Wow. That's impressive, dude. Ooh, what's that? What's that thing? Oh, it's Cincinnati, whatever it is. Some kind of machine. I don't know what that is, believe it or not. That thing is what the actual funkin' waggles is going on here. Look at that monster. Is that a bandsaw? No. It looks like a metal brake, but I don't know for sure. That's sick, dude. In that first picture, they were building another one in the background. They absolutely are. Some of this looks machined, dude. See that surface right there? That looks like they took a couple thou off that surface. See that? It's been machined. See these groove marks that look like a maze? Yeah, definitely been machined. Unfreaking real. I love this stuff, dude. You know how much... I mean, you know what? This crowd, you guys probably know. You probably know good and well what it took to make that freaking thing. That's really cool. That makes me so happy, dude. Look at that thing. Look at that mother. That is a mother. I want to swear, but I can't. £20,000, easy. Like, I don't know, 10 to 20,000 pounds. That thing easily. Would you just look at it? Someone's getting in trouble for sharing it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, someone's about to not have a good day. SpaceX really doesn't like it when you do stuff like that. But yeah. See last pick of the show truck. Look. Why would you link me this? Oh, F40PH2CAT. Best locomotive ever designed. Ever. And it's for sale. That's not what you linked. Oh, somebody else linked that. Who the hell linked this? Nova linked this. Why are you linking up trains, man? Mateus, I don't know what you linked. I don't see your link. I got like spammed with like 4 or 5 links about buying stuff for like a minute. You're gonna have to link it again, dude. I love F40 PHs. What is this? What's that you got there? Oh. That's a big trophy. I like it. I like it. There's a G diesel electric running for 10K that ends in 10 days. Yeah, I don't really... I would love to shop around for a train that best suits my needs, but the reality of the situation is I don't really have a place to put it. Bro drives Ford Chevy show truck. Yeah, I know. The Chevy wins the best in show. You know why? Because the Ford's out doing work. And the Chevy's just designed to sit there and look pretty. Sorry. Fits your needs. It's a train. You have no needs. What do you mean? But which train best suits your needs? Actually, an F40 PH would be pretty good. You need a couple of custom cars behind it, and then you could just pay to operate on other people's tracks. So your next project is going to be a siding to get somewhere to put your eventual train. Can you rent it out, have it make money for you, and then occasionally go on and drive it like Tony Stark? The train? You know what? Now that I think about it, dude, that's not the dumbest idea. You know why? You take your train and you make it into you make it into an Airbnb, and then you can have an Airbnb that you can literally take anywhere in the country. Oh yeah, park it in Southern California. Yeah, you want to live on a train for a week? There you go. There's no way somebody hasn't thought of this. It's 10 a.m., Halingar. Finding parking for a train is probably not easy, though. What? We don't have enough train tracks? We got plenty of train tracks. Don't worry about that. Interesting. All right. Hey fellas, we'll dial in Starliner a little bit more tomorrow. I'm pretty happy with the launch escape system. I still need to this thing is not going to maneuver very well. It's really not. The capsule is still much too heavy. Yeah, it's too heavy. You should read the rest of the person's post on the hold down arm. Machined from one solid piece. That's bananas. Machined from one solid piece, dudes. That's it's clearly welded though. Let me look at it one more time. Yeah, it's welded. It's been welded together. At least a reinforcement bracket or something. See those lines? Those are all welds. Overdrive, you think they gusseted this thing? Because I mean, it's clearly been welded right there too. You think that it could be a reinforcing plate, but I highly doubt it. I mean, part of it is machined. It absolutely is machined. This piece has been machined. But even then, this piece was welded to the side of whatever this thing is. EJ can only spend 9 hours on a Mark 1 command pod. Kerbal takes a lot of brain power, dude. My brain's kind of tapped. I'm kind of tapped out. That was a lot of designing. We covered a lot of ground considering we had nothing to start the stream. This is a pretty damn good capsule. We need to get it balanced. It's not going to work like that. It won't fly very well. It's still a gigantic part, Overdrive. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. The abort corridor is pretty good. Sometimes stuff goes a little wonky with the stuff goes a little bit wonky with separation. We can work on dialing that in tomorrow after the confirmation. So no late night beam. What? Man, dude, tomorrow's stream's gonna be like another 13-hour stream. Give me a friggin' break. Anyway, we will continue with part 2 tomorrow, dudes. I'm gonna pop off. I hope you guys enjoyed this. We'll work with this a little bit more tomorrow. I'm really not happy with that service module. It needs something. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget, tomorrow the stream is starting 2 hours earlier than my normal start time. The reason why is because we have Jared Isaacman's Senate confirmation hearing is tomorrow, which is tomorrow. That is a big deal. If Isaacman gets confirmed as NASA administrator, we could see some very, very cash money moves being made at NASA over the next 4 years. So we'll see. We'll see. That's at 10 a.m. That's 2 hours before my normal start time, guys. And there's also the inaugural Project Kuiper KA-01 launch tomorrow at 7. So we're going from 10 a.m., watching the confirmation hearing, probably talking about it, then dialing in that service module, and then Project Kuiper, and I'll probably do the space news after the Project Kuiper launch, as long as we get Starliner buttoned up. So I got to mess with the service module a little bit more, but we're making good progress. We made actually great progress today. Lots of cash money moves and a very angry Thomas. It's, all right, you could get mad about things, or you could, not. I don't know. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 for the Isaacman confirmation. And all right, Hellengar. All right, I'll see you guys all then tomorrow. Uwo's raided us, so we got to pay the raid forward. We have to pay it forward. So on the Twitch side of things, let's find somebody to raid. Middle Ditch is playing half sword. Let's go see what Tommy 2 times is up to. So Middleditch, a good buddy of mine. He's a GTA and RDR RP streamer, amongst other things. You guys might have recognized him. He's on TV sometimes. You might recognize him. So go check him out. We're going to go give Middleditch a raid. He's a good dude. Trust me. Pretty good streamer. Yeah, go raid him. We'll pay the raid forward. On the YouTube side of things, yeah, just, I'll see you guys later. Go see what Tommy's up to. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.